don't think I've forgotten anything, so... Getting my working. What do you mean by working? They should just work, unless you're doing something silly like trying to run them at 6400. Because 6400 does not work on most Ryzen CPUs. How about AM5 APUs, bruh? Well, I don't have one, so, like, go complain to AMD. Man, that first post after a clear CMOS, especially on dual rank. Yeah, okay, like, I'm surprised you can boot at 6600. If you can boot 6600, then 6400 might have a chance of actually working. I haven't actually tried if the expo on this works. I don't expect it to, unless the board cheats by using UCLK equal, unless the board goes into 2-to-1 mode. So I guess we'll check what happens. Wait, you can't get into Windows without crashing. Okay, so 6600 is not going to work in that case. Like, at all. You can give up on that. Matt, what platform are you on? Oh, it booted. I bet it's in 2-to-1 mode. Oh, 14700K. Well, I'm not super Not particularly surprised that it posted, in that case. So I've never actually tried Prime 95 large FFTs on really anything. Oh whoa, we're not in 2-to-1 mode. There's no way this is stable though. Like, I'm gonna assume we can't even run Y-Cruncher the benchmark, much less Y-Cruncher the stress test. What? It's running. Well, that's not supposed to happen. That is... Okay, well, let's hit it with VT3. And it runs. Whoa. Apparently, I misread the TRAS timing. It's not 80, it's 89. My 7800X3D is also the worst memory controller I have. Like, now I haven't tested the 7800X3D I have on, like, the newer BIOSes, but on the old AGSA, it literally didn't even do 6200, whereas every other CPU I have, even on the old AGSA, did at least 6200, and then there's the 7800X3D, which doesn't. I guess maybe the 7950X is actually better than the 7900X that I have. Because, like, it's still running, which is kind of insane. Because, yeah, if, like, I never expected this to work, like, at all. That is crazy. That is insane. How is this working? Like, obviously the SoC voltage is all the way at 1.3 volts, but, like, that's just a necessity if you're gonna push this kind of speed. wonder what the VDDIO mem voltage is. Oh, whoa, the sub-timings are really loose. Okay, well, I'll worry less about those, but back-to-back read. At 6,000, I usually use a 4, so we're gonna try 6. 4, 1. I'll actually leave those alone. This should work. I haven't really been keeping up with what memory chips are or aren't in production because, like, 16 gigabit MDI and ADI are, at low speeds, are basically interchangeable, and at high speeds, ADI is just better. M-Power boards are back? Yeah, I heard. Unfortunately with the wrong CPU socket. My board expo defaults to VDDIO equals VDD equals VDDQ. Yeah, that's normal. So, the one downside to running, like, this crazy high, UCLK is that, the SoC voltage means that we're probably not going to be able to set the FCLK very high. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if even 2133 didn't work right now. Oh well. I was kind of hoping to get a get to check the VDDIO. Like, I can just take the multimeter to the board, it has voltage read points. Even if it didn't, that you could stab the inductor, but, like, it's a pain. I'm lazy. Now, VDDIO equals VDDQ equals 1.25 is probably not going to work on ASRock or Asus motherboards in my experience. Like, optimal signaling voltages, let's call them, really depends on the motherboard and the BIOS version. So there isn't really, like, a solid rule that you can just slap on any motherboard and it'll work, in my experience. I have a PSU that has two 12-volt rails. If I feed GPU from both of them at the same time, doesn't that mean there will be a large currents going through the connect? No, because most GPUs will not combine the power connectors together. There are some exceptions, but they're not particularly common. Like, Power Color likes to do, likes to have power connectors that are just, like, wired together. Because it's easier than redesigning the board to have three, like, more 12-volt area, like 12-volt rails, I guess? Yeah, 12-volt rails. Okay, well that doesn't work. Thing is, this should be way faster than the auto timings. If I had to guess, it's probably the tertiaries. I don't think I did anything... Well, maybe the TRAS. Oh yeah, that's a full second faster than the XMP profile. Kind of wondering what the Y-Cruncher record for the 7950X is right now. 11 seconds. Huh, so even on, like, ambient, it should be possible to get into the top 20. I should do that. Yeah, we'll try do that, though I think 2-to-1 mode might be better for this. And it might even be better in single rank, but who knows? Y-Cruncher really loves bandwidth, so maybe dual rank in 2-to-1 mode might actually be viable for this. Like, I think if we can get 7600, I think Y-Cruncher will actually be faster. Especially if I can also run high FCLK with it. No, it's not motherboard quality, it's like motherboard design that affects those voltages. I wouldn't say it's a quality thing. We're not gonna go straight to 7600 because I don't think that'll actually work. We'll start at 7200 and we're gonna go with, like, I don't know. I'm gonna set the timings like it's going to 7600 though. What's 48 plus 48? 96. I'll set the tertiaries to auto again. Because I'm not sure how they work out for dual rank. And I'll let the board handle... Actually, I've set the VDDQ to auto, though. I think it's just going to go to 1.4 again. I think we might need extra VDD voltage. We'll see. What is the temperature range for Hynix A-die or M-die? As long as it's stable, you can run it all the way to like 80 degrees. It's just that depending on what settings you're trying to run, it's not going to be stable at 80 degrees. Okay. So that does not work. So I have actually no experience with dual rank on AM5. Well, no, that's not true, but like I've not run 2x32 before, so I've run like 4x16, which obviously not ideal. If he got really lucky with the CPU, 6400 might work at 1.2 SoC, even in 1-to-1 mode. Because I've seen CPUs that can like boot 6800 1-to-1. Did it train? No, it failed again. Frequency range per temp? I know somebody who's done like intentionally high temperature testing, and they've been able to run, admittedly they have really good CPUs, but they've been like able to run even 8000 at like 60 degrees on the memory sticks. It's just like you need to run the timings appropriate for the temperature. You enable nitro mode? It's enabled on auto for most modern motherboards at this point. Unless you mean the round trip timings, which I haven't messed with. Do you think I could run Dominator Titanium 6000 CL30 on a B650 board? Yes. Like, the main reason I'm doing this on an X670E motherboard is because I'm too lazy to swap motherboards. Okay, so that doesn't work, but I think it's maybe a VDDQ problem. I'm gonna try low VDDQ. And, oh wait, I also bought, well no, because we weren't getting the typical error that you get. Well, we'll see. You think the 8000 kits are limited from the memory controller? Yes. You use for verifying stability? Y-Cruncher and Carhu. Run 20 hours latest Y-Cruncher all stress test. Oh, I'd consider that stable in that case. It's Carhu. K-A-R-H-U. Is there some other way to pronounce it? Well, like, honestly, with the stress testing you've done, I would expect your system to be stable at this point. Unless you're doing, like, unless it's like a workstation where you absolutely can't afford instability. But there's an H in the name. Also, isn't the developer German? So, like... Though I'm not sure how that would make it pronounced. Oh no, it's from Finland. Yeah, okay, I don't know how like, Finnish works at all. So... I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Okay, so that still didn't work. Let me try 6400 just to check that I didn't do anything like really stupid. I don't see any point in mixing VST with VT3 because in my experience VT3 is just heavier than VST. Like I've run like, now admittedly this was on Ryzen, but it was like I ran like, I don't know, over an hour of VST and then I tried like an hour of VT3 and VT3 crashed. And VST was passing just fine, like, and VT3 was, like, very unhappy with the same settings. So, like, VT3 required somewhat different voltages, whereas VST wasn't really complaining about it. Okay, so 6400 boots. Asus or MSI for Intel CPU? I don't know. Apex, I guess. It's like, if you're not buying an Apex, you should buy Ryzen. They removed VST in the newest releases because, like, it literally, like, VT3 is like a rewrite of VST. Okay, so 6400 does work, so evidently there's, like, a problem with voltages or something, so we're gonna try less VDDP. Because it was defaulting to 1.15, and I think for 1-to-1 mode that actually might be beneficial, but for 2-to-1 I'm not sure. We'll try 6800. How much do you make from YouTube? Enough to only do YouTube. No, the main thing that, like, funds the channel is the Patreon. Because, like, I don't get that many views per video, and I also don't do in-video sponsorships. Getting boards and chips for... Yeah, that helps a lot. Like, if I had to buy everything that I use, then it would not. Well, I mean... Yeah, I guess it would probably not be viable. Though, for me, it would just be like, I'd do different like, I'd probably just be making different content. I'm not even sure that that would drastically reduce the views. Well, that's a bit slower, but that's to be expected. The 6800 and 2-to-1 is not great. Is it worth it to run all stress tests in Y-Cruncher for daily driving? There's no downside to running all of the stress tests. I don't usually bother with it, because a lot of them, like, in my experience... if something's gonna crash, it's VT3, is my experience. Like, I've run blended Y-Cruncher in the past, and it was basically like, sure, everything else passed, and then VT3 crashed. Same thing for, like, I've heard other people say, like, oh, you should mix VT3 with, like, N64 or whatever. And I've tried that, and all that happened was, like, VT3 still crashed, and N64 just delayed the crash by getting in the way of running more VT3. Right, so it's like, if I just ran VT3, it crashed in 20 minutes. If I ran N64 plus VT3, it crashed a little bit later, because there would be less VT3 per unit time getting run on the CPU. That was on Intel, though. And on AMD, like, I've done blended Y-Cruncher as well, and... yeah, I don't remember it really crashing on anything other than VST and VT3. Is the 6900 XT OC formula? No. Like, I'd want one. Or, like, I do want one. No. Nah, Intel currently still has the world record for memory speed. What stress test do you recommend for testing CPU stability? Well, the heaviest thing I'm aware of would be Prime 95 small FFTs, but I would consider that completely excessive unless you're doing, like, a mission-critical workstation build and you absolutely cannot afford the CPU crashing. In which case, Prime 95 small FFTs should be something you test, because I literally don't know of anything that's as heavy as small FFT Prime 95. And then... like, if you're just doing a more normal system, then, like, I personally usually just stick to, like, LinPack and Y-Cruncher. So, like, the blended tests of Y-Cruncher Not as heavy as Prime 95 small FFTs, but generally a pretty good indication of stability. I've also heard of some people testing like 7-zip, which I've tried, and I didn't notice it being particularly difficult. How is everything recently? No, 7-zip for CPU stability, not memory. Okay, so 7200 still doesn't work. I guess we're gonna go take a look at some of the memory training options. This is gonna take forever to post. DFE training enabled. DFE taps. All of the taps. Annual. This is gonna set everything. This is... Yeah, this is gonna check everything. Okay, it's a manual. Burst length. I don't actually want it to take completely forever, so we're gonna keep the burst length short-ish. I hope that's gonna be enough. I'm not sure what that one does. So we'll leave that one on auto. Well, this is gonna take forever to post. This is gonna, yeah. Like, actually forever. It'll probably be like 4 minutes. Is there such a big difference in RAM speeds between Intel and AMD? My experience is that Intel isn't really that far ahead. At least if you care about the system working. Like, doing 7600 on AMD is generally easier than doing it on Intel in my experience. Discord is a good check of system stability. That sounds like your Chrome browser would crash if Discord wasn't stable. Yeah, I've also heard that, like, well, I've heard from other people that Intel CPUs are, like, susceptible to degradation if you run them at, like, actually 100%, but I've not tested that myself, and I don't really want to. But, like, I have heard people say, like, oh, if you run too much Y-Cruncher on an Intel CPU, it'll degrade, which is just like, oh, so you can't even, like, not only is it not stable, you can't even prove that it's not stable. Discord can trigger the AVX offset? Okay, I'd believe that. Like, a lot of random software can trigger AVX offsets. No, but like even manual overclocks are like supposedly gonna break Intel CPUs if you have enough cooling. Which is like... Also, if you look at the Intel spec says the max current limit is like 400 amps or something. Which means you'd need to be like this, in order to degrade at 400 watts, you'd have to be hitting 400 amps at like 1 volt. Which I'm not sure is actually possible. Is this thing gonna train or what? Looks like no. Yeah, I guess dual rank ADI is just not gonna run 2-to-1 mode. Though I'm really surprised that even 1-to-1 mode works like at all. At 6400. Okay, so I guess we'll try tune it in 1-to-1 mode. I think it still has a chance. I'm just gonna reset the BIOS. I kind of suspect that the instability that I ran into with like 6400 1-to-1 was actually the primary timings, because I tried messing with like... I've already tried running these DIMMs at like 6000. And even at 6000, like the primary timings were like you couldn't run TRCD36. Or, well, I'm actually not sure if TRCD36 wouldn't work, but I was trying to run, like, TRCD and TRP36, and that didn't want to work. And I'm thinking, like, maybe it was, like, the combination of, like, TRP and TRAS, and the TRC being too low. And I didn't try, like, 36 TRCD with, high TRP. So maybe the TRC limit is really high on this setup. Well, let's re-enable that Expo profile, because apparently it's very functional. To my great surprise. Man, now I kind of wonder if that 6400 Expo works on the 17900X. Because I've not been able to do 6400 even with, like, single rank on that CPU. TRCD is semi-IMC dependent. It was on DDR4, but on DDR5 I haven't really seen that behavior. And like I was trying like 38 TRCD with like 34 TRP, and that was erroring out constantly. So I think it was like a TRC limit for dual rank. That doesn't really, like in single rank you can run really low TRC with ADI. So that was super weird to me. And I guess maybe with dual rank it like the TRC gets... It doesn't really make sense that TRC would get limited to a higher value, but like... I don't actually know what exactly the memory controller is doing. Maybe it's doing something weird. Find out where you can toggle GDM in the Asus Strix BIOS. It's like the... command buff something setting, like Asus loves naming things weird. There's a comment under one of my Asus videos that says what it should be. Done 14th gen? No, I'm not doing any more 14th gen. Now I'm wondering, is it absolutely necessary to be running 1.3 SoC? Because, like, it's going to limit the max FCLK quite severely. So I kind of want to try 1.25. Yeah, what Powell Cat says about the AMD address command mode to buff. There, do that for gear down mode on Asus. The Intel memory controller doesn't work on auto settings. Like, I can turn on the XMP on a 7200 kit and it'll probably crash. Meanwhile, on AMD, with this CPU, I tried turning on the XMP on my DDR5-8000 kit, and it mostly worked. It ended up erroring out after like 16 hours of Karhu, which is like... And that was on auto settings. Meanwhile, and that was like, and I ran Y-Cruncher before that. Like, I start with Y-Cruncher and then I move to Karhu. Because I don't really feel like running Y-Cruncher during the middle of the day at like 3 times the electricity cost. What the IMC rating? I've already run the memory controller rating test on the Apex. It told me I have like a pretty like memory controller. And also, from what I've heard from other people with like who've binned way more CPUs than I have, that test doesn't actually tell you anything other than like max frequency that you can boot. When it comes to max frequency that is stable, it's basically useless. Okay, so it still managed to post it at 1.25, which is kind of impressive. Man, this new AGSA with this CPU is like really good. Because this chip didn't do 6400 in single rank in the past. Okay, well, it did error out in the end, but like at 1.25 SoC, I didn't really have hopes for it running like at all. What is stable? Stable is when you can run arbitrary workloads without them crashing. Under 80? No, I think I had like an 81 or something. How much per kilowatt? It's like 0.4? Something like that? During the day, and at night it's a third of that. At least for me, it's a third of that at night. So, we're gonna try tune the primaries again, except I'm just not gonna set TRAS really low. We're gonna set it to like, I don't know, 50? And then it'll be like 89. Actually, because I think like 3236 should work. So we're gonna try like 86. 48, 500... 12, because previously this would have crashed Y-Cruncher. I'm going to leave that alone. 5, 1. Okay, actually I'm going to set the back-to-back timings. Auto, and then 3, 1. We'll leave everything else alone. I'll bump the FCLK a bit. You want an electric car? No, I just have a day and night, like, tariff option. Like, I could switch to paying the same price for electricity all day, but they just take the, like, because, like, I pay 1/3 at night versus of what I pay during the day. Well, they would just take that and just average it out and give, like, I'd be paying the same price all day, except it wouldn't, like, if I intentionally do all the power-intensive stuff at night, this actually works out to be significantly cheaper, because I can literally just, like, use 3 times as much electricity at night, and like, it's great. It doesn't cost the same as like 1/3 of that during the day. Have you tried it? Wait, oh, you're asking someone else. You need to crowdsource a solar system? Nah, I need to first crowdsource a better place to live in, because, like, the landlord isn't gonna put solar panels on the frickin' roof. Like, I'm renting. It's not like I get to take the solar panels with me when I move. No, but if I had a solar... Also, I'm in the UK, so I'm not sure how much the solar's actually going to generate during the day. Like, live under my own wind turbine? That would be pretty cool. No, I don't think there's a nuclear power plant anywhere near me. Hey, we're in the 13s! Yeah, top 40. Also, I'm kind of wondering, so how's Y-Cruncher, the stress test, feeling about this right now? How is it cheaper at night? Well, because during the day, there's more demand for electricity. Right? Like, people are asleep, so they're not using electricity at night. Whereas I'm awake, so I'm using all that electricity that they're not using. So what bugs me is, like, the rate change is, like during the summer, you actually get, like, 1 hour in the morning. Like, at 7... Like, so right now, the rate change is at 7:30, and then... and 12:30. Which seems kind of silly. Which actually... Okay, so 12:30 to 7:30 is, like, okay, that seems sensible. But during the summer, it's at 1:30 to 8:30, which is weird. Because by 8:30, most people are probably awake. How do you make the batch file for Y-Cruncher? You make a batch file, you put it into the Y-Cruncher folder, and then you make a shortcut to it. Why would I want to run mining? I don't have AC. Actually, most people in the UK don't have AC. It's not like the summer is particularly warm. Your electricity is 0.06 at night? Damn. Mine's like double that. Yeah, well, like, summer we get, like, maybe a week or two that it's really warm, and then the rest of the summer is just, like, optimum temperature. At least, like, I'm pretty, like, up north. Apparently, the south of the UK is getting, like, heat waves. But, I don't think I've ever seen the temperature go over 30 here. And usually, like, it's, like, I consider it very warm when it's at, like, 28. It's cheap at night, though, mining. No, I'm pretty sure mining would still not pay for itself, electricity-wise. Though, maybe, like, charging up a bunch of batteries at night and then using that electricity during the day might, like, if the batteries were cheap enough, that might be cost-effective. Though I'm not sure where you'd get really dirt cheap batteries like that. Okay, so this is quicker. Let's try 2100. I think at 1.3 SoC, though, that's going to be rough. Also, maybe the VDDP is a bit high. Wait, you have negative electricity prices? Where are you? I'll move for that. It's like spin up a quad GPU setup at that between those 2 hours. Whoa, it's still running. It's not faster though. Let's try interleave Numa. That might be better with Ryzen. Nah, I would not be surprised if there are some places where they literally would give you money back for using electricity at a specific hour. Because I think the assumption is that they're trying to get people to, like, move their energy consumption for when it's, like, ideal for the power company. like, get people to use their dryer or whatever at, like, when the grid has, like, way too much power and they need to get rid of it. I mean, if enough people started using power at that hour, I imagine the price would just go back to being positive. Right? Because I'm assuming what's going on is the energy company is like, we actually just want to get rid of this electricity. Like, we'll pay you to take this electricity. And it's like, okay, we don't have excess electricity, price goes back to being positive. So it's not like, if you had infinite demand, you would just force the prices back to being positive eventually. So you can't really, exploit it, because it's not like you can just keep getting infinite money out of the power company. At some point, you're using all the electricity they want to get rid of. Now, if I move, I would just end up on, like, European time zones. Also, the issue is that I sleep, like, 9 hours, and I'm awake, like, 16 to 18 hours, and you'll notice that 16 plus 9 is, like, 25 hours, which is not a day, and 18 plus 9 is even worse, because that's, like, 27 hours. So basically, my sleep schedule sort of rotates around the clock, in, like, small increments of roughly an hour. Okay, this is actually a pretty decent score. Yeah, this is like top 30, and the CPU is still at stock. I'm actually not sure if doing anything to the CPU would help, but we could try, I guess. I'm guessing a lot of people in the morning are like they're making tea and stuff. That's actually a thing in the UK, is like there's this like crazy peak power demand around tea time, because everybody puts their kettles on. Though here it's not like, as far as I know, it's not that they charge you extra during that time, because I don't, maybe if you were on a really flexible rate electricity plan, but I'm not, right? Like, I have two rates. It doesn't really change beyond that. But as far as I know, there's like a hydro storage station in the UK that like specifically exists for dealing with like peak tea time demand and other such like peak power requirements. Top 20? Yeah, I think top 20 is definitely doable. I mean, I might have to swap to like single rank or maybe MDI, but like ideally I'd like to get something solid out of these memory sticks instead of having to swap memory sticks, but we'll see. Start with that. MDI stable at 6800 on the master. Which MDI? 16 gigabit? No. What tertiary timings were you running with dual rank? $6,644. Oh, looks like... Wait, oh, nope, still loading. I think the FCLK might be too high at this point. Oh man, I'd like to do some ECLK on this. Because for Y-Cruncher specifically, I've found that like static CPU clocks don't tend to work that well. With AM5. Because there's such a massive memory bottleneck that, like, for brief moments, the CPU can actually, like, run at, like, ridiculous clocks. I think the FCLK is too high. Yeah, the system's, like, falling apart. I bumped it to 2133, didn't I? I know, we're still at 2100. Why is it being so weird? Is PBO being stupid? Yeah, this sure looks like the FCLK just bugged out. Yep, I think the FCLK is in crawl mode. If it is, then PyPrime should give us a really funny result. Yeah, I think the FCLK fell over. Yep, the FCLK just died. We managed, I don't have 192 gigs of memory, so no. Wait a minute. It just occurred to me. I made a mistake, didn't I? It is because Gigabyte's BIOS. This isn't the FCLK falling over. It's Gigabyte. Yeah, it's in fucking milliwatts. You've got to be shitting. 33322. Yeah, it's in milliwatts. 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. There we go. Why? There. Okay. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. Okay. We'll take that. Like, I just wanted to easy way of keeping track that there's like 3 digits. That it's like 6 digits long. Okay, that'll work. No, F10. Yes. CPU currently limited to 0.3 watts because, like, milliwatts are a sensible unit for power limits. You microwave water? Why would you microwave water? Just use a kettle. FCLK can randomly slow down the system to a crawl when it becomes unstable? Yes. It's kind of hard to... like, it's very, very noticeable when it happens, and it's usually... If you just set it high enough, that usually does it. Like, it's not... In my experience, you're either your FCLK is too high, and it happens, or it isn't, and it doesn't happen. It's not really something that, like, randomly pops up for no reason. Oh, I think the temperature is affecting it. I'm running it too quickly. Yeah, I think it warmed up. Too much. Well, I guess we can try set the tertiary timings, because I don't think I bothered with those yet. If you're on the newest AGSAs, like 2100 FCLK really shouldn't cause any problems. I don't think my CPU settings are quite right. Let's try even... Well, if I'm not mistaken, the stock limit is like 240 watt on the CPU. And like 180 on the current limit. So let's try 21... Like, FCLK varies by CPU. Like, there's some CPUs that can do 2200 no problem, and other CPUs which can struggle with it. The annoying thing with, like, FCLK tuning is that really, like, it doesn't tend to cause outright crashes unless it's very, very unstable. If it's a little unstable, it causes weird performance issues. Now it's like way slower than it used to be. Yeah, it's running like garbage right now. Do I just turn PBO back off again? I guess. No, VDDG is derived from the MISC voltage. And sometimes bumping the CCD VDDG a bit can help with FCLK stability. The IOD VDDG you should generally not set above like 950 because in my experience that actually causes weird stability problems. Put this back to auto, I guess, and we're just gonna... Auto... I'll just set just disable that. try 2133 on the FCLK. Oh, come on, that was about to be a really quick run. Right, like 11,673? That would have been really fast if it actually finished. I'm gonna try let the CPU cool down a bit. Oh, I guess I'm not running the cooler at 100%. We should change that. Display isn't connected to the MOBO, your iGPU shouldn't. Yeah. It really shouldn't. I'm gonna bump this back up again. These DIMMs really seem to have like a weird TRCD TRP limit. Or it's the CPU. Like I'm really not sure. I've not used dual rank before. I guess I'll do like a test at like 5600 or something really low to try figure that out. Cause it's been like I couldn't go below 38 at 6000, which is just like, that's really loose. Like that's looser than 39. Well, admittedly I didn't test 37, so maybe 37 would have worked, but like this is weirdly loose. And also I think like right now it's also causing the stability problems. Anyway, these two should be able to go a lot lower. Start with like 6s on these. Actually, you know what? I'll try this at 18 as well. $32 GB, but 2x16? Yeah, for 2x16, that's what I would expect. But for whatever reason, with 2x32, like, I can't get TRP 36 to work. Because, like, I tried, like, 30, 38, 36, 30, 38, 34, 30, 38, 32, and the only combination that worked was, like, 30, 38, 38. No idea why. Makes zero sense to me. All the other ones were crashing Y-Cruncher. Like, they weren't crashing Karhu, they were only... Or, well, I was starting the testing with Y-Cruncher, but Y-Cruncher would crash within, like, less than an hour, and, like... and when I first tried, like, 30, 36, 32, that crashed Y-Cruncher basically instantly, and Karhu ran it for, like, 15 minutes. So, yeah, it was, like, weird. I think it's some kind of weird memory controller thing doing that. Nah, SafeDisk, like, saying Asus hired him to overclock, that doesn't, he works at Asus. Like, he's worked at Asus for a very long time. I'm not even sure if he started as, like, specifically in the overclocking team. Talking about RP and RTP are tied together? Yeah, but you can run on single rank, you can run RTP 12 with RP whatever, and it's fine. Like, I even tried RTP at 16, and it was still not gonna, like, it still didn't want to work with, like, low RP. On 680? Oh, this is quick. Not the quickest one I've done. Actually, no, I think this is the quickest one for me. Yeah, so that's like 36 in the rankings. I'm kind of wondering how, like, stable this is for, like, VT3 right now. Probably not very. Yeah, but I've not tried RTP6. Actually, I've never seen RTP6 work at all. I'm surprised that you can even, like, that doesn't even post for me. Like, I don't think I've even seen RTP8 post. And that's with TRP at, like, 36 or something. And if only enabling ECLK overclocking on Gigabyte boards wasn't so janky. Actually, you know what? Instead we'll try if I can just, like, smash the primary timings. Yeah, we'll go to, like, 1.6... Actually, 1.65, and we'll see what I can do with the primaries. CP6 works at 8,000 for you? Yeah, I've literally not ever been able to post RTP at, like, 6, ever. I guess we could try it right now. Well, right now, but later. I don't really feel like breaking settings that currently work. $5,600X hit 160 watts. What were you monitoring the power draw with? Because that seems completely impossible. Like 120, I would be like, okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. 160, that doesn't really make sense. Like, what voltage were you at? Okay, so high voltage mode works. That's good to see. So CL28, I guess. 6400. Yeah, that should work. So, and then for primaries. Oh wait, TRCD doesn't scale that much. Like maybe 34, and then like 64. And I guess we could lower this a bit. Actually, it should go a lot lower than that, I think. And then this. And this. I'm pretty sure this can go lower. Using hardware info Prime 95 at 1.35 volts, 4.7. Wait, actual 1.35 volts at the silicon. Okay, that actually makes sense. Wait, does it? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. That is very, very high voltage to be running Prime 95 at. Is the regulation better? No, high voltage mode is just like what you need for being able to set above 1.43 volts on the memory. Should be safe. If you're not regularly hitting it with like Prime 95 level workloads, then it probably is fine. Well, that is completely unstable. I bet you that'll fix it. Can the UI9 run Prime 95 small FFTs at 6 gigahertz? Nope. Unless you put it on like liquid nitrogen. Especially not small FFTs. Like small FFTs will like, no, no way. Linpack 6 gigahertz is kind of, well, without hyperthreading, it's kind of doable. What's the obsession with Prime 95? I don't have an obsession with it. I barely use it. But if you really want to load a CPU to 100%, there is no replacement for small FFTs. What? No, so 6 gigahertz, like, without hyperthreading, it pulls less power. With hyperthreading, it would pull even more power, and it would max out at like 5.8 probably. Yeah, like, TRCD and TRP on this memory kit are just completely cursed. And I don't get it. like, it doesn't make any sense. It just immediately breaks the stability. Oh, cool. I'm like top 31 now. Okay, we're gonna try low TRCD and high TRP because, like, this is so weird. Try RTP plus 4, RP minus 4. I mean, yeah, sure, we can try that. I don't think it'll help though, because I'm pretty sure I tried that before. Linpack is a pretty solid CPU stability test. Like, if you can run Linpack Extreme, even the Tech Power-Up version, not even like the most up-to-date version of it, it is pretty unlikely that you're going to encounter like regular software that's going to make your system crash. But if you try, like, if your system is Linpack stable and it's like within a couple millivolts of not being stable, and then you try to run Prime 95 small FFTs will crash. Guaranteed. It is way heavier. Anyway, so RTP up by 4 and RP down by 4. Okay, let's see if that works. I don't think it will, but we can try. I'm not trying to tighten RCD right now, though. Does 32 gigs have single rank kits? Not yet. Though I think Micron is like testing 32 gigabit memory chips at this point. If his system is crashing, I would recommend turning PBO off. I mean, decent stability check for SoC. What do you mean SoC? You mean the Infinity Fabric? just make sure that like you're like run stress tests and make sure that you aren't losing performance. Another way is you can just intentionally run the Infinity Fabric like kind of low. Okay, TRP35 versus Y-Cruncher. I think this is still gonna crash. I think it's gonna crash very quick. And it did. Yeah. Like, I told you, like, this memory kit, like, TRP is, like, cursed. It just doesn't work. Like, I think it might be something to do with dual rank or something, because, like, what? I don't have any other dual rank kits to compare against, but, like, on a single rank kit, this would be like, I've never seen this on a single rank memory kit. Ever. And here, it's like, yeah, you touch TRP, and it doesn't work. Anyway, let's try low TRCD, because like that could actually still work. And I guess since I can't set RP low, we can try lower RTP, like 10 or something. $37 at 6200. I couldn't run 36 at 6000. I had to run 38 at 6000. Well, admittedly, I didn't try 37 at 6000, so maybe 37 would have worked, but... Yeah, weird. Very weird. It reminds me of, like, there's, like, a bunch of, There's, like, some Micron DDR3 memory chips where it's, like, you can do very low TRCD and everything else sucks. So your timings end up being, like, inverted, right? Because normally, cast latency low, TRCD high, and TRP may be low. That's, like, typical for a lot of memory chips. And then there's, like, certain DDR3 Micron kits which work in reverse, where it's, like, you can do crazy low TRCD and nothing else gets low. Everything else is, like, mediocre-ish, and TRCD can be just slammed. Like, I think I have a DDR3 kit that does, like, 765? Okay, so they'll do also, like, low TRP a lot of the time. But yeah, I think I had something that does, like, 765, where it was, like, 756, or something silly like that. Where it's just, like, these timings look wrong. It's just like, yeah, but it works. Your current VDD 1.65 for that one CL28. I'm not sure that CL28 at 6400 actually needs 1. Actually, it probably does, because like most of it. Wait, no, 6226 needed like 1.6. So this is actually probably a bit high on the memory voltage right now for CL28. Like, it's not really high, but it is a bit high, because I'd expect, like, 6200 CL26 to work at, like, 1.65. So, at, like, 6400, it would probably work at 1.6 instead of 1.65, but... Oh, well. Yeah, so these sticks hate TRP. Man. I've never seen this before. These hate the TRP timing. That is so weird. I bet, like, I wonder if it has something to do, because I think DDR5, there's, like, speculative row opening. So maybe with dual rank, the speculative row opening is, like, really, really aggressive, because you have more ranks to do it across, and it leads to, like, pre-charge being a problem for some reason. Weird. Very weird. And I still haven't managed to get under 13.6. Like, the goal is to get under 13, but I'm not sure if that's doable on these DIMMs, because we're kind of limited on max memory speed. Man, maybe I should have asked KingBank to also send a single rank kit, just so that I'd have something that's, like, really good at benching. Instead of just, like... But the thing is, I already have a bunch of single rank A-die. Well, I don't have, like, unlimited piles of single rank A-die, but at the same time, I don't really... I don't know, it's like... Because it's like, on one hand, it would be cool to have just, like, a huge collection of memory sticks to sort of have, like, yeah, like, you know, like, you just get this, like, reference point of, like, yeah, I tested, like, 10 different single-rank kits and they all behave roughly the same. And that's, like, very useful information to have, in my opinion. But then on the flip side is, like, yeah, but I don't want 10 memory kits. What am I even gonna do with them? I want to try lower tertiaries. I've seen some people run like 48 gig DIMMs at like 7800, I think, in 2-to-1 mode, but not 32 gig DIMMs. Nah, in 2-to-1 with these, I maxed out at like 6800, which is not worth it. You see DDR5 to 8400 and FCLK to 2100. That should perform better than 1-to-1 6400. 8000 already beats 1-to-1 6400. Okay, please be under 13.6. The thing is, like, we're... Even if I... So let's say I bump the BCLK by 1%. I don't think that would do enough. Yeah, I don't think that would be enough. Well, this is a weirdly slow run. Yeah, this is weird. This is running like garbage. Also, I still haven't maxed out the pump and fan speeds. Um, 8,000, you'd probably want to be running like, to beat 64. You'd probably have to run, well, actually, we'll just pull up the calculator. You're at 28 at 64, right? So 28 divided by 64. You need to run like CL35, and what are your secondaries? So like CL36 would probably already beat your 6400 setup. This is so weird. Low TRCD, but bad TRP. Let's try 3 again. Too bad there isn't a B650 Apex. I don't know what everybody's obsession is with the X670 chipset. Like, you do realize what the chipset does, right? It provides USB ports and SATA ports and M.2 slots. It has nothing to do with the RAM. Also, the X670 chipset is literally just 2 B650 chipsets glued together. They should have named it B650X2. Because it's basically cross-fired B650. And the second chipset has less bandwidth than the first one. Because they're daisy-chained. Yeah, but the two M.2 5.0 X4s are not off of the chipset, though. Those are from the CPU. Right? Because your CPU has, what, 24 PCIe lanes off the top of my head? Right? So again, like, the chipset, like, all of, like, the best parts of AM5 have, like, nothing to do with the chipset. The chipset's just kinda there. In fact, AMD can make motherboards with literally no chipset whatsoever. Well, that's odd. This is faster. Are you blind? Where do you see Intel? Like, even the desktop background is red. I know people might not notice this, but I actually theme the desktop backgrounds based on the systems. Right? Can anyone guess what motherboard this is? Are you OCing core? No, the cores are stock right now. It's written what MB that is? No, I mean the desktop background. What motherboard that is. You don't watch enough of my videos because you'll get to see it once we're back in the OS. There should be, it's actually, at least to me, it's very recognizable. There's exactly one, yeah, there's exactly one motherboard vendor that does that capacitor configuration on AM5. Oh, the gene? I don't have a gene for like a very long time, so it would be kind of hard for me to take a picture of one. But you're close. Is it the Tachyon? No. The guy who guessed Gene was really close. And I said there's one manufacturer that does that capacitor configuration. Gigabyte doesn't make Genes and Tachyons, do they? Has your music gotten darker and heavier? I haven't really made any new music. Pro art. Yes! You got it. It is the pro art. No, I wouldn't use an Intel motherboard for an AMD system. Like, I wanted a similar, like, style desktop background to the one I have of the LGA 1700 CPU, so I wanted something similar. But AM5 CPUs are really boring to look at, like, from the pad side, right? Because it's just, like, two sets of pads. There's, like, nothing there. And I don't really, I don't have a delided dual CCD CPU, so that also wasn't an option, because I'm not going to delid one of the ones I do have. So it was like, okay, so I can't use a CPU photo. Using the front side of the, like, the socket is kind of also not really, like, I don't think it looks that cool. So I was like, oh, let's do the back of the motherboard, because the backplate gives, like, the backplate is very clearly an AM5 backplate. Wait, did the tertiaries actually break? Oh no! Well, the auto recovery seems to be working on this BIOS version, so if we just wait long enough, I might be able to get into the BIOS without clearing anything. Gigabyte also does block diagrams a lot of the time. Not sure if they do them always, but a lot of motherboards from Gigabyte get block diagrams. If he worked for a motherboard manufacturer, he wouldn't have an MSI and an Asus board, probably. Be suspicious of the people who only run one brand of motherboard. And the Intel HEDT backplates are, well, yeah, they're very recognizable because they have that, like, X shape to them, but Wait, what? From 14900K 6 gigahertz at Gear 2 to... What? Why are you mixing core clocks with memory ratios? I'm assuming Vedivt is verdict. Yeah, I guess he didn't type the R and missed the C. Ren, Evo007, I have one question for you. Why is it that you keep coming to my streams and, like, being Intel's biggest chill? Are you, like, an Intel stock investor or something? Yeah, but the issue is, like, if you're on Ryzen, you're not gonna run Gear 2, unless you're running Gear 2 at, like, 8000. And the Gear has, like, very little to do with the memory, like, core clock. Like... I run only games and have less money than me. Okay. Owning stocks in any company is the only valid reason to be a shill. Unless you're literally in their marketing department. Your employer probably wouldn't appreciate if you were not shilling for them. The balance between core clock and bus speed. Like, if you're memory bottlenecked, it really doesn't matter what your core clock is. Right? But the thing is, like, if you want, like, choosing between, like, a 7800X3D and a 14900K is really about, like, what are you going to do? Because there are certain games that bias heavily in one direction or the other, and then there's, like, a lot of games where it's like, they kind of run the same. Man, I broke it. No. Oh, if only AMD's safe boot was as reliable as Intel's. Man, this is the thing that frustrates me to no end, is like, Intel has functional safe boot. You can mess with memory timings in the OS, right? And those are two really cool overclocking features, and then it's just like, yeah, but those two features are attached to, like, the world's least reliable memory controller. And then there's AMD's memory controller, where it's like, yeah, I don't safe boot, and I don't do memory timings on the fly. Would you do private OC coaching? No. If I have to watch another person ever use the mouse in the BIOS again, I am, like... I'm charging extra for that. You touch the mouse in the BIOS and I double the rate. What program did you use to make these tracks? I do everything in Mixcraft. If you're in the MSI BIOS and you're using the mouse for the fan curves there, then okay, fair enough, but Like, on Gigabyte, you can do the fan curves entirely using the keyboard. And ASRock as well, and Asus has... Asus fan curve... I think Asus actually has the worst fan curve editing in the BIOS of any vendor. Because isn't, like, I don't... Like... I've never tried to use it, but I have definitely gone into the fan tuning to, like, max it out. Like, just to max out the fan curves. I don't remember there being a curve editor, at least not a visual one. Oh, Gigabytes is kind of clunky, the most recent implementation of their curve editor. Those have fan curves in graphic mode. Wait, is that in the easy mode? And it's just, like, not in advanced mode or something? Because I don't use the easy mode on Asus BIOS, ever. Gigabyte's new company? No, that's always been Gigabyte's slogan. Kinda clunky. Did I not clear the CMOS? Why aren't we posting? Okay, it looks like it might have cleared because we're stuck on 15 for a while again. Yeah, okay, I think it actually posted now. What's even the point of Intel anymore? Good question. Preventing AMD from charging $1,000 for the 7950X 3D. Wait, where's the... No, not that. This. Yeah. Hopefully that actually did the thing that I wanted it to do. Yeah, it looks like it did. So I think it was the write-to-writes that broke everything, because that's usually what does that, is the write-to-write timings, for whatever reason, have to be really loose. We're gonna do it like this, and then we're gonna go back out, and I also wanted to max all of the fan stuff. Full speed, and then, I think it was tune all. Yep, looks like everything's maxed out. Yep. Cool. You know what? I should maybe save a profile before, we continue, because, like, I did just have to clear CMOS. DR... A die. The thing about the, like, Intel is better at, like, raw compute is, like, you also have a lot of people who say that Intel CPUs degrade if you run them at high load for long enough, and it's just like, so you don't actually want to use a Intel CPU for rendering because it's going to degrade, right? Which is just, like, I don't know if that's actually true. But I've also not, like, intentionally run an Intel CPU at, like, 400 watts for, like, 24 hours to see what happens. But then it's like, well, if you're going to run an Intel CPU at like a relatively low power limit, it ends up actually running very similarly to a 7950X, and then it's like, so why wouldn't you just use a 7950X instead? Unless you also need like a ton of memory bandwidth, which even like Intel has more memory bandwidth even at like DDR5 6600 or something, because AMD's memory system is just so bad. Nobody, like, Evo, most people here are, like, I think trying to ignore you for the most part. Am I wrong or right about that, chat? Yeah, nobody here knows you, and they don't want to know you, and quite frankly, we don't even want to read what you're saying. Well, so the thing with the, with AMD not making the Infinity Fabric as wide as it arguably should be, is that they probably came to the conclusion, like, if your cores can't actually read, or like if your cores can't do a certain amount of work, then it's like there's no reason to have more memory bandwidth than the cores have compute power. Right? And like, I'm pretty sure an 8700G is like slower than a 5950X. So it's like in multi-threaded loads. So why would an 8700G need more memory bandwidth than a 5950X? It doesn't. So it doesn't have it. Well, if you're saying you're the least experienced, why don't you, like, I don't know, shut up? I'm glad that I get some answers. You don't ask any questions. You spend like every live stream just talking about how great Intel is and how AMD has weird frame rate stutters. And then people who actually use AMD CPUs tell you that they don't have any stuttering issues, and you just ignore them. Like, what's the, why are you saying anything? I answered 3 of your questions, and how many comments have you posted? Because if you post, like, if you need to post that much to get 3 questions answered, you need to really think about, like, how you're asking your questions, because you're not very good at it. It shouldn't take, like, that many damn posts to get 3 answers. Well, Intel's PCIe lane allocations are very simple. You have I think you have like 2 X8 blocks of PCIe that are Gen 5, and that's it. And then there's an X4 of PCIe 4.0, which is like your CPU like your direct to CPU M.2 slot, and that's it. The rest of the PCIe goes straight to the chipset. Right, which is why, like, any Intel motherboard that has a Gen 5 M.2 slot, like, it steals lanes from the GPU, and they can't even give you 2 Gen 5 slots because the thing doesn't support the CPU, I don't think natively supports X4 on the Gen 5 controllers. So yeah, like, PCIe, like, lane distribution is, like, really weird. They don't, like, you need to design it to split up on intentionally. Like, it's not inherently X4, 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 which is also, like, recently there was, like, I think Samsung came out with, like, a Gen 5 X2 SSD, and people were like, oh, this is awesome, we're going to be able to put so many SSDs onto our very low lane count CPU, except it's like, no, you won't, because I don't think the CPU natively supports X2, 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 right? You're going to need some kind of intermediate chip that takes X8 and splits it out into X2, 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 X2. And that chip is probably going to be ludicrously expensive because those are, like, typically used in data centers. AM5 can have 2 Gen 5 M.2 slots? Yeah, because AM5 has 24 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. Intel doesn't. Right? Like, AMD, if they wanted to, they could have a motherboard with X8, X8, X8. And it would support X4, 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 like, X4 across all of those lanes. PCIe 4.0 X4 to the chipset. Well, depends on what you're doing, right? Like, if you're using a bunch of the chipset connectivity, then yeah, AMD's setup kind of sucks. Which is especially why I don't get why X670 is, like, so, like, weirdly popular when it's like, okay, so you have X4 4.0 into the first chipset, and then the second chipset is on, like, I think it's also still X4 4.0, but it's like, okay, so you have two chipsets sharing the same X4 4.0 link. You can't put a lot of bandwidth through that. Like, you just can't. So yeah, like, Intel has very limited PCIe lanes from the CPU, and AMD has very limited PCIe lanes from the chipset. It's not like a daisy-chained chipset. X670 is literally a daisy-chained chipset. That's like how ASRock has that weird, like, chipset expansion card for the B650 Live mixer. It's like, yeah, it's literally just an X670 chipset on an add-in card. Or it's like another B650 chipset on an add-in card, and it's like, bam, X670. B650E-E is an example of stupid PCIe configuration. Yeah, but that's like Asus being dumb with it. Like, that's not inherent to the chipset. That's just like the motherboard vendors are dumb. Right? Like, theoretically, it is entirely possible to build a B650 motherboard with, like, 2 Gen 5 M.2 slots and 2 X8 PCIe Gen 5 slots, where one of them also goes up to 16X, right? Like, you could literally take the functionality, like the PCIe, like the CPU PCIe distribution of, say, an X670 Hero. You could take that, rip off one of the chipset, and call it a B650 board. Because it would literally be a B650 board. That's the difference between an X670 and a B650 motherboard, is one of the chipsets went missing. Everything else can be the same. So it's just the motherboard vendors being, like, very silly as far as I'm concerned. Or, well, like, forcing people to get more expensive boards if they want certain connectivity options, right? Like the ProArt board that I have, right? Like, if one of the chipsets died, it would basically just be a B650 board. There's no reason, and all of the PCIe functionality of that board would still be there. It's just one of the chipsets wouldn't be there. Okay, so I actually want to enable the async overclocking, so we're going to do that. Because I want to do ECLK for Y-Cruncher. In my experience, that tends to work actually pretty well. Well, PCIe 6.0 calls an increase in layers. I don't think it'll add any more layers, because, like, PCIe 5 layout constraints are already ridiculously strict. Oh yeah, X670 ITX with the chipset on a add-in card, just so that it can be called an X670 board, yeah. Honestly, I really wonder why it is that, like, motherboard vendors aren't more, like, aggressive with their like product stacks, right? Because it's, well, actually, I bet I can answer that question. It's very simple. Most people don't know enough about motherboards to appreciate like a really decked out B650 board, right? Because you have like you have boards like the B650 Taichi. There's also the B650 ProArt from Asus, right? Where it's like the B650 ProArt from Asus has dual X8 support, which is like really cool in my opinion. But it doesn't have a bunch of PCIe 5.0. And then for some reason, like, I see a lot of people going for, like, B650E boards when it's like, do you have a Gen 5 SSD? No, then why? Do you think the 4080 Super will sell out quickly? I don't know. You don't lose any PCIe bandwidth. X670E literally only has an extra chipset. Like, what PCIe bandwidth are you losing? Like, Asus X670E boards in terms of feature set are pretty cool, right? Like, I literally bought a ProArt. Admittedly, I bought it on eBay for less than 300 quid because it was bashed, but, like, I wanted that feature set. But I'm not using the second chipset at all. It's all the exact same PCIe. Yeah, it is. It is literally the exact same PCIe. Like, damn it. So, I'm gonna go for AM5 motherboards. But, like, if you look at... Okay, so this doesn't have any PCIe 5, but there. So this is literally the cheapest B650 motherboard with PCIe Gen 5. Right, so this PCIe slot is Gen 5. And then your X670 motherboard with Gen 5. That isn't Gen 5. That isn't Gen 5. That isn't Gen 5. This is. Right, so this is the first X670 motherboard that's Gen 5. Like, it's the same board. I think the rear I/O might be better. Yeah, like, you get more USB ports because of the extra chipset. That's it. And I guess you also get, like, extra X4. That 1X is useless because, like, you put any GPU in there and it's just blocked. So, yeah, you get, like, one extra internal PCIe lane. You still only get 4 SATA ports as far as I can tell. Because, yeah, you get 2 over here, 2 over there. So, 4 SATA ports. You know, and like you might be like, oh, where's the extra chipset? It's over there. That's what this big metal block over here is, the second chipset heatsink, right? And that's missing on this board because you don't have that second chipset. You just have this one over here. So this has 2 chipsets, which is why you have one block, second block, and that's it. Yeah. And the price difference is like, this is like sub 200 and this is 240, isn't it? Yeah, so it's like a 25% price increase, which admittedly isn't very much, but like, why would you spend $40 on something, like, if you don't need the extra ports, why pay for them? Right? Because otherwise it's like, it's the same board, it's the same, like, I bet it's the same VRM, or roughly the same VRM. Memory overclocking is going to be the same. Probably neither of them is particularly good. B650E Tachyon. The B650E Tachyon never had a proper retail release, so you can't really call it discontinued when it never really started. You have, like, the X670E Pro RS, which is like this doesn't even have, like, full-size X, like this is why I don't get, like, why, like, Like, X670E and B650 don't have a big price difference between them because they're basically the same thing. And personally, like, I would rather have a cheaper board with, like, more attention paid to the connectivity directly off of the CPU than an extra chipset. Right? Which is why it's like, I don't get why we don't get some more, like, impressive B650 boards. You can also get some pretty expensive B650s. Right? Yeah, and the main downside is just, like, on B650s, you just don't get that much rear I/O compared to X670. Oh, that's probably why ASRock shoves the extra chipset all the way over here. So that it's shorter, like, less distance to all the USB ports. Probably makes the layout a bit more convenient. Because a lot of other X670 boards have the second chipset lives between your PCIe slots, or they're, like, on top of each other. Yeah, and then you also have very silly boards like this over here. Right? It's like, oh, you get 2 Gen 5 slots. One of them runs at X4. Why would you want that? At the same time, what's really annoying with this board is this is like the cheapest board that Asus makes that has a post code. Which is just like, Luckily, this exists. Right, if you really want to post code. But this board, they put this PCIe slot close enough to this slot that if you... And this one's off of the chipset, right? So... But they put this close enough to this slot that if you have a 4090, you can't use that. Which is really dumb. Like, really, really dumb. This is the thing I don't get about so many B650 boards, is like, this is such a good board, and then you do something like, oh yeah, if I want a 4090 and like a capture card, or maybe a networking card, or whatever. Like, this is functionally an ITX board, right? In terms of connectivity, this is basically an ITX board, because you shouldn't use 4 DIMM slots of you shouldn't use 4 sticks of DDR5 if you can help it. And if you have a 4090, well, you can't use that PCIe slot anyway, so why is it even there? And you can get ITX boards with 4 SATA ports. Admittedly, you're not going to get an ITX board with a rear I/O like this. So, like, okay, it's not completely an ITX board, but internally it's like, this is basically an ITX board, guys. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, how? It's eATX, and it's so badly laid out. How? Have the people at ASRock never seen a 4090? Because on the other end of the spectrum, right, ASRock does have this, right, where it's like you have a ton of connectivity from the CPU. Like, this is CPU, and this is chipset. And then you just only get 2 SATA ports, which kind of sucks. But, like, you know, and this also runs into the, like, hey, if you have a 4090, you can't use that PCIe slot problem. Which annoys me, but then, like, well, this board doesn't run into that, right? Like, if you just have, because if you're going to run the capture card off the chipset, which for the Tai Chi, like, this is chipset. This isn't CPU, this is chipset. So if you're running a PCIe card off of the chipset, like, yeah, you can put your 4090 here, and then you can put your whatever in there, and it'll connect to the chipset, and it's cool. And it's like, yeah, so why doesn't the Tai Chi just use this freaking layout? Like, this is just so much better as a PCIe slot layout, and it's like, nope. We put the chipset slot halfway up the board so it gets blocked by the GPU. It's just like, why? Why there? Look at all this space! What are you doing? Right? Like, literally, this board is significantly cheaper and comes with a better PCIe layout than this does. And the worst part is like, oh, well, I'll just buy the X670 board. I'm sure that'll fix it. No, it won't, because this is ASRock. They've never seen a 4090. Right? Here they did it the other way around. They moved the top PCIe slot 1 down. right? Because normally that top PCIe slot is like there's just a small gap between it and the CPU. And here they're like, okay, so this is now where it would be on a lot of other boards, so we're just going to move that top slot down to make absolutely certain that, yeah, your 4090 still won't fit with an add-in card. And it's just like, what the hell, guys? This is a $700 board. Or, oh, it was a $700 board at some point. Okay, $600. But this is like a $500 motherboard, and these guys have never seen a 4090. It's like, and the worst part is, like, this is actually X8. So this is like the kind of board where, like, some people who build like rendering workstations or AI workstations, they'd be like, yeah, I'd like to stick two 4090s in. It's like, you can't, because ASRock has never seen a 4090 apparently. Asus gets it, right? Asus gets it. You can put a 4090 there, and you can put another one there. This is like a sensible PCIe layout. You could have this exact same PCIe layout on a B650 motherboard for like half the price, but $650. Oh well. Motherboard manufacturers and making design choices that make sense is like very difficult. It's like, because if you work at a motherboard manufacturer, you probably don't actually use the motherboards. And then there's Gigabyte, where it's like, yeah, we have a $700 X670 motherboard, and it doesn't even do dual X8. Right? The Extreme. Which I am very annoyed about. Like, that was, like, the highlight feature of the Extreme boards from Gigabyte for the longest time was, like, those boards always had X8, and then the X670E Extreme doesn't have dual X8. And it's just like, why is it $700, guys? Like, you know, like, I can understand the dual X8 boards being expensive, because PCIe Gen 5 switches are expensive. But, like, this doesn't have those switches. What's up with the price? Well, there's a big difference between enthusiast, commercial, and workstation boards. But workstation boards are generally, like, if you've seen server motherboards, they're generally not using better parts than your generic enthusiast boards. Like, it's literally, like, where you put the PCIe slots is just, like, I don't, like, what even, like, what would you even call that? Like, that's not, like, basic design for practical use? And the funny thing is, the Asus ProArt board does the exact same thing that ASRock does with their PCIe layout, where it's like, yeah, you want an air-cooled 4090? It doesn't fit. This is our workstation motherboard for people who do 3D rendering and AI and that kind of thing. It's $500. Yeah, you're going to have to buy the gaming motherboard if you don't want to water-cool your 4090s, which is like, if I'm building a workstation, I am not water-cooling the 4090s. Like, that's ridiculous. Why would, like... Right? Like, that's kind of the last thing I would imagine somebody who's actually building, just like, I am building a workstation. It just needs to run and spit out renders all day, every day. It's like, yeah, the cards are going to be air-cooled. Like, nobody wants to deal with the like, extra work around a water cooling loop for a workstation. So why does the workstation board have worse PCIe slot layout than the freaking gaming motherboard? Because the gaming motherboard is $150 more than the workstation board. That's why. Asus wants you to buy a ProArt GPU then. Oh, right. Yeah, but I've, like, never actually seen the ProArt GPUs on sale. Like, I know they exist, But, like, I've never seen one in a store. Wait, are they even ProArt 4090s? Because I know there's, like, a ProArt 4080, but I don't think they did a 4090, did they? Yeah, they don't even... Wait, do they? Yeah, they don't even make a ProArt 4090. Like, they actually just... Thoughts about Samsung GDDR7? What am I supposed to tell you? Is fast, I guess. Like, I understand that PCIe Gen 5, like, switches are expensive. But, like, the CPU natively supports X8, X8. Actually, it natively supports X4, 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 X4. And so, like, I do not understand how it is so hard for motherboard manufacturers to just split out the... Like, you could do it on a... You could literally do it on a motherboard with no chipset. In fact, I'm pretty sure there are, like, server motherboards that do exactly that. Where it's like, there isn't a chipset, it just splits up the PCI lanes off the CPU. Like a workstation motherboard, in my opinion, would be like... has a postcode, has a bunch of PCIe slots, and that's it, basically. Right, and then, like, maybe IPM, like the board management controller thing. And maybe, like, a 10 gig LAN built in. Right, that to me would be like, okay, that's a workstation board. And then you look at actual workstation boards, and it's like, there's barely any PCIe lanes. The 10 gig LAN, actually, you probably do get. You probably get Thunderbolt. And then your PCIe lanes aren't even, like, your PCIe slots aren't even spaced properly for, you know, multiple GPUs. It's just like... Because I remember actually dealing with exactly this when I was doing a live stream just discussing motherboards, where somebody showed up and they were like, yeah, I'm building an AI workstation or something like that. I want to run two 4090s. I don't want to water cool them. What motherboard do I buy? And it's like, you buy a Crosshair Hero. Because there's literally no other motherboard where you can physically fit two 4090s on air cooling. Which is just dumb. Have you seen the MSI Z790M motherboard? Yep. Doesn't it have like a little add-on postcode thingy that it like comes with as an accessory? Also, it looks like Gigabyte broke ECLK overclocking again. The Gigabyte experience. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. Who knows? Because, this should be posting. Like, we cleared CMOS, we turned on ECLK overclocking, it's not booting. They broke it. I think it's dumb to run two 4090s. Why, though? Like, if you're building an AI workstation, you just, like, need a ton of RAM, and... you just need the VRAM. Like, you could use a mining motherboard. Have you seen workstation boards? There's basically nothing on them. But, like, I don't cover, like, workstation boards because it's like, oh, what can we say about the VRM? It's an 8-phase with, like, 60 amp power stages because that's what the minimum spec for the CPU is. Like, server boards are not special. They're just, like, designed with actual, like, you know, user user layout in mind, and I guess they might get more like firmware validation. But in terms of hardware, they're really generic. They use the same power stages as gaming motherboards, the same capacitors as gaming motherboards. Actually, they might use cheaper capacitors than gaming motherboards because gaming motherboards regularly do advertising around like, oh, we've got like 10,000 hour rated capacitors, whereas in server land, nobody cares. As long as the capacitor doesn't fail before the server gets replaced, no one cares what the endurance rating is. So you can just use the 5,000 rated ones because those last forever anyway. Right? Yeah, has postcode and has PCIe lanes. Look at this VRM heatsink. Does this look appropriate for the CPU? And this is their workstation division. Right? Like this is, yeah, workstation motherboards. Like, the Crosshair Hero literally has more power delivery than this does. It probably doesn't have as... You know, I'm not even sure it necessarily has less BIOS development. It just has, like, less BIOS verification. Like, I would assume that they just put out less updates for these. Unless there's, like, some critical vulnerability that needs to get fixed. Because the other thing is, like, you don't have to worry about having, like, crazy high memory support. Yeah, like, you just have, like, oh, look, everything is 4.0x16. And so here we have, like, yeah, a more generic workstation board. This one doesn't even have a lot of PCIe. Actually, do they not have any AM5 workstation boards? I guess not. What about server? Oh, they have some AM5. So let's see what AM5... These are literally B650 boards. They don't even use the X670 chipset. See my point? These are literally all B650 motherboards. Because the X670 chipset is actually stupid. They don't have workstation AM5 boards. Meanwhile, in Gamerland, you want a motherboard with, like... Because, like, PCIe, like... Like, if you have 8 PCB layers and you can do one Gen 5 X16 slot, you can do 2. Like, that's... Like, I've occasionally had people ask, like, hey, Buildzoid, will you look at, like, server motherboards? And it's like, no, because they're boring. It's just like, it's like if you took a gaming motherboard and took off all of the extra stuff. You know, like USB ports and power delivery and buttons. Actually, you don't usually get buttons these days. Oh, you remove a bunch of the M.2 slots. Yeah, that's the thing you do. You replace all the M.2 slots with PCIe slots and, like, U.2 connectors, maybe. That kind of thing. I want my damn Tai Chi with 24 power phases. Yeah, see, I'd rather if the Tai Chi had less dumb PCIe lane spacing and 12 power stages instead of 24. Not like it would make a difference with a 7950X. But no! The VRM takes up so much space on the board that we had to shift the PCIe slots down, so nothing fits. Gigabyte has an AM5 workstation board, and I imagine it doesn't even have a chipset, does it? See, how do I get to the workstation, like, Gigabyte workstation division? Oh, enterprise, right? Products, motherboards, workstation, AMD. Why is their website so slow? Okay, so we have a B650 chipset, WRX80, B550. See? Like, the workstation division agrees with me. The X670 chipset is stupid. Also, these don't even have that many PCIe lanes. Yeah, because that's the thing is, like, as far as I know, especially for, like, AI, if your model runs on the GPU, like, what CPU you have is borderline irrelevant. The only thing that matters is, like, how much I think, like, it's RAM is a concern, and then having the PCIe lanes for your GPUs, and that's it. It's like, everything else is secondary. And then rendering workstations are a similar situation, where it's like, if you're rendering with the GPUs, then you don't even need a lot of RAM, I don't think? Because if it doesn't fit into the memory of the GPUs, you can't render it on the GPUs anyway, is my understanding, specifically for, like, GPU-accelerated rendering. Yeah, it's just, like, 10 gig LAN and a B650E chipset, because, like, you don't need anything more. Intel workstation. I wonder if they have, like, something more interesting for Intel workstation. Wait. Oh, come on. Yeah, and this is exactly like you get 2 X8s and that's it. And then you get, like, some M.2 slots. A VRM that will never power a 14900K at 100%. Man, running a 14900K at 100%, like, on the, like, 253 watt power limit on this, you better have airflow, because, yeah, that ain't gonna fly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe. I'm not sure. No, that's not gonna be all CPU. Some of that, actually, they don't have a display port, do they? Actually, it does. Yeah, if this also has to power the iGPU, this is never gonna run a 14. Like, you'll need like a Delta fan pointed directly at that VRM heatsink for this to work at 100% load. But luckily, I don't think it even supports a 14900K, does it? Because it's for Xeon CPUs. Is this memory QVL? Oh no, it does support case SKUs. I wonder, would the 14900K power throttle on this? Because I think it would. Oh, you also get a speaker, apparently. So the motherboard can beep at you. No postcode, though. Interesting. So yeah, like, I can totally understand why somebody would build a workstation where it's like, because the thing is, like, obviously you have, like, the Threadripper and, like, big Xeon motherboards, right? Which, like, have all of the PCIe. But if you're building, like, a lot of people want a workstation, but it doesn't need to be $100,000 workstation. Okay, not $100,000, but it doesn't need to be like well, actually, potentially, yeah, right? Because you have, like, your $10,000 CPU on your several $1,000 motherboard with your $10,000 graphics cards. It's like, so if you're not building one of those, right, you're kind of screwed, because, like, your best option is literal freaking overpriced gaming boards, because everything else doesn't have the correct PCIe spacing, which is just dumb. Right, because people who are running two 4090s in a workstation, well, evidently they don't want to pay the NVIDIA Quadro or, do they still call them Quadros? No, they ditched that, didn't they? They're not buying the, like, NVIDIA rendering cards, right? Because those are, like, tens of thousands of dollars a piece, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, these are people who are trying to build a cost-effective workstation, And then they're stuck with a $650 gaming motherboard, where the only thing they actually want is the 2 PCIe slots. Everything else is like, I don't actually need that, it's just kind of there. They could buy 3090s. Aren't 3090s a lot weaker for AI than 4090s? PCIe risers. Well, okay, PCIe risers are certainly an option, but I think a lot of people who are building workstations don't want to deal with that kind of thing, right? Because the other option is like, well, you could water cool the cards, and then you don't have the problem that they're 4 slots thick. But the whole you're building a do you really want to do water cooling maintenance on your workstation? And then with PCIe risers, there's the concern that some of them kind of suck. So it's like, yeah, I would rather not have to deal with that. Right? You want to sort of minimize the number of failure points in your workstation. Because you want it to, like, well, work, not crash. Anyway, let's get back to this. We want to stick this board in a closet and forget about it for the next 3 years. Exactly. So the less weird shit needs to happen to the workstation, the better. So it's like having like a postcode is nice, because if for some reason it isn't wanting to boot up, then it's like that's nice to have, right? Which is like old Asus workstation boards understood this, right? Like Asus used to make boards like, and the reason I pulled this one up is because I want one. This. Right? Like, this is literally just like, it's a bunch of PCIe lanes attached to a CPU. That's all it is. And there's also a postcode, and a power button, and a reset button, right? So that if for some reason it doesn't want to boot, you have some chance of figuring out faster why it doesn't want to boot. Yeah, because there's a PLX, like, this big heatsink over here is because there's a PLX chip over here. So X16 from the CPU gets split into, like, X8, 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 X8. Now, you can't actually do 32 lanes worth of bandwidth, because the CPU only does X16. But you can have, like, quad SLI on this. Or you could hook up, like, well, 4 GPUs and render with them. And I think this one's off of the chipset over here. Yeah, and you get a clear CMOS button. There's even a U.2 connector over here. Yeah, and then like, the newer workstation boards. And with this, you could actually fit 4090s, because you'd put one over here, one over there, and everything would be fine. They don't make boards like that anymore. Literally, they don't make boards like that anymore. Oh, and then you had the X299 and X99WS boards, which were just... Okay, this one's pretty tame, but there was one that was just ridiculous from Asus. Pro... Might have been X99 then. Yeah, because this one's rather tame. The X79WS was ridiculous. Yep. Just like all the PCIe. Actually, I think they had one that went even harder on PCIe lanes. Oh yeah, this one. Oh man, that is such a sick looking board. This works. Or actually, the X99, they also had an X99 that was basically the same thing. Yeah, the X99E. Yep, same thing. Just like PCIe lanes for days. And then you had your like dual LAN and stuff. This also looks pretty cool, but I like the X79 one because it's like more industrial. There's less like fluff on the heatsink designs. Yeah, because this is literally just, like, board. Like, okay, like, they put some design thought into the heatsink over here, but this is just, like, this is a fin stack. We have attached it to a metal heat spreader, and it is a fin stack. And then there's some heat pipes, and there's another fin stack. Also, like, I preferred, like, I like it when you have, like, stuff that doesn't try to pretend to be something it isn't. Right? Like, with a lot of the gaming motherboards these days, you have a bunch of heat sinks that it's like, well, to be fair, I actually like this board. This looks cool, but... Though, I have wondered, like, why... Like, what is up with that heatsink geometry? Like, this can't possibly be more efficient than, like, you know, this. Like... In terms of getting surface area, just make a bigger version of this, is what I would assume would be better, right? Like, I think actually this, like, this thing is so big, like, total volume of this is so large, that I think it's probably more surface area in total, but I think, like, for cubic centimeter of space occupied, this is probably less, like, surface area to volume efficient than this is. And it's like, yeah, so, like, I would just like giant version of this, you know, like, you know how you have, like, those super cheap CPU heatsinks? Just give me that, but as a VRM heatsink. Speaking of which, Asus actually made boards that looked like that. Nope, not the ASRock version. Like, they still went, you know. Come on. There. Like, yeah, they still did some extra design work on it, but, like, this is just a heatsink. And honestly, I think they could have made it even bigger all the way to the rear I/O. And then make it, like, overhang the board. And then you look at modern motherboards, and you have all these, like, wacky heatsink geometries, where it's like, does this actually do anything? Oh, yeah, also the old... like, fatality boards from ASRock did that with the heatsinks, but whatever. Like, technically, this Gigabyte board also has, like actually just a fin stack on top of a heat spreader, but... Well, no, it isn't, because it has, like, a whole bunch of, like, covers and stuff. Not that it matters, because the VRM on this board literally can run a 7950X without a heatsink. I've tried it. Actually, even the cheaper boards from Gigabyte can do that. But, like, what is this? You know, this like, top piece. What does that do? Why is it there? It's an airflow restrictor. And then, of course, we have the great big I/O cover that just makes absolutely certain that any hot air that gets in, like, that's produced inside the heatsink fins, yeah, it's not getting out. Oh, I just realized you guys can't see my mouse. Yeah, but, like, this part up here is just like, I don't, like, what's that for? Why is it there? Does it serve any purpose? No, it doesn't. Why am I paying for it? I mean, I'm not paying for it. I got the board for free, but... This guy to my like, it's just, yeah. So I preferred the old, like I like the aesthetic of, like, old workstation boards from Asus, because they really did just go, like, this is a heatsink. There wasn't some big fancy, like, oh, super plus heatsink double ultra thing on it. It was just a heatsink with a heat pipe. More swooshy lines, better performance. Oh man, swooshy lines. Okay, that just reminded me of... Okay, it's not this one. Well, no, this one kind of gives you the idea. Yep, those are some interesting heatsink shapes. Not very high surface area. It's still fine though, but, like, Yeah. Oh, right, the ProArt! Actually, I can just show you the ProArt heatsinks. Give me a second. This. Oh, it's out of focus. But this is a heatsink from the ProArt. So we have like some like ribbing on the back. And then there's like this curved section. And then you have some like fins cut into it, which is like, yep, that sure is a heatsink. And then there's also this thing, right, with, like, no, oh, this way, there, yeah. Why? Why is it not just, like, fins cut into a block of metal? Anyway, so ECLK is broken. Thank you, Gigabyte. Very cool. Which means I guess we're going to have to manually overclock the CPU for Y-Cruncher, which is probably not going to go great, but we'll see. No. I think we might have to start with 1.4. No, the memory voltage bug shouldn't affect this. I think there's like a timing issue. It's preventing this from posting. I guess I'll just boot it up like this. See what happens. Because this should post, I think. Wait. ECLK works on F13. Yeah, but F13 is going to have worse memory support than F20. Do you still have the Z690 Unify? Yes. Why would I get rid of it? Like, as much as I hate Intel CPUs, I do like collecting special motherboards. I finally got my hands on a Rampage 3 Black Edition. It actually showed up yesterday. Anyway, there's like some Asus motherboards that are like very, very like swooshy lines, but can't remember which one it was. Z390 ROG Maximus 11 Extreme. I'd like to get that, because as far as I know, that's one of the best T-topology boards for Z390. And unlike the other Asus Z390 boards, it actually has a good VRM. I also need to get the Z390WS, because I'm pretty sure that's the last... Like, this is one thing I've been wondering about, is like, I think a 9900K on LN2 is better for quad SLI than X299. Because X299, I think, gets like a really bad CPU bottleneck. So I'd like to try Z390WS for like Firestrike and stuff. Because like Firestrike with quad 1080 Ti's runs at like stupid FPS. I'm pretty sure X299 can't keep up with it. And the 9900K can't... Like, I think at like 6-ish gigahertz, it might do enough physics score that it isn't too much of a problem. But I'm not 100% certain. Z390. Yeah, but there isn't a Z490 WS from Asus. There's only the, like, Super Micro board, and the Super Micro board probably sucks. If Asus made a Z490 WS, I would totally try to get that, but I don't think that exists, does it? And I'm not aware of any other Z490s like that. Yeah, Asus didn't make a Z490WS, and there's no other... Yeah, there's the C9 Z490 PGW, which is super rare and probably massively sucks on LN2. Though, I guess for Firestrike, that might still not be a problem even if you're stuck at, like, DDR4-3200. I'm surprised we haven't seen anybody run one of those boards for, like, for Firestrike with 1080 Ti's. Because I think Kingpin's X299 record is still holding, isn't it? No, server boards? Well, the issue with Supermicro is that they're just very new to, designing motherboards. For, like... Well, they're not new to designing motherboards, they're new to designing high-performance motherboards. Because, like, server boards, it's like, yeah, the memory runs JEDEC, and as long as your memory... Like, you can just use the Intel default memory configuration and it'll work. But as soon as it's like, yeah, you want to push the memory speeds really high, the Intel auto settings stop working, and that is a problem. It aired out. Well, still not below a 13.6, but closer. You need to overclock the weather. It's actually been pretty warm here in the UK recently. And the forecast is to get, like, way warmer. It's gonna be, like, it's supposed to be, like, 13 degrees outside soon. Which is ridiculous for January. Or, like, February. Man! So close to that 13.5. I guess a 10900K, even with trash memory settings, is probably going to be faster than a 9900K. Okay, so I guess more tuning is in order. Let's try overclock the CPU. $10°C? Or like freedom units? Celsius. Damn, that's warm. If it's supposed to be minus 30 Celsius, that is actually insane. Like last winter, around this time, it would have been like 0-ish outside, so here it's only like 10 degrees warmer than usual. But yeah, like 10 instead of minus 30 is insane. All the snow is gone. Well, it's not like we had much snow last year either here. But like, it is definitely warmer than last year. I'm glad, like, on one hand, I am slightly concerned, but on the other hand, my electricity bill for heating is much lower, and I'm glad. I'm, like, happy about that. It's like, it's concerning that it's so weird, like, it's weird that it's so warm at this time of year. On the other hand, I am really glad that I don't have to have the heating on anywhere near as much. Because, like, I don't like being cold. And the flat kind of sucks, even with the, like, it's less bad than it used to be, because the landlord did, like, do, like, internal insulation at one point in time, but I think most of the cold gets into this flat through the floor, and they didn't do anything about the floor. So it's, like, pretty typical that, like, the floor temperature in the room is going to be, like, if I measure the temperature on the ceiling might be at, like, 22 degrees, and the floor might be at, like, 15. There's, like, a 7-degree delta between the top of the room and the floor, which is just, like, yeah, that's awful. And the worst part is like, even if I turn the heating on, all that happens is the top of the room gets really warm and the floor is still cold. Well, last summer was actually really kind of cool and wet. Like, I think all of July was just rain. Over here. So, if anything, it kind of feels like the temperature difference has gotten compressed. It's like the winter is warmer and the summer, at least last year, was colder. I don't know, maybe this year it'll be like 40 and I'm just gonna die. I don't think there's any way it's reaching 40 up here, though. Like, it's crazy if it gets to, like, 30 here. Send US 8700G? No. If they had, I would have made a video about it. Well, I'd be working on a video about it. I probably wouldn't have gotten around to making a video about it in time for launch. Any benches like SuperPi where running 1-to-1 with low timings might be better than Pi Prime. But I think like once you're at 8,000 with 2,000 FCLK, the synced FCLK UCLK like ends up just beating everything. Because like there is a benefit to syncing the UCLK and the FCLK together. And that happens when you're at 8,000 with 2,000 FCLK, because your UCLK is 2,000. Like, 7,000 is just universally bad, because you're in 2-to-1 mode, so you got the 2-to-1 mode penalty, and you don't have, like, if you try to sync the FCLK, you're syncing to, like, 1,500, which is just way too slow. And if you're at, like, 7,200, you're still in the same situation, because actually, it's not 1,500, it's, like, 1,750, and at, like, 7,200, you're synchronizing to, 1,800, which is still really slow. But at like 7,600, synchronized FCLK is actually pretty solid, because you're synchronizing to like 1,900. And at 7,800, you're synchronizing to 1,950. And at 8,000, you're synchronizing to 2,000. So 8,000 with 2,000 FCLK actually has like good latency. Max 1-to-1 for B650 depends on your CPU. If you get lucky, it'll be like 6,600. If you get really lucky, some CPUs do 6,800. But generally, it's like 6,400, 6,600, and if you're unlucky, it'll be like 6,200. For DDR5, you want Hynix. Okay, so apparently 5.5 does not work. Like, at all, and it's not posting, which is really annoying. That is so stupid! So it looks like I'm basically maxed out on the timings. Like, the tertiary timings aren't getting lower. Maybe I could try 4.4 on the writes? But on Intel memory controller, the writes don't go lower than the reads, so that would be super weird. Now, 1.25 volts, you should be able to lower the cast latency from 38 a bit. But, like, honestly, I don't think, like, if, let's say you bump the voltage to, like, 1.43, you could probably run, like, 30, 36, 36. I don't think that would be massively faster. But it would, like, it would be a bit faster. 2100, 8400 would be the dream. Nah, the dream would be 2200, 8800. That would be like, yeah, that would be the actual dream for AMD, is like 2200, 8800. It's not happening with any of the currently available CPUs. Dream would be 4,000 to 12,000. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you dream hard enough, like, it could be like 6,000 to 6. Hell, it could be like 1-to-1, 4,000 to 8,000. I'm not sure if I should get an 8600G or an 8700G. The 8700G is kind of expensive, isn't it? Also, it's not like I'm behind on stuff to do, so, like, I don't... Yeah, the 8600G is a lot cheaper. Also, the GPU is a lot weaker. Why didn't they make it a quad-core with the full-size GPU? Getting any review samples? I've not heard anything about a review sample for the APU for me, so I'm probably gonna have to buy one. Actually, on the newest AGSA, 2200 FCLK seems to work basically always. Or, well, okay, not basically always, but it works a lot more than it used to. Okay, so 5.5 on the reads does not work. That is very interesting. Wait, like, it really doesn't work. I guess I could try even lower RTP, though I don't think that's going to exactly drastically improve the performance at this point. What else is there? This could maybe go a little lower. This could probably do 2. Okay, you know what? No, let's try the RTP alone, and then... should be able to run lower RDL right now. More advanced nodes, so, like, since, like, 22 nanometer, every improvement in, like, every node shrink has brought higher and higher thermal density. So temperatures have been getting worse. As power consumption, as power efficiency has been getting better, temperatures have been getting progressively worse. You know the PCB manufacturer of this memory? I don't. I tried looking around the edges and I didn't see any, like, obvious identifying markings. Man, I might be able to bench 36 TRC... Wait, maybe not. Actually, I think that might have just been because of, like, the board, like, having to find windows. No, you can run 6,000 at, like... There is a weird 3:2 ratio thing, but, like, it's not, you can't do 3000 FCLK, that's not a thing. Okay, so now we're running just the wackiest of primary timings. 3036, because the TRP just will not go below 39. That looks so weird. Actually, no, it's 2836. Okay, hopefully it runs. I think for the stable overclock, I'll drop this to 6200 and, like, work with that. Whoa, TRCD36 is working. Like, a lot more than it could. Come on, give me a 13.5. Yes! Finally, a 13.5. Can an 8700G do 3000 FCLK? No. So now I'm in the top 30. Yeah, because the next top score is like 13,476. And this is with the CPU still on auto. Yeah, so I think, like, the stable... Should I do a high voltage setup, or... Because the thing is, with AMD, what I've noticed, as long as you have enough cooling on the memory sticks, you can run basically infinite voltage. Like, it doesn't... Like, it's not like Intel, where if you run really high voltage, things start getting weird, even at, like, relatively low speeds. Whereas on AMD, it's like, yeah, at 7600, 1.75 volts, sure. Just make sure you have a fan. So I'm thinking, like, I could probably try, like, 6400 at... Well, no, but, like, 6200 at CL26 might be doable. It could be, like, 26, 36, 38, 39. Man, the TRP is so cursed. Oh, I didn't mash delete hard enough. Okay, well. The dual rank advantage with DDR5 is really mild. Clock for clock. Like, and especially on AMD, like, right now, I'd be better off with single rank for Y Cruncher. Because with single rank, we could bench at, like, 8,000, and it would just, like, especially for Y Cruncher, that's a huge advantage. Because it's so so heavy on memory bandwidth. I should have maybe requested a single rank kit as well, but oh well. Wait, I wanted to overclock the CPU. So the thing is, this thing is incredibly power hungry. So we're gonna do... we're gonna go low. No, standard. Yeah, the absolute lowest. And for CPU V-Core, we're gonna go like 1.25, because I'm not entirely sure if this is gonna overheat. And we're gonna start with like, I don't know, maybe 5 gigahertz initially for CCX. Because it's really easy to make these CPUs like thermally roll over. Because like I thermally rolled over a 7600 at like 1.35, I think. Something like that. So... The new AM5, you mean Zen 5? I kind of doubt it, but AMD has like made small improvements to the I/O die just like with every update. Right? Like as far as I know, the I/O die going from like 3000 series to 5000 series is the same thing, but the 5000 series chips can do higher FCLK if you get very lucky. So I think we might see something similar where it's like they might tweak a few things, but I don't think we're going to see like some radical... like it'll be, like I imagine it'll be a bit stronger, but I don't think it'll be like, whoa, this is so much better than it used to be. I don't have Ryzen Master, so we'll just reboot every time. So I expect this to be slower. It's not much. It really isn't by much, yeah, so why crunch your heavy? Very heavy. So heavy that, like, even on boost, the CPU is running basically 5-ish on average. I was running, like, 4x16 at, like, 6000 basically at launch. With a gigabyte board. But it was 4x16, so I didn't want to make a video about it, because it was like, also it needed like a ton of SoC voltage. Actually, it might have been 6200. But yeah, I never got around to making a video about it, because like, I didn't like it very much. Like, it worked, it was passing stress tests. I think I stress tested it for like 2 days or something. Not with retrains or anything, but just like, yeah, I just sat there and ran, I think, HCI for like a ridiculous amount of time. But yeah, I didn't get around to making a video about it. No, I was like 1.4 SoC. Well, that's bad. What are the temperatures like? We're gonna check with Cinebench. Which runs cooler than White Cruncher does, but it should give us some idea. Huh. It's really not that bad, so I guess I have voltage headroom. Oh, well, there's a lot of V-droop, so that helps. Or, well, I say a lot of V-droop, it's 60 millivolts, which really isn't that much, but... yeah, it's something. At the time, like the the guidance at the time was that 1.4 SoC 1.4 on the SoC was fine. Yeah, I think I'll do a 6200 CL26 setup with these. Because I think that's like 6400 is kind of iffy, and it does need maximum SoC voltage. Which I'm not thrilled about. I'm not really, I don't think it'll damage the CPU or anything, but it's just like the issue is, a lot of CPUs, even at 1.3 SoC, won't necessarily be able to do 6400, so I don't think it's that useful to show settings where it's like, yeah, you need to get really lucky with the CPU for them to work. And let's try 1.2A. Only bad on 3D? No, it's bad everywhere. It's just that, I think there might be some weirdness that makes the X3D chips more susceptible to it, but as far as I know, there was, somebody had a 17900X blow up. I think I saw a 7700X blow up as well. It affects all CPUs. The issue was that at the time, basically there wasn't enough testing on, SoC reliability at very high voltages, and it takes a while for the CPUs to fail. So everybody was like, yeah, 1.4 is fine, and then it's like, actually, no it isn't. That's why the auto rules in the BIOSes were so aggressive with SoC voltage, because, if you wanted to run high memory clocks, just raising the SoC voltage does that. Now, the limit right now is 1.3, not 1.35. 13.4? Nice. So now I'm in the top 28. Okay, I bet I can make, well, I'll hope that I can make top 20. I'm sure if I swap to single rank, I can do top 20, because with single rank, we can just run DDR5-8000 and just, DDR5-8000, 2200 FCLK, and I think even with the CPU on auto, we might get into the top 20, but, in 1-to-1 mode, much more difficult. Asus voltage, the voltage readings in, the SoC voltage reading in the motherboard BIOS, especially on Asus boards, is not accurate. Because it's from the Super I/O, and the Super I/O isn't accurate. Yeah, so when you, because if we look right now, if I check my SoC voltage, right, it's set to 1.3. And I think Gigabyte actually puts a little bit more effort into where they reference the Super I/O. But if you look at my SoC voltage over here, it says it's not above 1.3, right? But if we scroll down and we check SoC over here, it's 1.33. Right, and this is because this chip over here, the IT86 whatever, yeah, that just has a garbage connection to the, this is the reading from the, VRM controller, and this is the reading from the Super I/O, and the Super I/O is it's not really, it doesn't have a super fine, it doesn't have a super fine resolution, so I think it's 12 millivolt steps or something, and yeah, I think it's 12 millivolt steps. So the resolution is terrible. And 2, it's connected on the motherboard. It's not at the CPU. The VRM has a connection to the CPU so that it can see what the CPU is getting. The Super I/O doesn't, because nobody cares about the Super I/O. So, and when you check the voltages in Asus BIOS, for SoC voltage, it's reading the Super I/O. It's not reading the VRM. Because to read the VRM, you need the SVI. You need to connect over the SVI3 TFN interface, which in the BIOS, I don't actually know why they don't do that, but it's just like difficult to do that in the BIOS, so they don't. Okay, we need more core voltage again. Aorus Elite ZAX over the Nova? I don't know. I literally, like, please do not ask me about Intel motherboards. I do not know. There's one motherboard that's, like, good on Intel. It's the Apex. Everything else, I have no idea. I'm not gonna test it. I don't care. Gene has V-Core and SoC. Yeah, okay. I guess also the Hero then as well. But the mainstream Asus boards don't. Like, my ProArt reads garbage for the SoC reading. Actually, I think Gigabyte even also in the BIOS. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, you can see, like, whoa. Yeah, the garbage SoC voltage reading again. So, yeah, just like, I just wouldn't pay attention to that, because it's not accurate. Is this live? No. Also, why is your name different color from everybody else's? What does that mean? Why do you have a check mark? Do I have a check mark? I'm assuming I'm yellow, right? Yeah, mine is yellow. Verified channel. Oh. Where is Pentagram? I mean, we can bring it back. Though, it's not DDR5, like, it's not meant... Actually... Yeah, it's not really relevant for DDR5. Because it's for DDR4. I guess I should make a new DDR5 version. And I should make it, like, even more distorted. To match how cursed DDR5 stability is. Oh, don't tell me it already. No. No, I don't have more cooling. What did you eat today? The sandwich? Why do you care so much? And try to include the DDR5 training times. I don't know how you'd represent that. Live DLID. No. Like, I'd rather... Like, I would like to run this CPU on liquid nitrogen one day. So we are not delidding it. Even though I don't know when that liquid nitrogen is gonna happen. Retro DDR3 OC video? So the thing about DDR3 is that there's like a lot of DDR3. And it's all very different. Man, if it already rolled over, that would suck. Wait, whoa, thanks Powell for the 50 bucks. And I think it rolled over. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, we can try even more voltage, but like... Or maybe I could drop the CCD too. You know what? I'll drop the second CCD and we'll bring the primary back up again. It would have been... Pretty sure that would have been more effective if you had just... Well, I guess Patreon doesn't really make it convenient to do a big one-time donation. Kinda sucks. I should do something about that. Because I think YouTube takes a pretty substantial cut on Super Chats, doesn't it? Or it's like the same cut as they take on everything else. Oh well. Like, it's still, like, a lot. Like, you've, like, paid for, like, multiple years of watching my videos without ads with that. Actually, more like centuries of watching my videos. Because, yeah, it's like, I think the rate per view for, like, single view is so low. Right, because all the payout, like all the advertising payouts are in like per 1,000 views. So yeah, if, like one. Honestly, I think you could super chat like $2 and it would be like a few hundred years of watching videos. Especially with how long mine are. Whoa, the second CCD really sucks. Yeah, it's literally like 0.001 cent. Well, okay, not quite that bad, but it's in that range per view. This is slower than my previous best. What the hell? Okay, let's check them temps, because they're probably terrible. Actually, I should probably not run it at high priority, just like normal, so that we get fast temp updates. Yeah, 80 isn't that high. Oh. And then it hit 90. Yeah, so we're probably rolling over at this point. It pays way less in January and February. Yeah, or more like it pays way more in December, because everybody wants to, like, advertise their shit before Christmas. Hey, top... Nope, that's still top 28. Man, I need, like, another 200 milliseconds before I get another position. Apparently the second CCD on this chip is trash. Which, like, that's true, like, or... Well, that's expected, but, like, you know, sometimes you'll have a smaller or a bigger gap between the primary and the secondary. And right now the gap is, what, like 200 megahertz? That's a lot. Yeah. Let's try 5.3 on the primary. They do what to balance it out? Well, it needs more V-Core. Hopefully more V-Core actually helps instead of making things worse. No, use one. No, it's... Well... If they were using 2 good CCDs, then the CPU would be significantly more expensive to manufacture. Right? This way you can have 1 good CCD that has all of the, like, massive boost frequency, and the trash CCD is there for when you want to run Cinebench. I picked up a GTX 760 for free. Do you have any recommendations on what kind of CPU and motherboard I should pair it with? Man, and here I was hoping you were going to ask for, like, what kind of mods you should do to it. It's really slow. Like... I don't think it even gets driver updates these days. So, like, whatever you have lying around, especially since you got it for free, because... Well, no, like, mods for, like, benching, unless, like, if you're asking about what CPU and motherboard to pair it with, I'm assuming you're not benching it, because if you're benching it, then you just use the most powerful CPU and motherboard you can. Right? It's like, what is an appropriate CPU to use for a GTX 760 and 3D Mark Vantage? A 7950X. For Firestrike, a 14900K. What mods would you do to a GTX 760 other than volt mods? Well, yeah, core voltage, memory voltage, probably PEX. That's it. Maybe cap mods, depending on if it's like a reference PCB or not. A 1060. I have 2 760s. Then again, I have issues. I have a 760 with, like, a good chunk of a dead Vega on it. What did I want to do? Right, try more V-Core. And really, really hope that it doesn't just thermal, roll over at this point. 760? It depends on what 760 you get, because a lot of them have a, like, there's, like, a voltage controller that you can get on some of the 600 and 700 series cards. Actually, no, there's like a bunch of NVIDIA cards where you can get a voltage controller that, like, you mod the feedback pin, and it'll trigger over voltage protection if you do that. So you need to mod the actual, like the actual, because you have an FB pin, which, like, depending on the controller would be the, like, would actually be the, like, feedback pin, but here it's, like, used for something else. And there's, like, another pin that's used for actually, like, sensing the output voltage instead of the FB pin, and so, yeah. So usually it would be, like the proper way to mod that controller is to use a vid mod, which is a massive pain, because you need a bunch of dip switches. And you also need to, like, cut all the traces because, well, yeah, you might need to cut the traces, because otherwise the GPU driver is going to, like, fight your vid mod, which is really not fun. So, yeah, depending on what 760 you get, it can kind of suck. How do I deal with the feeling of wanting to upgrade CPU without needing it? I don't know. What CPU do you have? Well, looks like we've run out of cooling. Yay! I mean, we can try even more V-Core, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to crash faster. Wait, a 10.5? The hell is that? Like an i3? Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, is an i3. Locked i3 I got for cheap, but it's more than enough. Well, maybe if you find a really cheap 11400F, that would probably be a substantial upgrade. I think. I don't remember. Is there a DDR5 that's equal to DDR4 4000 CL14? That would be like DDR5. What do you mean by equivalent? Because like DDR5 7200, well, it depends on what you're doing, but 7200 will generally beat 4000. Maybe a school PC. A little faster than my MacBook from 2013. Oh, it'll probably roll your MacBook from 2013. Like, your MacBook Air, actually, especially a MacBook Air from 2013. If you are trying to play games on a MacBook Air from 2013, then that GTX 760 is going to be, like, a massive upgrade. Okay? Like, I did not know what you're working with, didn't realize that that is what you're working with, because the GTX 760 will absolutely... Like, the MacBook Air doesn't even have a GPU, like, a dedicated one. That's like the integrated Intel GPU. And that's an integrated Intel GPU from 2013. It is really slow. Like, that 760 is gonna be like... maybe... I'd say at least 5 times faster, if not 10 times faster. Like, a 760 can actually play 3D games. Intel iGPUs is like 3D games from maybe 2004. DDR5-6400 CL30 is going to beat 4000 CL14 in most games. Yeah, probably. So yeah, like if you got a free 760, then like honestly, you could even use an ancient CPU in that case. You could use like a freaking i5 4670K or something, and it'll roll a MacBook Air. Now, 4670Ks on eBay are generally pretty cheap. So yeah, like a 4670K with a 760, and like you've got yourself a decent 2014 gaming system compared to a 2013 laptop. Oh boy. Like a 2013 MacBook Air, that is like, man, that is hard to like even contextualize how slow it is compared to modern hardware. Like, what do you want to use the 760 for? Because like compared to that MacBook Air, like you can actually play games on that. Well, I think we've run out of voltage headroom. It's too slow for games. For modern games, yes, but he's going from a MacBook Air. Like, this person can't even possibly... Like, they have to be playing, like, Flash games. Like, a 2013 MacBook Air. Like, that 760 is, like... a completely different league of hardware compared to a 2013 MacBook Air. Didn't NVIDIA already end driver support? Yeah, but, like... Like, if they're not trying to play modern releases, like, they can play a lot of other stuff. Right? Like, there was games in 2013, released in 2013, that won't run on that MacBook Air. Like, they will not run. They'll run at, like, 5 FPS. Whereas on that 760, they'll be playable. So, like, it really depends on what they're trying to do. Like, sure, compared to, like, an RX 580, a 760 is, like, really slow. But compared to an Intel iGPU from 2013... Age of Empires... You could play Age of Empires 3 on that, easily. Like, I played Age of Empires on a MacBook. Age of Empires 3 on a MacBook Pro. And that was like, that was some mobile NVIDIA card. A 10600K is going to be massive overkill for a 760. Like, actually just ludicrous overkill. Though, if they want to do it like, oh, I build a system for the 760 right now, and then if I stumble across another incredibly cheap GPU, upgrade it again, then yeah, the 10600K would be, like, a better starting point. But honestly, like, if you just want to play games, like, games that a MacBook from 2013 can't play, a 4670K is going to be so much faster. Actually, you could probably even use one of... Okay, no, X58 Xeons are really cool until you realize you need to buy a motherboard. Yeah, no, like 4670K on some, like, the cheapest LG, like, compatible motherboard you can find with that 760 is gonna, like, that's just gonna destroy that MacBook. Man, Ryzen being so incredibly temperature sensitive is so annoying. Oh, you could also just put a 760 in some random pre-built. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like a DDR3, if you can find a DDR3 pre-built with like a quad core, you can stick the 760 in there and it'll play like a bunch of stuff that the MacBook would never even dream of running. Because MacBooks do be slow, especially MacBook Airs from 2013. Damn. 4th gen Optiplex. Yeah, sure. That sounds like a good option. Honestly, even like a 37, like a 3000 series Intel wouldn't be bad. Because, like, it's a laptop CPU, right? Like, those old laptop CPUs, they run at like 2 gigahertz. Open your window. The room is cold enough as is, and I know. $1230 V2 is like $2. That probably sucks, though. Actually, the MacBook Air CPUs probably didn't even do 2 gigahertz. They were probably under that. Wait, 1230 V2. Oh, that's actually a 3.7 gigahertz, 3.3 base. Yeah, so that would actually be like, if you find a motherboard for that, that's a perfectly viable CPU. Oh, it even has 8 threads. Yeah, so with a 760, that would actually be very solid. The MacBook Air CPU is 1.3 gigahertz. See? See, chat? That's exactly my point. That laptop... So, yeah, like, I don't know what you want to do with it, but if all you want is something faster than a MacBook Air, that 760 is actually a really solid starting point. And then I would like look for some cheap quad-core CPU, basically. It's an i7, basically. Yeah, I can see that from the spec. It's basically a locked 4770K, I'm guessing. Or is it unlocked? Okay, well that's a memory error. You can... I don't know... Well, I mean, yeah, you could take it to the recycler, but, like... It's still usable as a laptop, I'm guessing. Wait, the battery's probably dead at this point, isn't it? You can still use it for editing text. There are X99 kits for less than $100. Yeah, but are you getting a CPU that actually runs at like 3 gigahertz? Like, personally, I'd be looking for like quad-core Intels. Because if you're like, especially, like, they're not going to be playing modern games with a 760. Right? Like, most of the games you'll play on a 760 were designed for quad-core Intel chips. So I think the most appropriate motherboard and CPU would be quad-core DDR3 Intel. Use the laptop plug in and still works great for school, but some Chrome tabs take. Yeah, no, really, like, 4670K, like, actually not even a 4670K, just look for like a random old 4th gen or 3rd gen Intel, even 2nd gen Intel. Like, man, that laptop, like, that's a 1.3 gigahertz laptop CPU. Like, if you can find a quad-core Intel CPU that runs at like 3 gigahertz, and you have, and the main concern with a pre-built is going to be the power supply for the 760. You're going to need at least like a 300 watt power supply, I think. And the issue there is like, what connectors does your 760 have? Is it like, does it have an 8-pin or a 6-pin? Because that's like the main concern is like what power connectors your 760 needs. Memory is upset about something. I'm guessing it's probably the TRCD being a bit on the edge. It's an EVGA and an 8-pin and a 6-pin. Oh. I was going to use my old 500 watt PSU from EVGA with it. Oh, you already have a PSU. Yeah, then just like find like a quad-core DDR3 Intel motherboard. Quad-core Intel CPU, DDR3, so that like the memory is going to be, well... Oh, you're going to need to run Windows 10 on it, probably. So you're going to want at least like 16 gigs of RAM. 16 gigs of DDR3 shouldn't be too bad. You can run like 4x4 if you have to. You know what? I might actually just check like obviously I'm in the UK, so wait, am I going to do that? Give me a second. Is it gonna show my address? Actually, you don't even need a case for it if you're willing to run it in a sketchy setup. Okay, looks like I blocked all of the references to my location. I think. Oh, I guess I could wait. Where are you? I'm gonna 3D print a case for it. Oh, well, if you don't need it, like, if you don't need a case for it, that helps. But, like, okay, so I can't see my ad. Well, man. Is it gonna screw me or not? Oh, it will. Oh, damn it, eBay. Nah. Create, there, okay. So, yeah, honestly, even something like this, right, where it's like you get a 4460 and it's like 40 quid. So, yeah, like, you probably need to if you have a power supply already, you can probably get a motherboard CPU memory combo for around 50 bucks. And it'll be adequate for the system. Oh, here's a 4590. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of DDR3, and ideally you'd want a 4-slot motherboard. Okay, this is junk. This is actually terrible. Do not. Oh, even better. Wait, no, the 6100 is a dual core, so that's actually a bad idea. That's unnecessarily expensive. That's a dual core. Garbage. Oh, this actually looks like, yeah, again, only 8 gigs of memory, but the price is really low, and it's another i5-4440, which is like, that's a solid CPU, especially compared to your 1.3 gigahertz MacBook Air. It's like, that thing is so slow. Oh, this is actually a solid option, like 2600K, and it even comes like, yeah, something like this where it comes with like a solid cooler. If you have a 500 watt power supply, you could run that 2600K at like 4.5 gigahertz, or 4.4. I would not go with a 4170. So yeah, there's tons of options. Just like, look for a DDR3 era, DDR3 Intel quad core, and you're gonna find something that's like adequate for your 760. Because the 760 is really freaking slow. Yeah, that's why I like the 2600K, because it was 16 gigs of RAM, has a cooler. Nah, Incognito won't, like, the issue is eBay is pulling my address based on my ISP. And my ISP is, like, relatively regional, so you'll get, like, a vague idea of roughly where I am. You're up since 4 a.m.? Yup. So yeah, I think for like 50 bucks, you can probably find a solid motherboard CPU memory combo for like quad-core DDR3. Actually, I was up before 4 a.m. I woke up at midnight. And by, like, at 4 a.m. is when I decided to start streaming. When did you get to sleep? 2 p.m.? Something like that. Now, I'm not always on some crazy sleeping schedule, but when you sleep 9 hours and stay awake for like 16 to 18, your sleep schedule tends to shift around the clock. What sun exposure? Are you a full-time YouTuber? I'm a full-time YouTuber. Already running, you say? Oh, there we go. Generate schedule, they call it on Twitch. Yup. Basement dweller schedule. Except I don't have a basement. Check, I saw what you said, and what you said actually doesn't, like, make any sense. Because, like, I've literally manually fixed that issue by just disabling the E-cores. Like, I can use the exact same amount of memory and turn off the E-cores and it works. Or I can go into Task Manager, manually reassign all of the threads to the P-cores, and then it also works. But if I leave the E-cores enabled, HCI, like, for initially, it spawns the threads on the P-cores, and then Windows, in its infinite wisdom, moves all of the threads to the E-cores, which makes them run at, like, half the speed, because the E-cores don't have a, like, very strong memory bandwidth, like, aren't really designed to have a lot of memory bandwidth going to them, so it runs at 20 gigabytes per second. Anyway, this is a new best for me. 13, yeah, but still not, like, it's not moving me up the rankings. Oh well, top 28, I guess. That's something. I kind of wonder what this does for Pi Prime. Oh wait, we've got the threading set up all weird. $953. I think that's okay-ish for a system. This is one thing that really annoys me with a lot of the really memory-sensitive benchmarks, is that, like, there's so many wacky tweaks you can do to make them run faster that, like, you can't just run the benchmark and go like, oh, this is a good memory tune. No, it's like you need to disable all the shit, and then you can run the benchmark and be like, okay, now it's a good memory tune. And then you can turn everything back on again. Oh, there isn't, like, a dedicated Ryzen ranking. Like, there is a way to... I'm not dealing with that, man. I'm too lazy. What about putting this setup in an Intel system? I got depressed enough the last time with the Apex. We're not going through that again. 1080 for time spy? I don't think that does anything. Well, the Y cruncher is pretty quick, so I guess I'll try... Actually, this is Benchmate 11.3. This should be up to date, I think. Right? This isn't gonna have any validation problems, right? Let's check the rules. Y cruncher Pi 1 billion. Rules. CPU Z version 1.98 or newer. Okay, I got that. Got the newest Benchmate, so I got that. Cool. I don't need to worry about anything. I'm just gonna go back up to 1080p. Ah, damn it, Windows. Nope. Ah. How does this work again? Honestly, I'm happy with this result, though. Like, considering we're in I'm not, like, it's dual rank 1-to-1 mode. Not, you know, like, this is not really an optimal setup, and that I'm super cooling limited on the CPU. No, wait, nope. There. Oh, wait. Thing's not fitting. Okay, I think that's valid. Just a print screen just in case, and save result, and that's it. That's everything I need to do. So now we're gonna switch over to setting this up for like a daily overclock, because yeah, I'd like to like stress test something and go like, oh, you can daily this kind of thing, because this is not dailyable. Oh, that means I need to turn off the overclock. Actually, that's really easy, so that's good. Just put the CPU back on auto, and then tune for stability. I don't know if... How did RAS get so low with DDR5? On DDR3, you could run RAS at like freaking 16? I know on early DDR4, like the X99 memory controller supported RAS down to like 16 or 12 even. The CPU V-core back to auto, and then 6200. I think with 1.25 that should be stable. And I do kind of want to do something silly like CL26. And I think at 1.65 volts it'll work. I'm just going to bump this back up to 69. Nice. It's required. One cannot read the number 69 without saying nice. I guess we'll put this to 400 for today. And then... You know what? I don't really feel like dealing with stability problems, so we'll just bump that to 6. It should work. Won't you melt the RAM at 1.65? Evidently not a viewer of my content, are you? And now it's like lower than CL or TRP. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Oh, right, there's that rule. That rule doesn't actually mean anything. There's a lot of, like, very silly rules about how to set memory timings, and a lot of them aren't real. The only thing that's actually kind of, like, weird is that you can set TRAS below TRC. Well, it's not weird that you can set TRAS below TRCD. What is weird is that setting TRAS below TRCD still leads to performance improvements. Like, I have a video of, I think, what was it, DDR5-6000 CL24 at, like, 1.75 volts. No, damn it. Man, where did they put the your channel thing? There we go. Oh, no, no, please, no, I don't want to hear myself. Yeah, I did 6000 CL24 at like 1.75. I've done 6200 CL26 multiple times across various motherboards. Now, I never made a video about this, but I also did a stress test of 7600 CL30 at 1.75 volts. It's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you put a fan on the memory sticks. What motherboard BIOS software do you prefer? For AMD, like AM5, Gigabyte. Or well, man, okay, no, that doesn't work. Because, so, everybody has bugs, they just have different bugs. Like, Gigabyte's memory support is very good. And their ECLK overclocking support is very bad. And then there's, like, Asus, where it's like, you don't have any ECLK overclocking issues, but the memory overclocking is somewhat less reliable in my experience. So, yeah, it's like, it's kind of pick your poison. And then on Intel, honestly, on Intel, I don't know what you should go with. My experience with Intel memory stability is terrible. Any advantage to just water cooling the RAM? Well, it'll get you better temperatures than running a fan on it, but, like, running a fan on it generally does enough. Gigabyte's boards generally have all the same options, regardless of if they're $100 or $600. Because Gigabyte can't be bothered with spending money on, like, blocking features. That's an Asus thing. ASRock has the same issue, except in ASRock's case it's worse, because ASRock will sometimes leave things on in your motherboard's BIOS that physically don't exist on the board. Gigabyte doesn't do that. Thoughts on the MSI budget 2DIMM M-Power board? Why do they keep forcing 6-layer? They're not really forcing 6 layers, are they? Your memory issues with Intel is your CPU being a bad bin. I don't care what the issues are. I'm not dealing with it anymore. Like, either Intel will give me a CPU that doesn't suck, or I will refuse to tune Intel CPUs. That's the solution I've arrived at. Because I am not going and feeding the Intel CPU manufacturing slot machine money. I don't like loot boxes. Actually, I don't like any form of RNG. Why Cruncher is failing on Z790 Apex, and you don't know why? Welcome to Intel. Have you tried lowering the memory speed until it stopped failing? Because that generally works. All the YouTubers are paid by Intel? Who on earth are you watching? Like, LTT, last I saw, LTT considers the 7800X3D the best gaming CPU. Hardware Unboxed considers the 7800X3D the best gaming CPU. Gamers Nexus, I think, also considers the 7800X3D the best gaming CPU. Is there some underground, like, group of YouTubers who like Intel that I've never heard of? Frame Chasers. Yeah, but I wouldn't, like, that doesn't... But we know for sure that he isn't paid by Intel. Is the X670 Aorus Master a good motherboard for RAM OC? Yes, but so is literally any Gigabyte motherboard. Well, I haven't verified this myself, but I've heard from other people that even like the 6-layer Gigabyte boards basically clock RAM the same as the 8-layer Gigabyte boards at this point. I have not had the chance to check that myself, but like, I can't tell a difference between, say, the B650E Master and the X670E Master. Like, they're the same board as far as I'm concerned. And if you're in 1-to-1 mode, honestly, even like an ASRock B650 Live Mixer does the same kind of settings as the higher-end boards. You just need like different settings. Like, the main reason to get the Master is if you want the dual Gen 5, like there's 2 Gen 5 M.2 slots on it off the top of my head. And you also have ECLK overclocking, which is broken sometimes, depending on which BIOS version you're on. Honestly, even the ASRock B650 HDV is like a solid memory overclocker. Like in 1-to-1 mode especially, it's like it really doesn't matter what motherboard you get. They all kind of top out, like you're going to be limited by your CPU in 1-to-1 mode. And for 2-to-1 mode, you have like, I'd say the Gene is the golden standard for 2-to-1 mode. And then you have like, I'd put below that, I'd put Gigabyte, and then everybody else, probably. Oh, this is mighty stable. So that is super interesting. This memory kit really hates low TRP. Like, damn. I wonder if that's like a consistent thing with dual rank. I wonder if Corsair would be willing to send me a dual rank A-die kit for comparison. Because I really, like, I wonder, like, is it just this kit, or is, like, all dual rank like this, where it's like, yeah, you can't set low TRP on AMD. Alright, I'm gonna try find Oh man, this is gonna take forever. Oh, I'm not gonna find it. Man, I should, like, save memes from my Discord. Because some of them are really good. A lot of them are garbage, but some of them occasionally really good. I have a dedicated meme folder. Because, yeah, scrolling through the memes thread is not working. Man, this must be, like, ancient. Damn it. Oh, I'm not gonna find it. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Damn. How do you feel about trademarking the term buildzoid timings? I think trademarks are stupid. Actually, no, those kind of make sense. Make more sense than, like, intellectual property. As far, like, more sense than a lot of patents, right? Like, the Asetek, because I guess, like, it would suck if somebody who wasn't me was claiming that, like, their random mix of timings is, like, my idea. I'd be annoyed by that. Yeah. I would be less annoyed if they copied my timings and said that they were their own creation. I would actually just not care about that. Keeps a way closer eye on chat than he seems like he does. Yeah, I'd say they're basically, well, like, if I wake up and there's, like I do actually do I'll wake up and, like, check if there's anything interesting. But if there's, like, a really long conversation, I won't go and scroll upwards through it unless the part that I see first thing is, like, actually worth engaging with. Because, like, I hate it when people, like, show up late to a discussion and then they just, like, start talking about something that was covered, like, hours ago. So it's like, yeah, if I see a discussion that I'm late to and I want to add to it, I'll, like, scroll up to see if there's, like, in case, like, to make sure that I don't repeat something or just, like, make a point that was already covered. But otherwise, it's just like, yeah, I'm not, like, if I'm not interested in adding anything to the conversation, I won't bother scrolling up. When are you going to do a 13600KF stream? Never, because I don't have a 13600KF. I do have a 13600K, and I'd prefer not using it ever again. Man, I should really not stream at 4 AM, because, like, right now we're literally just watching Y-Cruncher run, and I have, like, 50% more viewers than when the stream started. It's almost like people sleep at 4 AM. Casuals. What do you mean you have a life? That's why your system isn't stable. Do you have a job? Get rid of the job. It's bad for stability. I didn't wake up at 4 AM. I woke up at midnight, and I started the stream at 4 AM. There's a difference. I was already awake for 4 hours. Is this stream going to be on the channel afterwards? Yeah, it's going to stay up. I'm not going to remove this one. I mean, they sleep at 4 AM even during the weekends. Like I said, casuals. How can you not be exhausted? I slept from 2 p.m. or like 3 p.m. till midnight. I slept for like 9 hours. Why would I be exhausted? Like, I sleep a lot. I just sleep at at the wrong time. Though sometimes I don't sleep that much, but that's like random. That I'll be like on ungodly hours and also only sleeping like 6 hours a day. Voluntarily, mind you, which is concerning. And today seems to be a bit colder than yesterday, so I'm actually kind of glad that like Y-Cruncher is happily like heating up the room now. It's quite nice. The air coming off of the radiator, very pleasant. Do you switch between Y-Cruncher and Linpack from M-Test, or you just power up what you feel like running? I don't really use Linpack anymore these days, because like I found that Y-Cruncher is just way better. So, like, running more Y-Cruncher is generally a better way of testing something. Like, running more VT3 is, in my experience, a better way of testing stability than running really more of anything else, except maybe Karhu. Oh, actually, speaking of Karhu, or, like, stress testing in general, so when I first started messing with this memory kit here, like, I wanted to set up, like, a really stable baseline, you know, thing. And, damn it. We don't have enough memory. There's no RAM. Y-Cruncher ate it all. Why are you so stupid, Windows? Okay. Wait. Oh, wait, no, I think that's actually this OS having broken photos. Right? If I open Paint, yeah, I can open it in Paint. Anyway. 2 days of Karhu. 2 whole days. 0 errors. Now, admittedly, it's just DDR5-6000, but I really wanted to be, like, absolutely certain that it's not going to do anything weird. It's also, like, this Y-Cruncher setup right now is for over 2 hours. Right? That's, like, yeah. A little over 2 hours. And it errored out. I wonder if that's because of what I just did. What voltages are we at? Kind of low on VDDQ. No, I don't think that would cause that to error out. Well, we can try. Change a few things. Oh wait, that's auto VDDQ, and this is with Expo turned on. Interesting. Very interesting. I'll try it like that and see what happens. The Y-Cruncher erroring out, honestly, I'm leaning more towards like TRCD being too low. It's on 15, it's memory training. So, yeah, the 4070 Super seems like a pretty solid increase over a 3070. That's what, like 40%? Right? 69 to 100. Like, depending on the games you're playing, that'll certainly be noticeable. Favorite game right now? Don't have one currently. Like, I've been playing an awful lot of Need for Speed Unbound, but that's like... It's not... It's mostly like a good way to kill time rather than, whoa, I love playing this so much. I mean, it's fun, but it's not... It's not like it completely, like, blew me away or something. Why is it Pal World? I haven't tried Pal World yet. It actually looks moderately interesting from what I've seen. My VDDP is, it's not that high. Yeah, it's a 1.1, so that's not insane. You play any FPS? Yeah. Just not multiplayer ones. Like, I mainly play, like, I've been playing some more Mother Gunship recently. I played Turbo Overkill on stream relatively recently. Oh, I finally bought System Shock, because it was on, like, a pretty substantial sale recently, but I haven't, like, got it. Like, I still haven't gotten a gun in that game yet, because I started playing it and the Rampage 3 Black Edition showed up, so that was the end of my System Shock session. Oh, I still need to play the new lair for Ultra Kill. So well, like, actually, it's not they haven't released the whole lair yet, but like actually, no, it is the whole lair 7. Yeah, I haven't finished it yet. Never see me rage in COD? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Not unless COD gets a lot cheaper. And a lot more vertical. Oh, I played Xenotic on stream. I also occasionally play Sauerbraten. The main issue with playing Sauerbraten is that, like, to get into the ECTF server, you need to play at, like, 7 p.m. to, like, 11 p.m., and a lot of the time, I'm asleep at 7 p.m., so, you know, hard to get a match. And, like, most of the players are from, like, Europe, so if you're trying to play at, like, 1 a.m., like I do, yeah, there's nobody to play with. Yeah, CL34 at 7600 is very doable. So, the thing is, I played World of Warcraft mostly as a single-player game, because, like, I never made it all the way to the end game. And it took me forever. I think I stopped at, like, level 68 or something. Have you played any Final Fantasy? No. What memory settings do I use? Wait, nope. I need to stop trying to open things when all of the memory is used. I just use VT3 for like an hour or two. In this case, it's over 2 hours because I found that with this memory kit, like, Well, when I was first setting it up, I was having a lot of issues with getting Y-Cruncher to pass, so... Ever played Guild Wars 2? No. I used to play Terra. Which was like, kind of the degenerate MMO. Nah, Terra got shut down. Okay, so raising the VDDQ did not help, like, at all. So we'll put that back down again. I think I might leave the VDD... I want to try lower VDDP. Because, like, Y-Cruncher tends to complain about that a lot of the time. And I think I'll bump TRCD up a bit. Because it tends to be temperature sensitive, and I imagine this much RAM, that's probably an issue. Also, TRF, I have to bump TRFC because I don't want to worry about, I don't want to think about it. And then, I think the sub-timings are fine. I don't see anything that immediately jumps out as me as like, oh, this is going to cause problems. So yeah, we'll try that. Are not good for... What? The IO die is the same. They don't make sense from, like, a gaming perspective. But, like, if you need more multi-threaded performance, the 16 cores are just better than the smaller chips. Have you tried copper modding and GPU memory? No. Because I think it's a really sketchy idea. Because putting, like, you can break memory chips with hard, like, if your thermal pads are a little too thick and a little too hard, you can already break memory chips. As in, like, you can break the BGA. So using copper plates is, like, yeah, that is, like, super sketchy as far as I'm concerned. And the memory doesn't normally run hot enough to, like, for that to be a concern. I don't think you'll crack the actual silicon itself, but the BGA will definitely, like, if the plates aren't the right thickness, the BGA is going to give up. And you won't know that they're the wrong thickness until you tighten all the screws. And the card breaks. Oh, wait. Somebody wanted to know what... Yeah, so this is the Y-Cruncher configuration I use. Just like 9,999 seconds of VT3. And for Ryzen, I think that's generally enough. I think, obviously, if you want like a super-duper ridiculously stable system, then you might want to run it even longer, but I've not found a reason to do that yet. I found that it tends to crash pretty quickly if there's something wrong. Like, within the first hour, it'll generally error out. And if it doesn't error out in the first, like, if it doesn't error out in 2 hours, then it's probably just not going to error out at all. Apparently I made things worse. Interesting. I would not put a 3070 Ti on water. It's not like it's going to run significantly faster. And, like, water blocks aren't exactly cheap. So that just seems really silly. Like, you're better getting a, like, you're better off trying to get a better card with an air cooler than you are water cooling your current one. If you want to, like, if you want performance. Do you know what happened to hardware numbers? I have no idea. And yeah, he made some really good content, so... I don't know, I guess, like, life happened. As in, like, he's busy or something. Because, like, I don't think he ever... like, his YouTube channel ever took off enough for him to do it full time. Okay, we're gonna try the, like, because the board defaults to, like, Insanity VDDP, so I guess we'll just try that. When is your birthday? You trying to, like, freaking dox me or something? Sometime this year. Why do you care? Or hack your accounts. I don't think I've ever used my birthday for anything account related. I want to give you a GA EX58 Extreme or a... Oh. Wait, but then why do you need my birthday? You just need my P.O. Box address for that. I already have one of the Gigabyte X58 Extreme boards. Wait, the DX58 SO, that's the sideways one, isn't it? Oh yeah, that is the sideways one. Man, I really don't need more boards taking up space right now, so, My friend dropped RAM on tile floor and RAM is dead. Well, yep, that would definitely do it. Nah, his channel never really, like, how many views was he getting? Because, like, the reason I can run my channel is because I am very, very low, maintenance. But I'm pretty sure hardware numbers had, like, a life, unlike me. So, for him, like, the YouTube channel would have had to be way more successful than mine. I think. There's something unique with the DX58 SO. Well, maybe once I'm, like, either if I figure out how to more efficiently use the space I have or move into a bigger place, then I'll be open to accepting yet more boards. Or if I get rid of some of the excess that I have right now. Man, I can't remember if this was the actual street name or if it was just, like, the area. But, like, I lived... There was something about the address that I lived, like, first lived in Prague. That, like, the literal translation is, like, neck cutters. It's I'm pretty sure it was the street name. Wait, let me Google it. Oh no, it was like the... It's like a district of the city. Yeah. Great district name. No, in Czech it's called Hrdlořezy. My pronunciation on that was awful. Like, switching from English speaking to Czech, it's not exactly the cleanest, because the way the pronunciation works is, like, kind of awful, like, very different. But... yeah, because hrdlo is like, it's not exactly neck, because neck is krk, but it's like something near the neck, and then řezy is like cutting, or like a cut, kinda. It's a cutting related word, so it's like neck cutting district. I guess it was like an execution district or something, and it got its name from that. This is very not stable, and I don't know why, and it got way worse after I messed with the VDDQ, so probably that. No, it was part of it's part of Prague. All bets. I don't remember. Like, I only lived in that area till I was like 7 or something. Wait, 7, 9? Something like that. Throat cutters. Yeah, that's like a... Well, okay, that sounds better than neck cutters, but it's basically the same thing. What's over? The stability? Nah, I'm sure I can fix it. This isn't an Intel system. If it was an Intel system, it would be over. I stream on a 7800X3D with a 4070 Ti and 32 gigs of DDR5 running at 6000 CL30. You prefer NVIDIA GPUs over AMD? I haven't used an AMD GPU in like as a daily GPU in several years, so I am kind of indifferent to them. As in, I actually don't know what it's like. The last AMD GPU I dailied was an RX 580. What would happen if you make a new account on HardwareBot and just post the lowest frequencies possible? Would you get a prize? No. I don't think anybody would even notice that you're posting, like, intentionally slow scores until you did it for, like, a lot of submissions. So it would probably take you a while to get any attention. But I think there was actually a contest to get, like, the lowest possible frequency on a certain architecture that already was, like, very low frequency. And people went far for that. Like, it was some ancient CPU, and I think they were, like, trying to get, like, it was 2-digit megahertz numbers, if I remember correctly. It was very slow. Okay, yeah, there's a most miserable frequency reached with a Duron. Oh, somebody managed to put a Duron down to 165 megahertz? Okay, so that's not 2 digits yet. Yeah, I don't know. I do remember there being, like, a thread or something about that, but it's like, it's old hardware that is, like, beyond, like, it's too old for me. Like, I don't pay attention to those platforms. Like, anything older than, like, anything older than DDR3, and it's basically, like, no, for me. Man, I wish... okay, after this reaches an hour of stability, I'm gonna post on Twitter if people want to watch why Crunch or not crash. Because I'm pretty sure after an hour it's not gonna crash. Because that's been my experience, is like... if it doesn't crash in an hour, it's probably very, very stable. Though I kind of wish the TRCD was lower. 37's kind of loose. I think if this gets to an hour, I'll drop the TRCD. I don't think that'll affect the stability. Yeah, because 6236 TRCD is really not... like, that shouldn't be too hard. What percentage of your viewers are women? Well, let's go ask... I'll go ask YouTube. Give me a second. I think it's probably like 0.5%. Audience. No, go away. Where is the, like, breakdown of, like, what kind of people? Ah, no, it's 1.2%. I have more viewers from Germany than from the UK. I get... does that make sense? I don't know. Formats that your viewers watch on YouTube videos. Everybody watches, shorts everybody watches, live. Only 80% apparently watch live streams. Cool. Oh, what your audience watches in the last 7 days. 4070 Ti Super Review from Gamers Nexus. AMD says these are the same. We disagree, so that's LTT testing a bunch of 7800 X3Ds. Then we have LTT running the Threadripper on a chiller. Then we have Gamers Nexus hardware news, and mistakes were made with the 4070 Ti Super Review from Hardware Unboxed. Then we have... basically, people watch LTT, Gamers Nexus, and Hardware Unboxed if they watch my channel. And then there's a couple people that watch, like, Jay's 2 Cents as well. In the last 7 days. Yeah, I also like Hardware Unboxed. Like, he tests so much stuff, and so often, it's great. It's like, you want up-to-date benchmarks, you just watch his videos. Yeah, I'm definitely dropping the TRCD to 36 if this doesn't crash. I'd also like to try drop the TRP to 38, but after like the earlier experiments with dropping TRP, I think that's actually just a bad idea. That's just not going to work. What voltage needed for CL26 at 6200? If you're lucky, it'll work at like 1.6 volts, but I'm using 1.65 here. Have you ever messed with moving a GPU chip from one PCB to a different one? No, because until recently, I was literally incapable of doing any BGA rework. And as of recently, I can do memory chips. Barely. Okay, not barely. I've actually... like, I can't repair ripped pads, but I can reball memory chips with pretty... like, yeah, pretty high confidence that I can reball a memory chip. I don't think Linus is on his second mansion, is he? As far as, like, they had the, like, what was it? They had, like, a normal house, and then now he moved into an actual, like, mansion. They have more than 80 employees. They sell a lot of merch. They're basically a merch store attached to a YouTube channel. Okay, I don't think it's actually quite that bad yet, but like it's getting there. I wouldn't call his first home a mansion, though. Like, sure, it was expensive, but I wouldn't call it a mansion. Unless you have multiple guest bedrooms, you don't have a mansion. The pool is optional. Yeah, but their very first house was a house that, like, the whole company ran out of. Wasn't it? Like, if you live in London, I'm sure you can find, like, a freaking apartment that's multiple millions of dollars. Don't consider a house a mansion unless it needs full-time staff. Nah, I think once you have multiple guest bedrooms, it hits mansion status. Would you ever do a setup tour? No, because the place is a bit of a dump. If it wasn't such a mess, then sure. And the main issue with it is just there's no space. Like, basically, a setup tour for me would be standing up with the camera, doing a 360, and going like, yeah, that's it, because I'm not taking you in the bedroom. There's nothing in the bedroom that you're, like, there's a bed and a closet with clothes. A lot of clothes on the floor as well, but, well, actually, they're not really all over the floor. The floor's... But there's, like, a pile of clothes. And then there's the closet. And there's some clothes in the closet and some in the pile of clothes. You get the idea. Also, the room I'm in is also, like, combined with the kitchen. So... yeah, and I'm basically surrounded by motherboards. And, like, memory kits and motherboard... and, like, boxes. Well, the boxes contain more hardware, so really I'm just surrounded by GPUs, memory kits, and motherboards. Imagine a 4x3 if there was like because the desks are like extending sort of towards the middle of the room, and then I mean there's more, like, originally I wanted more desk space, and that desk space turned into storage space, so Any plans on new Ryzen APUs? Yes, I plan to buy one. Why are you running 1T? I'm not, it's gear down mode. But honestly, if I was running 1T, it would be because it's faster, but like, it's dual rank. I'm pretty sure if I tried to turn off gear down mode, it's just gonna crash. It's gonna be very unstable. And I don't, well, it might not be, but like, gear down mode isn't enough of a performance trade-off to bother with finding that out. What is a Ryzen APU? An 8700G. Oh, I forgot to update the PSU spec. We're not on a gigabyte PSU. We're on the bigger PSU. How is your gigabyte PSU? It's fine. It's pretty good at, like, shutting down on shorted out components. Actually, no, I think the only time I've tried powering it... No, there's been 2 times that I've powered it on with something that had a dead power stage. There was the dead 6900 XT, and then the B550 Vision, when that blew up. Do you have any news about the performance of the 8000G Infinity Fabric? I don't, because I don't have an 8000G series CPU. Man... What is it upset about? It's not like the memory is running, like, particularly hot or anything. I want to try higher FCLK just to see if that makes things worse. Yeah, we'll just try that. Any new music? No, I am making a little bit of progress on some tracks, but not much. So if you're hoping, like, oh, new album dropping in, like, I don't know, a month or 2, that's not happening. Maybe by the end of the year? Sure. Though, who knows? Maybe there'll be a week where I just, like, manage to smash out, like... Because technically I have, like, a lot of, like, beginnings, or, like, I have a few, like, random ideas that just... They're not fleshed out, so... You seen my Fury X TSE? Wait, that was a world record? I mean, I saw it, I didn't realize what it was. Didn't really pay much attention. I really need to figure out what the VDDIO voltage is. Because this has been bugging me. Like, I actually don't know what it's defaulting to. Oh, wait, nope. How do you get banned from 3D Mark? Cheating, probably? Oh, actually, I think if you like, upload something before it has a public release, I think that actually gets you a ban. Five-bedroom, three-bath house with no kids. How big are the bedrooms? Because honestly, in the UK, I have seen, like, places where it's like, you'll have, like, a bunch of rooms, but they're all tiny. And it's like, no, we're talking, like, if all 5 of those bedrooms are, like, 4x3 or something, then, like, that doesn't count, okay? Having 5 sheds glued together does not make a mansion. Because that is a thing here in the UK, is like landlords will take a relatively big place and then they'll just chop it up into a bunch of tiny rooms and they'll be like, look at how many bedrooms we can fit in this building. And it's like, but they're all like tiny. Who cares? TRP 32? The TRP's at 39 right now. What is an X-Fire bug? I don't know. I mean, I know X-Fire is Crossfire, but, like, I don't know what the bug is. So I was really hoping that raising the FCLK would make it, like, a lot less stable, but it really didn't do much of anything. Well, looks like VDDIO is 1.25. Which makes sense, because VDDQ is 1.25. You use Windows 11? No. Okay, so my general advice for 7800X3D is, like, don't do anything to the CPU unless you feel like spending a whole lot of time on minimal performance benefits. Like, seriously, just do nothing is generally the best way to use a 7800X3D. You have any recommendations on 5950X? If you want more multi-core performance on the 5950X, you can set the power limit and the current limits to like power limit to 300 if I remember correctly, and the current limits to like 210. And that'll boost your multi-core performance quite a bit. And doing anything more than that generally doesn't do much. How do I get Zen timings to stay on top of your full... What? Yeah, I don't like Curve Optimizer very much because every time I've ever tried it, it gives like single-digit performance gains and trashes stability. Like, if it actually improved performance by, you know, like maybe 10%, I'd kinda care about it. But it doesn't. So, what's the point? Honestly, if it even made a 5% difference, I would maybe care, but it doesn't. In my experience, it usually delivers like a 3-ish performance improvement, and that's like and depending on the CPU, that's already after it's gotten unstable, or like barely before it's unstable. Which is like why my approach, especially with the 7800X3D, is like maybe ECLK overclock if your motherboard supports that, but if it doesn't, then just do nothing. Does faster memory make more difference? No, it makes less difference with a 7800X3D. Like, the non-X3D Ryzens are very sensitive to memory performance, and the 7800X3D isn't, because it basically fixes the biggest flaw that the non-X3D chips have. Yeah, but if you're not doing gaming with a... Like, if you're buying a 7800X3D and running, like, video encoding or something, which is the kind of workload where the X3D kind of sucks, and you need a lot of memory bandwidth, why did you buy a 7800X3D for video encoding? What is VDD now? 1.65. Because we're, you know, CL26. I guess another approach I could try is like, set this up at 6,000 first, and then go up from there. Because at 6,000, the stability is going to be, like, it's going to be even easier to stabilize. But the thing is, I don't really want to be, like, significantly underclocking the memory kit. You use so positive curve optimizer, if you're really pushing the ECLK very high, can help with stability, but it'll start eating into your performance. So, like, the more, like, if you raise your ECLK by, say, 5%, and then you start using, and you, like, if you didn't touch the curve optimizer, you'd just get a straight 5% increase. But if you keep adding more and more positive offset, you get less and less performance gain. So it's like, you can technically do silly things like take screenshots of a 7800X3D at like 5.5 gigahertz by setting like really high ECLK with a massive positive curve optimizer, but your performance is actually going to suck in that configuration. Like, it's really bad. Because the positive curve offset starts eating into any performance gains, because the CPU starts boosting less and less under load. So, like, I'd say the best way to do it is to just set, like, the highest ECLK you can run without a positive offset, and you're good. Or, like, a positive curve optimizer. Without curve optimizer, the processor does not go above 4.8. Wait, what are you testing it with? Also, I would like to point out with AMD CPUs, the frequency readouts aren't super accurate a lot of the time. So I would really, like, personally, I just use benchmarks. Like, literally when I was doing my curve optimizer testing, I did not look at the frequency readouts at all. I do not know what they were. I do not care what they were. I was looking at benchmark performance. And the main thing I noticed was that the benchmarks weren't really running any faster. So I just decided, well, that was a waste of time. Cinebench. Okay, that makes sense. What's KingBank Sharp Blade? That's the memory. They don't have, like, a part number, so... you know... made my life difficult. Because I should put DDR5 next to it there. It's hard to get much above 19K on a 7800X3D. Yup. Where the hell did you get that memory from? I got an email from KingBank. They were like, do you want to test out some RAM? And I was like, do you have... And they gave me a link to their website, and I saw dual rank Hynix A-die, and I was like, I would like to test dual rank Hynix A-die, thank you very much. They were like, sure, and then this showed up. I didn't ask for a specific speed bin, which I maybe should have, because they decided to send a 6400 rated kit. You know, I'll be really annoyed if it now, like, isn't unstable, because previously it was, and raising the FCLK shouldn't make the stability better. Nah, with Ryzen 7000, that's not a thing. Is deliting CPU worth it, in your opinion? Depends on the CPU. Intel? Yeah? Ryzen? 7000? Not really. Because the main, like, it's still... you're, like, yeah, your temperatures are going to be lower, but it doesn't really clock any higher, so it's like, eh. Like, my view on a lot of, like, with Intel, and even with Intel, it's like, okay, your temperatures are going to be lower. And you are going to be able to run higher clocks, but are they going to be that much higher? Not really. But at least with Intel, I think it's, like, less annoying. Because, yeah, on Ryzen, if you, like, delid and then you put the IHS back on, you really don't get much of a temperature improvement at all. Whereas with Intel, you can just put the IHS back on again, and that already, like, just replacing the solder with liquid metal already gives you a pretty good improvement. Which with Ryzen, that doesn't happen because the IHS is so thick. No, if, like, with R9 Fury X's, if you're, or really with any Fiji reference PCB, I think Time Spy isn't affected, but if you're running, like, Firestrike or 3D Mark 11 or that, the car, if you raise the voltage, you're going to start losing performance, depending on how much you raise the voltage. There's, like, some invisible throttling going on with those cards as you start raising the voltage. It's super annoying. Because, like, I tried running Firestrike at, I think, like, 1240, and it was literally scoring worse than 1150 because of all the extra core voltage necessary to run 1240. Most hours in game? Probably Minecraft. Yeah, it'll be like PlanetSide 2... No, Minecraft. Definitely Minecraft. I've played Minecraft since freaking 8th grade? Yeah, Minecraft. What about DirectDi for Ryzen 7000? Well, running DirectDi on Ryzen 7000 is a massive pain. Like, if you try to use an AIO DirectDi, it straight up doesn't work. You actually just get worse temperatures than if you just kept the IHS. If you try to, like, I've not tried it with a custom loop. So, yeah, I don't know. Does lower SoC voltage help with higher FCLK? Yes, but it negatively impacts your memory clock, so it's like a balancing act. So the funny thing about a lot of modern GPUs is even if you disable all of the power limits, you inevitably just thermally roll over at like 10 millivolts above stock voltage limit. Seriously. And especially on NVIDIA, that's been a thing since, like, 900 series. Like, I volt-modded a GTX 960, and all that ended up happening is it clocked worse. Any ideas why VT3 and P95 ran for a day and then I get random full lockups in game with anything beyond 2100 FCLK? So one of the issues with Ryzen 7000 FCLK tuning is that it doesn't necessarily crash even when it's unstable. So the fact that it's running doesn't really mean that it's actually working. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with it's not stable. What SoC voltage are you at? Because for 2167, on a lot of CPUs, you probably can't go over 1.2. Depending on what memory speed you're at. Tried from 1. What VDDGs are you at? Especially your VDDG IO die. And what motherboard are you on? Can a 240 AIO cool a 7950X? I mean, right now we're at... Right now the CPU is pulling like 230-ish watts and running at like 87 degrees, so I'd say yes. And that 87 is the maximum temperature. So yeah, a 240 can. Admittedly, the ambient air temperature here is like 20 degrees Celsius, so... You know, that helps. Are 24 gigabit M die lighter on the IMC than A die? Yes. What AIO? It's a generic Asetek 240. Like, it's pretty old. If you're using Curve Optimizer, it is very, very common that it'll cause instability at idle long before it causes instability at 100% load. 7800X3D, B650 Steel Legend. Okay, but what are your VDDGs? Any other voltages? Was it stock? Okay, well, ASRock Auto VDDG probably isn't stock VDDG. So if you could, I'd set them manually both to 900. That should help. You might also just have a CPU that can't do high FCLK. Like, the FCLK is very, like Silicon Lottery dependent. You're also on the, like, newest AGSA, right? Because the newest AGSA helped a lot with FCLK stability for some reason. You helped me solve that by telling me to turn off Curve Optimizer. Any reason you prefer Asetek AIOs? I don't specifically prefer Asetek AIOs. It's just that a few years ago, Asetek offered to send me like a whole bunch of AIOs, so I have a bunch of Asetek AIOs. And I just kind of use them, because I have them. Possible that 1.45 RAM VDDQ would cause instability? If you're on a AM5 motherboard, yeah, if you're on Intel, I can't help you. If you're on Intel, I literally just like, I have no idea. I give up. But if you're on AM5, then 1.45 VDDQ, especially if you're on a gigabyte motherboard, that is really high. If you're on a Asus motherboard, that might work. If you're on an ASRock board, that might work. On MSI, I don't know. Why is it still running? This is a problem. I mean, it's only been like, what? We're like a half an hour or so. There's a guy who does GPU design ranking, cooling, and power draw performance. Who does that? And would I consider doing such content? I would if I was getting sent GPU samples, which I don't, so I can't. Unless people want to give me like several $1,000s per month so that I can just buy all the GPUs. Notice that people usually set VDDQ 0.5 below VDD. Wait, I didn't see what motherboard you're on. There's no real rules on Core. Oh, you're on Intel. Yeah, no, like, I can't help you. I literally have no idea what is going on with the Intel memory controller at like any speed. Above like, actually, I still don't know what's going on at like 6933, but at least at 6933, a lot of random things tend to work. Is there any reliable source for cooler reviews? I like to just use Tech PowerUp. Like, the main issue with GPU heatsink, wait, you mean like GPU cooler reviews or like CPU cooler reviews? Because there's a few, like, heatsink reviewers out there. Oh, Technology. Oh, I don't think he's sponsored. Because, yeah, I've heard of him, and I don't remember, like, as far as I know, like, he definitely didn't work for any manufacturer when, like, I first heard of him. The results are all different for CPU. Across the different reviewers? Yeah, I don't know what to really do about that. Ranked cheap Gigabyte 8 tier. Gigabyte likes to put absolutely gigantic heatsinks on their cards, so I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if they did really well in terms of cooling. I don't actually see the point in trying to test, like, sudden load, like, shock loads for on cooling, because you're just going to be limited by the IHS. Like, that's just an IHS benchmark, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, I think, like, checking, like, steady state max temperature would be, like, that's what I would do. But for GPU cooler reviews, one issue is that some GPU manufacturers don't know how to tighten screws. Or attach heatsinks to PCBs. Sometimes both. Or apply thermal paste. Or thermal pads. I remember seeing a photo of somebody who took apart, like, somebody disassembled a GPU and the thermal pads still had the, like, protective film over them. Okay, this is getting suspicious. Why is it still running? This was not stable at 2133. Why is it? Yeah. Why is it working at 2166? That's weird. Okay, you know what? I think I might just downclock it to 2100 in that case. Because, like, that doesn't make sense. And I don't like things that don't make sense. Can a faulty GPU throw colored square artifacts, crash every game, throw a bunch of errors for 15 minutes, and then be stable for 2 days? If the PCB is a bit bent, and, like, there's a solder joint that's just, like, slightly failed, that would do it. Like, I've definitely seen GPUs where if you, like, tweak the mounting hardware a bit, they'll, like, start artifacting, and if you tweak it just right, they work. So, that GPU is, I'd say that GPU is faulty, and it's just a matter of time before it gets worse. Yeah, honestly, if this actually passes, I'm probably just gonna drop it to 2100 because I can't explain why it's running. Did I like do something that would have just explained why this works now? I mean, VDDP is really high, but I'm pretty sure I tried that at 2133 as well. Okay, one downside to having the freaking radiator pointed at my face is now, like, one side of my face is, like, very windswept. So when I turn away from it, it, like, feels like my whole, like, that side of my face is, like, really warm now. So I'm gonna mess with the radiator so that it doesn't do that anymore. Oh, it covered up the postcode. Well, yeah, see, that's why it was sitting where it was sitting, is so that the postcode would be visible, but... Perfect. Oh man, now my face feels all weird. Bad solder joints, but GPU is vertically mounted. Yeah, but that doesn't mean the solder joints aren't bad. Just makes it less likely that they broke. Did you buy the Alpha Cool Metal fans? No. I have all the fans I need. Actually, I don't really have all the fans I want, but I definitely don't have a shortage of fans. And if I was going to buy more fans, I would just buy more P12 Maxes. Because I have 3 of them, I like them, and I could definitely, like, yeah, if I have, I don't, like, they're so cheap. And they go to, like, what is it, like 3200 RPM or something? So it's like, yeah, they're, like, perfect as bench fans. Is there any point in raising the VPP voltage? No. Like, oddly enough, even if you're above the VPP voltage, DDR5 still works. Which, like, by spec, you're supposed to always have VPP above VDDQ and VDD, but honestly, even if you set VDD above VPP, like, the memory chips still work. Which is really weird. Like, even at like 2 volts VDD, it still works, even if the VPP is below 2 volts, which is just like, yep, not sure why, because theoretically, at least within my understanding, if the voltage was high enough, you shouldn't be able to, like, open a row. Like, the transistors that do that would literally be, like, reverse biased, and you wouldn't be able to open them. But maybe I misunderstood the structure of DRAM cells, or they're doing something differently, or maybe the voltage internally actually doesn't get that high, so, yeah, I don't know. Waiting for the, what, you mean 7, like B750 and X770? I don't know. I don't think I'd be running out, well, I probably wouldn't be buying a motherboard ahead of time. That seems really dumb. So yeah, because like worst case scenario, you'll probably be able to pick up an existing motherboard for cheap once the newer ones release. Yeah, but as far as I know, the resonance on the Arctic fans happens at like 1200 RPM or something really low like that, which is like, yeah, I don't run them at that. I run them at like 1800 and up. And I think the Maxes even fixed the resonance issue. Didn't they? Defaults it to 1.85. No reason to change that. 1200 RPM is low. It's ridiculously low. At 1200 RPM, fans basically don't move air. They just spin. Okay, no, that's what they do at 800 RPM. Seriously, if it ain't blowing stuff across my desk, it ain't moving fast enough. So yeah, like the other fan that I'm interested in are like T30s. But they're really expensive. So I don't have any. Because, like, you can buy, like, so many P12 Maxes for the price of a single T30. You're still live? Yeah, why wouldn't I be? Does it look like I have better things to do? Do I look like someone who does things? Can you go below TRDS? I've tried that. It didn't work. Well, I haven't tried it for the writes, but I did try it for the reads, and for reads it didn't work. You haven't seen me in 2 years, I guess. You don't look like anything. Oh. I have truly become a disembodied voice. So I briefly considered just like, well, actually it's also the autofocus is off, so actually you just see a blurry mess. And my hair would probably end up in a fan. So I'm not doing that. Downsides to having long hair, it gets into fans. Also in the way of soldering. The number of times I've burnt my hair with the soldering iron. Oh man, no, the worst thing that's ever happened is when I got thermal paste in my hair. Yeah, because like there was like I had a GPU and there was just like thermal paste on the die, and I was like working on something else on the PCB, and like so I put my head close to it and my look, I smacked the mic and the mic smacked me. But anyway, I put my face really close to the GPU and my hair ended up like in the thermal paste on top of the die, and then yeah, I had the hair in my thermal paste in my hair. And that was not fun. Buy some hair ties. I have something to tie my hair up. Like I have a bit of like wire that I use to just sort of hold it in place. But like I don't always bother with that, and so it's just like, yeah. Spicy, no, more like silicone oil in hair. That was the worst part. It's like, it's just like, how do you get it out? Two by 32 or 2x48? Well, 2x48 generally is easier to run than 2x32. But yeah, like my hair is like well past my shoulders now, so or you can just tie it. Kind of wonder if that wouldn't already be possible if it weren't for the fact that it's all like absolutely like actually I think it's too short for that still. Like it's past my shoulders but not that long. What? No, 2x48 is easier to run because the memory chips are newer. Like, the memory chips are, like, literally they designed new memory chips, and so they're easier to run at high speeds. And also at just higher capacity. Like, having more of them is also easier to run. Have you tried the new APUs? No, because I don't have one. I seem to be like the YouTube channel everybody's heard of, but everybody also forgets about. Because, like, you ask, like, a lot of people that are, like, related to motherboard, or, like, in the hardware industry is, like, have you heard of Buildzoid? And it's like, yeah. But I don't get sent anything, or told when anything is launching, unless it's, like, really big. Uh, 0.4 volts difference between VDD and VDD-Q, isn't that dangerous? As far as anybody can tell, it isn't. Also, this still isn't erroring out. That is very odd. What should be the ideal RAM temp under load? The lower the better, because basically the hotter your RAM is, the worse the settings that you can run. And like with Hynix memory chips, if you take them sub-zero, they can do even lower timings than at like ambient. That trend of sending stuff just tapered off. I'm not sure about that. Like, we haven't really had any big releases, and the APUs aren't really a big thing for AMD. So I'm not surprised that they're not sampling them like crazy, because, they're, like, they don't really make a ton of sense, do they? I don't think they're gonna get cheaper. Like, aren't they pretty substantial chunks of silicon? Like, that's the thing, is, like, APUs are, like, always gonna not, like, they're, like, I don't think there's ever been an APU where it was like, oh, this is actually, you know, a good alternative to just buying a cheap CPU and a graphics card. Yeah, because it's 178 millimeters square, which is... Oh, that's not that much bigger than the... Oh, but it's 4 nanometer. Yeah, like, I can't imagine that the manufacturing cost is particularly low. Right? Like, this is a high-end laptop CPU. And it's being repurposed as a desktop chip. Like, of course it's not going to be cost-effective. Like, has there ever been an APU where it was like, oh yeah, this is actually better than just buying, like, a cheap CPU and a dedicated graphics card? No. Because, like, 2 pieces of silicon are generally going to be cheaper than 1 piece of silicon. And then, of course, APUs always run into, like, the memory bandwidth limits. The thing is, I don't think you're going to see a lot of, like, office PCs running an 8700G. Right? Like, it doesn't, like, it's not a very, like, because it's, like, for an office PC, you don't need that much graphics power. Like, for a high-end laptop, it's cool to have an 8-core CPU. Right? Because, like, you might want to do, like, there's people who, like, edit videos on their laptops and stuff. Or they might do rendering or, like, some kind of development workload on their laptop. And so for that, it's cool to have 8 cores, and maybe they also play games on their laptop, and then it's nice to have, like, a pretty substantial GPU built in. But you take that and you put that into a desktop platform, and it's like, well, this is just dumb. It's, like, not cost-effective at all. And that's always been the case with APUs. Like, I can't think of a single one where it's ever, like, yeah, like, it's always been like that. Because it's always, like, these are laptop chips, and laptops are not cost-effective. And so if you take this cost-ineffective component, meant for cost-ineffective stuff, and then you put it into a platform where, like, you know, a lot of stuff is actually quite cost-effective, yeah, it just looks stupid. Does it allow for more monitors? I'm pretty sure it does handle, like, 4 outputs, doesn't it? Though, very few motherboards will have that many display outputs on them. Actually, it might only be 2. Wait, let me check. Okay, I actually have no idea how many display outputs it support up to, like, maxes out at. Also, another problem with the 8700G is it only has PCIe 4.0 X8, doesn't it? It has very few PCIe lanes, if I remember correctly. Oh, it doesn't say... Oh, no, it's Gen 4, but it's 20 lanes. Okay, so it's just, like, it's just not Gen 5. Cool. Well, that's not that big a deal. Um, 2200 Infinity Fabric, but sound sometimes crashes. I would lower the Infinity Fabric. What SoC voltage are you at? Because, like, lowering the SoC voltage can help with Infinity Fabric stability. No, the extra L3 cache on the APU would help with, like, CPU performance. You tried 1.45 on the SoC. I said SoC voltage, not memory voltage. Oh, damn it, I ran out of water. Use the same settings. So probably like 1.2 SoC. Or 1.25. Well, try lower SoC voltage. Because, like, that can help with Infinity Fabric stability. Though, if you're lowering the SoC voltage, that'll probably prevent you from being able to run 6400. Because the memory clock, like max memory clock, is basically directly tied to your SoC voltage. Max Infinity Fabric clock tends to happen at like 1.1 to 1.15 SoC voltage. And, yeah, like max... And then if you keep raising the SoC voltage, your Max Infinity Fabric clock gets worse. So, and also from a performance perspective, DDR5-6400 is just better than DDR5, like 6200. So you should, like, if you can, you should just go with higher memory and less FCLK rather than the other way around. So, like, if I was you, I'd probably just drop the FCLK and call it a day. Because, like, 6400 2166 is better than 6200 2200. No, it's the 780M, isn't it? The iGPU on the 8700G. It would crash sound even at... Yeah, but the thing is, your Infinity Fabric stability won't change if you're not lowering the SoC voltage. So if you wanted to fix the sound at like 6000, you'd probably have to run the SoC voltage at like 1.15. So if you were using the same SoC voltage at 6000 that you use at 6400, then your Infinity Fabric stability wouldn't improve. Yeah, except the things you learn from me are not applicable to real life, because if they were, I wouldn't be such a failure. It's like memorizing all the Pokemon. It's like, yeah, technically you learned some information, but it's not very useful, is it? It's like, hello, I'd like to get a job, please. What are your skills? Oh, I know all of the Pokemon matchups. And their typing, and their moves, and EVs, and IVs, and at this point, whoever, like, interviewing for the job, they're just, like, trying to push you out the door, because they don't want to deal with your freaking neat ass with a Pokemon addiction. It's like, I'd like a job, please. I know. What are your skills? Well, I can, like, tune Infinity Fabric on. Okay, we've heard enough. Get out the door. Ideal sweet spot on the APUs? So SafeDisk posted a screenshot of like DDR5 9000 on an APU or something close to 9000. So I'd imagine probably like 8400 is probably what I'd be aiming for, maybe? I don't know. Like, I don't have an APU, but like, if you want the iGPU to be fast, you want as much memory clock as possible. Get a 200K a year job, I'll hire you. Become somebody's pet tame overclocker. Latency penalty adding off-die cache. Yeah, no, off-die cache doesn't make sense. Intel iGPUs? You mean the... Oh, you mean the Broadwell chips? Yeah, but those had to deal with like DDR3 levels of memory bandwidth, right? Which is like DDR3 is slow. So you didn't need a particularly fast cache to like offset to like see benefits over just going to the memory. Whereas with like DDR5 is damn fast. So like you'd need a cache that's like better than the DDR5 in order to justify its existence. Man, how is it still running? Anyway, I did want to try TRCD36, so that gives me an excuse to... What? No, we don't want to save anything. It gives me an excuse to make it unstable again. Also to set the VDDIO to 1.25. If you enjoy programming, I don't see why that would be a terrible job. Though I don't know, like, what actual, like, you know, professional level programming looks like. Like, I've dabbled in, like, game development, and I've programmed a few basic little applications for myself, but that's nothing like, that's not a, you know, that's not professional programming experience, so I don't know how it compares. to that, but... I enjoy doing that. At least when I'm not dealing with vector math. I am very, very bad at vector math. I think as long as you're, like, solving interesting programming problems, you won't necessarily care about what, like, if that programming problem is, like, you know, like, I guess it depends if you, like, enjoy the, like, the intellectual challenge of solving, like, a complex logical problem, or if you're just doing programming where it's like, we need you to slap together a thing that, like, it's not really, like, complex, it's just, I don't know. But again, like, I don't know what, like, you know, professional programming looks like. How is the game going? I've actually started developing a new enemy recently. It's really brain dead. I have another brain dead enemy. Yeah. But, like, game is making some progress again. I've also tried implementing gun sounds for some of the guns, but I don't have, like, a... Well, I figured out how to implement the gun sounds, and then I decided that the sounds that I, like, temporarily shoved in the game sound, like, I don't like them, so I turned them all off, but, yeah, those are in there. I guess I should maybe just put a toggle onto the, like, put a volume slider onto the main menu or something, and then have the volume slider default to off for now, right? Because, like, right now the game doesn't save any settings anywhere, so it's just, like, I have to hard code the main menu to be on my preferred auto, like, default settings. Yeah, no, like, this enemy is, like, because... So recently I decided to actually add a level that is, like... that has a floor. Like, an actual continuous floor. So now I've started working on an enemy that, like, walks around. And right now I'm trying to figure out how to teach them to get through doorways without having to use a nav mesh. Because, like, there is a nav mesh system, but it's like, yeah, but I'd like it if I could just drop these guys into any scenario and they'd be kind of not completely brain dead. And of course, like, this is one thing that's been bugging, like, I've realized, like, the way I write the code is, like, I'll implement, like, the bare minimum functionality, and then I'll start tacking more functionality onto it. Eventually I realize, wait, this is, like, the way this is structured is starting to become a problem. So the next time I'm messing with that enemy, what I'm gonna do is I am going to split its behavior into, like, discrete conditions, where it's like they're completely separate from each other. Because right now it's just like this jumbled mess of, like, well, what if you can see the player? What if you can't see the player? You know, and it's a mess. So that needs to go. But yeah, also, like, I'm back to using a rotation function that works, that like, works really nicely, and I'm super pleased with, like, it's code that I stole for my first attempt at a game, from Google. So I brought that code back. It works great. I'm very pleased with it. I should just, like, keep that in, like, a random text document somewhere, so anytime I need code to make things rotate, I can just copy-paste that. Because honestly, it's really surprising, like, how hard it is to find code for, like, smooth 3D rotations. As in, like, example code. Because I am, like, this is, like, I've copied this code that I'm using now the second time, like, ages and ages ago, because since then, I haven't found a better way of doing it. Also, I'm horrible, because that code is meant to do rotations both, like, like horizontally and vertically. And this enemy that like walks around, well, they're not supposed to like aim their entire body up, right? Like their body's supposed to rotate in the horizontal axis, like horizontally, so that they can like walk around on the floor, but they're not supposed to, like, they're not gonna pitch up and down, right? So instead of like figuring out how the code works and like restricting it just to horizontal, I just made it because basically the code rotates the whatever it is. Like it rotates whatever you like object you want to rotate towards a point. So I just take the point of the player and I move that point to the height of the enemy so that they don't pitch up and down. Instead of figuring out how to get rid of the pitching up and down, it's just like, yeah, we'll just like if the player is 10 meters above the enemy, right? Because I get the coordinates for the player, so I'll get like an X value, a Y value, and a Z value. Well, I just take the Y value and I set it to the Y value of the enemy AI. So the enemy AI, like it just like it doesn't see that the player is above it. It just sees the player as if they're in front of them. So, yeah. Which I don't know how the code works. That was the best way I could come up with to make it do the thing I want. I'm terrible. But yeah, no, like the enemies... Oh, I also gave the enemies, like, you can push them around with the rocket launcher. That I'm really pleased with. That actually works really well, though it didn't kick them up into the air enough, so there's actually just like a fixed upwards kick. Yeah, also these enemies are like way... Well, actually, I'm not sure if they're necessarily smoother than the first drone AI I made, but like it's kind of similar to the drone AI, but it's actually like the way they move is way less awful. It's weirdly smooth right now, but that's fine. I don't need them to be like fancy. Like right now, the goal is to make them roughly about as intelligent as like Minecraft zombies. Because I want them to be like fodder trash enemies. And also this level that I'm working on with an actual floor, I want like some bigger boss enemies that are just grounded. Yeah. So there's going to be like two very different levels. I guess I can also just take all of these enemies and then make them fly for the other scenario. Just like make them not ignore gravity or something. I also want to put some flying enemies in again. So yeah, basically, also the airplanes are cancelled. Like, they worked, but they had so many issues. So I'm just throwing them out at this point. Can TRP go down more on this setup? Unfortunately, no. These DIMMs are like really weird about not allowing the TRP to be any lower. I'm not even sure if I'm going to give them a ranged attack or a melee attack, but also the fact that I tested the rotation functionality on these guys tells me that I can like take that rotation functionality and just stick it onto projectiles and they will work so well. Because yeah, it works amazingly well. Also, I need to fiddle with the look at function. The shark missiles are staying. I love the shark missiles. They're super cool. They work in any scenario because they just ignore collisions. Okay, so is this actually a TRCD problem or is it just not stable? Nah, but this is an FPS game, and, like, I want the enemies to be actually, like, interesting to fight against. Wait, you spent 900... Wait, 23 months ago. Oh, that's 2 years ago. Okay, What? I was smashing delete board. What the hell is this? Like, I'm making the game for me. I'm not making this game for somebody else, right? So it's like, that's been one of the issues, is like, if I don't have ideas for what I think will be fun, then it's like, development just slows down to a crawl. Didn't I... Is this not the OS where I had the shortcut for go to BIOS? Oh, no, I don't. Okay, well, we'll just shut down. Oh, no, the stability... I think the stability's falling apart. Did I skip an explanation for why 2167 instead of 2066? Because 2167 is just faster. I guess I should demonstrate. Give me a second. Actually, you know what? Like, maybe I was wrong about VDDIO being 1.25, but we'll go to 1.3 and I'll put this to 2067, okay? How much SoC is enough for 6400 1-to-1? Depends on your CPU. Are you, like... Like, some CPUs will do 6400 at, like, 1.2, which would be really, really, really good, and some CPUs need, like, 1.3 for 6400. Which is, like... And some CPUs, even with 1.3 SoC, will not do 6400. Anyway, so right now we're at, what, 2066 on the Infinity Fabric? Yeah, and if I run Pi Prime... We're gonna have to probably run it a few times, because it's a bit inconsistent. So that's a 9396. Nine three seven eight. I have to lower my FCLK, or it's not stable at 1.3 SoC. Yeah. Like, basically, yeah. Okay, we'll just do 3 runs for each. Nah, let's do 4. It's not that long a benchmark. And then we're gonna also run some Y-Cruncher, because Y-Cruncher is just generally a good... Oh, and we're not stable, like, at all right now. Hmm. You know what, maybe it was the TRRDL, right? Because I also changed that, didn't I? Zen 5 running 2400 and the 8000 Expo out of the box. Pretty neat. I don't... Wait, you mean Zen 5? Oh, wait, no, that's not the APUs. I don't think that's gonna happen. But if that if that actually happens, that would be pretty neat. It's weird my Samsung kit works in 1-to-1, and my Hynix 8i is so unstable. I guess I might have to try my own Samsung sticks then. Because I've had very, like, I've not had basically any success trying to run 6400. Wait, are you sure the Samsung kit is running oh no, you did mention 1-to-1. So yeah, I guess you're manually making sure. Right, it didn't retrain, did it? Even though we changed VDDIO. Well, let's see if Y-Cruncher runs this time. No. No, it doesn't. Passes VST and VT3. Yeah, that's odd. I'll have to try my own Samsung sticks then. Like, it is possible that, like, the Samsung is just easier to run at higher clocks. Which would be cool. CPU light load, it tweaks the, like, load line calibration if you're I'm assuming you're talking about Intel, right? It tweaks the V-droop behavior for the, like, stock CPU load line. That's not a very good explanation of it, but, like, it tweaks the, like, ACLL and I think DCLL? I'm not 100% sure if it tweaks that one. I'm really thinking it's the TRRDL being an issue. Because, like, I bumped the TRCD back up, and it was just like, and now it's complaining. $7,700K won't do 4,000? What DIMMs and what motherboard? Totally entwined... What? It's unstable with nitro mode. Without nitro, it works fine. Yeah, I haven't tested that at all myself, so I don't know. As far as I know, nitro mode just lets you tweak, like, round-trip latencies. I don't think it actually... Like, there is I think there's the robust training option, but, like, you can manually set that up in AMD CBS and the just memory controller training options. Right? If you want to make your system post for 8 minutes, you can do that. Man, why is it so unstable now? Well, that's concerning. That is very concerning. Oh no. Oh no. That is a problem. That is a big problem. That should not happen. You should not be, like, you shouldn't have this crashing and VT3 stable. Wait, now this works. Does the memory need to get up to temperature to work or something? Well, that is a problem. What? Oh, this is just a configuration for Y-Cruncher. Right, and if we... Right, so you can see this is just the Y-Cruncher folder, and then I have a batch file. Just does that. And otherwise, because, like, normally if you open Y-Cruncher, it's like, okay, you go component stress tester, and then you have all of these tests. And actually, I kind of want to try run all of them right now to see if, like, one of them errors out. VT3. We're also going to turn on code 17 and 14. So we're going to just turn on basically everything. Actually, I think we're going to ditch BBP, because I don't think that one actually does anything for stability. Right, and now we're just going to go enable all... we'll just start. You don't need... No, I don't need BBP. BKT, I'm not sure. SFT, we shouldn't need it, but SFT's, like, somewhat okay for CPU checking, so Like, I'm not sure why Y-Cruncher just crashed, so I just want to go through, like, a lot of them. It's because, like, BBP was... Oh, no, that's AVX512 float. Oh, so I guess BKT I could have ditched. Well, whatever. There's no point... Well, you know what? We could have also just run everything. Yeah, that might actually be better in this scenario, because I actually have no idea what it's upset about. Is this the right file location? Oh yeah, okay, it is. It is this folder. 1, enter, and we're just gonna do 7 to enable everything, so we're even gonna add VST to it, because why not? Because I don't plan to actually run this forever, I just want to see if anything errors out, like, if one of these just immediately errors out. Is what I'm wondering. Because it was weird, like, Y-Cruncher, the benchmark wouldn't run. From 60 to 1. Yeah, I know you can do that, but, like, actually, like, I don't think running 2 minutes per test is a problem. Not exactly in a rush. Right now. Have you been running those 6000 CL24 timings on your daily system? No, because I don't like messing with the daily system. Entirely too lazy. I've also considered maybe doing like 7600 CL30. Well, yeah, not really in a hurry to change things about the daily setup. ASML would probably not be looking for programming experience so much as they'd be looking for like a PhD in electronics engineering or something, or like photonics maybe? I know there's like a degree in physics that specifically, like there's a field in physics that specifically deals with like lasers. I think that's what you would need for ASML. And you'd need like a PhD in it. Unless you just want to work as the janitor in the clean room. I imagine they have somebody who does, like, just cleanup at their facilities, right? Which CPU do you have the most fun with? I'd say the 7950X. Yeah. Like, it rolls, like, it thermally rolls over super fast, which is kind of annoying as for, like, high-load workload. Well, actually, so Intel doesn't thermally roll over, it just runs ridiculously power-hungry. Well, like, Intel does thermally roll over, but it happens later than AMD. Whereas AMD is, like, super sensitive to the temperature getting too high. But, like, the 7950X, well, it's... The thing is, like, the 14900K is just endless frustration as far as I'm concerned. Whereas the 7950X is like, oh, I want to bench Vantage, and it just does. And technically with the 14900K, if you just want to run Firestrike, you can literally run it on auto, and it gets basically the same scores as if you manually overclock it, but... like, I don't feel like that's having fun with the CPU, is it? Is the max FCLK achievable on that 7950X? Well, with the latest AGSA, it'll actually run 2200 sometimes. Like, with the, with the right combination of voltages, it'll do 2200. Like, the last AGSA did, like, something, like, really made a huge difference to FCLK stability. I'm not sure if they actually have cleaners in the clean room. They have to have some, like... I don't know. Like, I know the clean room has, like, there's, like, the crazy, like, airflow and, like, filtration system, but I think for, like, things that aren't, like, airborne dirt, you'd need somebody to go and, like, clean the floors somehow, right? Unless it's so clean that, like, that just doesn't happen. There simply is no dust. Or it's not even dust, because dust would be airborne, right? That would get caught by the air circulation and filtered out. But, like, things that wouldn't get caught by the air circulation, like, somebody needs to clean that, but I guess that would all, like, if somebody drops something and it shatters on the floor, there has to be, like, a clean room janitor team that deals with that kind of thing, right? Or they spill something. Yeah, but there's, like, machines in the clean room doing stuff, and, like, things sometimes might leak or break or something. Right? Like, they have the, like... I guess that's a very rare occurrence, but, like, not impossible. Nah, that would... No, if you had a master's in physics, you wouldn't be clean room janitor. You'd be, like, working on the actual machines. Are you able to change TREFI on AMD now? Yes, you've been able to do that for a while now. Welcome to the year 2023. Actually, I think they might have implemented that in 2022 already. I'm pretty sure my daily system has a V225 LAN on it, and I've not had any issues with it. Admittedly, I don't have 2.5 gig LAN at home, so that might be part of it. Let me check. Yeah, I have an i225 in my daily system. This live stream is literally being brought to you by an i225. Is there a way to tell what revision you have from, like, Windows, or do you have to, like, check the chip itself? No, you have to check the chip itself. Yeah, but as far as I know, like, Intel announced that the i225 is, like, fixed, like, several times, and yet, like, you still hear from people going, like, no, it isn't. So I don't know. And the revision 3225 on my B650 Asus ROG board. The thing is, this is not like a late... Like, the motherboard in my daily system isn't like a late production board or anything. It's literally from launch, so... Man, Code 17 is making some mild coil whine. Interesting. So Code 17 might also be worth running. We're gonna add that to the blend. Pretty sure that works, right? Like, if I just do that. Yeah, it does work. Cool. We learning things. But now the question is, why is it upset? I've made a mistake. I have gotten 22mm copper to go from the outside cooling system to indoors. 22mm what, tubing? And it's cooling down the kitchen. Yeah, probably shouldn't have done that. In the latest release with N63. Much harsher. Cool. Wait. Oh, I guess that's a replace. Oh, that's N64. Okay, so that is different. I got them mixed up. Nope, wrong mouse. My Samsung stick shows 4x32-bit in CPU. Z, but my Hynix 8i shows 2x32. Wait, one stick? That's weird. Shouldn't have this already passed? Did it freeze? No, it's not running. Damn it, what? Is my Hynix RAM faulty? Have you checked the performance of it? Because if it wasn't like... Like it's 2x16. I might just be CPU-Z being weird or something. Or like... Wait. What capacity are the DIMMs and like how many memory chips are there on there? Are there 8 chips or 4? Or wait, 8 or 16? Okay, now it's running. Eight each on both sides. So Okay, if you have 8 memory chips on both sides of the memory stick, those DIMMs should be 32 gigs. Wait, we're talking DDR5 here, right? Like if you have 16 memory chips on a Hynix DDR5 stick, it should be at least 32 gigs per stick. If it's not showing up as 32 gigs in Windows, half the stick is dead for some reason. No, C17 passed. Okay, I guess the instability is like really intermittent. Anyway, we'll copy my little memory crunch over to here. Paste. And now we just need to edit it a bit. So, because I'm assuming... Yeah, alright, so code 17 is now replaced by N63. Save that, oops. Save and close, and we're going to create a new shortcut for this. I'll rename it as memcrunch2. I'll drop that here, and then we just run that. Wait, what error do you get in starting Y Cruncher? Because the pause is only supposed to kick in at the very end of the test. Like, that's just to make it not automatically close the window. Is there a recommended value for VDDIO? Whatever your motherboard requires. Because it varies by motherboard, and it also varies by BIOS revision, so... Yeah, like, whatever works is whatever you should use. There isn't like, oh, this... Like, if your current... Like, if the value that your motherboard is at right now is passing stress tests and you're not having any weirdness with your system, you should just use that. There is no reason to change it unless there is a problem. Like, the way you should approach all voltages is that voltages do not directly affect performance, they just affect stability. So if it works, then it's good. If it doesn't work, then you need to go find a better voltage. Well, N63 just passed. This is the kind of annoying thing with memory stress testing, is that unlike, say, CPU stress testing, where if like you're right on the edge of stability, you will very regularly error out. With memory, not so. Like, you can have settings that you are 110% certain are unstable. You've seen them crash like twice, and that doesn't mean they're all gonna always crash. So, and that's why you need to run memory stress tests for just ludicrous amounts of time, because, like, you know, like sometimes you'll get an error almost instantly, and sometimes it takes like 12 hours. Ryzen tends to be a bit better about the, like, not throwing errors in 12 hours, but even then it's like, yeah, like, you know, you should run at least overnight, for at least something like Karhu. I don't know that I would necessarily want to run, well, like, the main reason I don't like running Y-Cruncher for really long periods of time is because it chugs power. But, like, if you're really concerned about your stability, you probably should. Wait, what did you... Like, this is what I'm using as my batch file for starting the stress test. Exception encountered parse except... What? Are you saving it as a .bat? No, you're a very intelligent individual. Yes, I've been told that many times. That's probably why I'm also incredibly lazy. A little too many, oh, you're such a gifted child. And not enough, actually, I'm not even sure what they could have said to make me not be the way I am. Because, like, I feel like they tried, like, every approach except getting a diagnosis and medication. Okay, I'm not sure if every approach, but, like, if somebody asked me, like, Buildzoid, what would you do to fix your childhood behavior? Give up. Give right the fuck up. Though, honestly, maybe I would have, like, the funny thing is, like, the thing that got me off my RuneScape addiction in middle school is being allowed to play RuneScape for 16 hours straight. Because after 16 hours of playing RuneScape, I came to the conclusion that playing RuneScape is actually pointless. But before that, when I was, like, trying to sneak, you know, a few minutes of RuneScape in between when I was supposed to be doing homework and whatever, I used every opportunity I had to play RuneScape. Like, I got 16 hours of like, hey, you can, like, because I was sick, so it was like, yeah, I was just sick, and it was like, yeah, so I played RuneScape for 16 hours, and then I never wanted to play it again for many years. No errors either. I'm not lazy. I don't know that playing 16 hours of RuneScape is getting bored quick. Though I would say the English literature lessons were utterly wasted on me. As well as the French class. Getting hacked and tricked after all these years in RuneScape. See, that never happened to me because I always had trust issues. Okay, so... Yeah, like, I honestly don't know what the fix would have been. Because I had many issues with many things. Because, like, even when I tried to do, like, especially the, like, literature-related stuff, like, I just didn't get it. It just didn't make sense to me. And I still don't get it. I've heard some game anti-cheat systems detect memory instability in minutes. It would not necessarily surprise me. But I think, like, if you ran a memory stress test, it would also be just a matter of luck if the... like, depends what stress test you run. But I'd expect them... like, a memory stress test should also pick up on that. Actually, I think the game anti-cheat probably picks up more on, like, memory controller errors than, like, memory errors, because the game wouldn't be loading all of the memory. I think the fix rhymes with Shmonera. I don't think that would have made me understand my literature homework, though. Or, like, English. It wasn't literature, it was, like, English. Language and literature? Something like that. But even before it was, like, a dedicated language and literature. And the funny thing is, like, I liked to read. It's just that you gave me something that was, like, you know, that had, like... artistic value, and I just didn't get it. It's like it just, like, what do you mean, like, what meaning between the words? Or reading between the lines? Yeah, but I like sitting on the chair. I am generally more satisfied with my life now than I've ever been in the past. And I used to live in an actual mansion. With a pool. Actually, no. I think at that time when the only things I really cared about were Lego. And actually just Lego. Like, yeah. So my life literally went from revolving around my interest in Lego to being annoyed about school to just being my life revolves around computer parts. So there was this whole... So my life was pretty chill when all I really cared about was Lego, and, like, technically I had homework that I didn't do. So we've progressed past the point is like, yeah, so now I have like more expensive Lego and no homework. Progress. Make a guide on how to OC DDR5 on AM5. You're watching it right now. This is how you overclock DDR5 on AM5. You try shit, a lot of it doesn't work. At some point, you probably come to the conclusion that you're wasting your time and you just lower the memory speed to 6,000. Wait, nope, that's code 17. Also, I wanted to test the benchmark. That's not a guide, that's an 8-hour stream. Well, this is the reason, like, people are like, oh, you should make a memory overclocking guide, and it's like, yeah, memory overclocking is not something that can be compressed into a 1-hour piece of content. Unless you're doing, like, really, like, low-effort memory overclocking, in which case... But that's, like, the thing is, like, if you're not pushing the limits, you're not going to run into the weird scenarios where you actually need to do anything, right? Because, like, there's... Like, if you just run safe settings, you actually just don't have to worry about... Like, you just don't really have to do anything. And if you're pushing the limits, you're on your own. Because, like, nobody knows where the limits of whatever the hell you're tuning are. Right? Like, if somebody went to me and said, yo, BuildZoid, I need help with this memory. I can't run TRP at less than 39 at, like, 6400, I would have told them that is super weird. Because, I've literally never run into that being a thing until I got this memory kit. You know? So it's like, I didn't even know this behavior is... Like, I literally had no idea this can happen. I've never seen this before. So, like, memory overclocking as a guide is more of a, like, it's more of a, like, approach than it is a rigid list of things you should do. Because if your rigid list of things you should do doesn't cover every possibility, even possibilities you've never seen before, your list is gonna fail at some point. Or it won't if you just don't buy weird memory setups. If you just stick to single rank, life will be so much easier. TCL T-die to be about 15C higher than the core temps? I'm pretty sure depending on the load, because if you're using hardware info, I'm assuming that this has a smoothing function applied to it, whereas this doesn't. So yeah, I would guess what's going on here is, like, you can see, like, how this is, like, consistently higher than this. This is getting, like, these readings are whatever hardware info gets when it polls, and it polls, you know, like, right now it's polling at 200 milliseconds. So every 2 seconds it asks what the temperature is. But as far as I know, Ryzen's own internal power management runs at, like, a kilohertz. And so its control temperature, right, T-die control temperature, like, TCL stands for control temperature as far as I know. I'm going to assume that that is, like, a rolling max of a really high polling rate. It actually might be even above a kilohertz. I don't know. So yeah, I would, like, that would be my theory on why this is, like, consistently higher than all of the other temperatures here, is just like, yeah, because this is actually the maximum at, like, a much higher polling rate than whatever you're getting in hardware info. Will this finally be stable? Any benefit to setting 500 milliseconds? You'll get more, like, your polling will be faster, but, like, the lower you set the polling rate, the more CPU usage you're gonna be, like, the more clock cycles you're just gonna be throwing at measuring things. Now, SoC voltage right now is 1.25, VDDP is 1.15, VDDQ is 1.25, VDDIO is 1.25, VDD is 1.65. Or are you talking to somebody else? You know, I gotta say, I don't really like the saying of FAFO, because, like, it's not really that clever a saying. It's, like, really brain dead. I feel like if you're gonna make a if you're gonna have, like, an overused saying, it should be, like, fancy, instead of just fucking do shit, find out. Like, there's so many other ways to say it. It's like, why that way? It's not even it's not even particularly interesting. Like, I think it would be more interesting if you made it, like, intentionally overly scientific sounding. Like, run experiments, acquire data, or something, right? That would be actually, like, more interesting than just, like, do stuff, observe results. Actually, I still think that's more interesting. Do stuff and find out. Yeah, like, whoa. What a saying. Oh, so I am, like, terminally on Reddit, so I see that, like, saying just constantly everywhere. Because, like, Reddit just loves it. That's just how Reddit works. Like, somebody says something mildly interesting, like, mildly, I'm not even sure we can say clever, but, like, mildly catchy, right? And everybody on Reddit goes, like, latches onto it. And just within 6 months, actually 6 months is a long time. Within a few months, they run anything into the ground. Can I ask something that has nothing to do with this live? Yes. You may or may not get an answer to it. It better not be about Intel. If you want help with Intel, go complain to Intel. No, I don't want to replace it. Choosing some DDR4 32GB kit. Okay. Or do you care about performance? Because, like, Samsung B-Die still hasn't changed. You're looking for, like, 3200 1414 or 3600 1415 or 1616. Is it odd to have TRCD, TRP, TRAS that won't go a digit below 2339? What mem clock are you at? But for like Hynix DJR at say like 4600, sure. That sounds completely normal. Should I try improve these timings? Did your link actually get through? No, YouTube, why are you so stupid? God. Ugh. Whoa, your link got through. Why, this is 32 gigs. You could probably lower your TRCD and your TRAS. Wait, why is your TRC so low if your TRAS is through the roof? And the rest of the timings, yeah, I'd leave that alone. Wait, these are my timings. Yeah, you could probably lower TRCD and TRP a bit, as well as TRAS, and then, like, not touch anything else. As far as I'm concerned. Yep. You're actually stable at 2200 FCLK with 1.25 SoC? Because that's kind of a lot of SoC voltage for 2200 FCLK. Should I buy some Kingston 3600 1620 or spend €10 more to get 3600 1619? Those will actually probably be the same thing. So I'd actually go with the Kingston 1620. 140 kilo water cooling loop? 140 kilogram water cooling loop? That's like literally, like that's almost like 2 Mi's worth of water cooling. What are you cooling? Run experiments. No, that sounds terrible. You're gonna look like a complete nerd. Do not use that. Just stick to the normie one. What kit do you recommend for a 1700X3D? 6000 CL30 is not too expensive these days. Not that it's particular. Not like it's a lot faster than just, well, anything with a 1700X3D, but that's like the easy option. Why don't you show yourself? Because I don't wanna. Price is not an issue. Yeah, in that case, I'd just go with 6000 CL30. I'm just looking for the best thing. Well, technically, the best thing would be a Gene with like a DDR5-8000 kit, but you probably don't have a Gene. It's a 5600X for now. Wait, 41.5 liter copper milk churn in a bath of water? That why? DDR4 1721 at 4000 is solid. Yeah, that sounds about right for a Hynix kit. Oh, you actually have a Gene. Wait, what? I am losing track of chat. Nah, I don't think... At least to me, show yourself doesn't give creepy vibes. That gives me, like, vibes of, like, not trusting the voice on the other side of the... Or that's, like, not trusting the voice coming out of the computer. American action movie hero line. Yeah. Cheapest new BDI 3200 CL14 kit in the EU. In the EU, I would probably try also looking for 3600 1616. But the thing is, BDI, dual rank BDI is not cheap. It just isn't. It is actually not it is not cost effective compared to DDR5 at this point. Like, you can get DDR5 that is, like, performance-wise competitive with dual-rank BDI for less than dual-rank BDI. Because the problem with dual-rank BDI is that, like, BDI isn't consistent enough to like, with Hynix, basically any Hynix kit will do good settings. But with Samsung BDI, there are Samsung BDI ICs out there that are basically indistinguishable from CDI. They are really bad. That memory chip is, like, super inconsistent, and consequently, all the good, like, for the good speed bins, they actually need to bin the stuff. And so it's way more expensive. Hynix 670E looks like the B550 Unify X for Ramosi. It is currently the best AM5 memory overclocking board. The Hynix 670E. Do they still even make BDI? I don't know, I haven't checked in quite a while. Man, if this is stable, that would be so nice. I could die happy. I forgot you did a review of bad BDI. No, Asus doesn't make RAM. It was Antec, I think. And it was on a black PCB, and it was terrible. And Tachyon was considered the best. Well, you can't buy a Tachyon, you know? Also, Gigabyte's BIOS is a bit clunk compared to Asus. Antec RAM, yeah, it was super weird. What time is it? Wait, what? It's already noon? I've been live for 8 hours? You played with Ballistics Rev B? If you mean 16 gigabit, yes. Or, well, a decent amount. I used to daily it at like 4333. It's really good. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's the best 16 gigabit memory chip. Other than Linpack getting worse or not, I mean, you can also use check Y-Cruncher is getting worse or not. But no, I've not found a better stability test than that. With a stock 1.5066 gigahertz vid. Oh, so that's like 7 millivolts worse than mine. I told you the 14900K is not Intel finding better silicon. Wait, I accidentally paused the test. Okay, there we go. It's back to running. Like, the 14900K was a bunch of, like, Intel just sort of, like, their product development team got together and they looked at the 13900K and basically asked the question, so how much voltage do we need to shove into this to make it do 6 gigahertz no matter what? And thus the 14900K was created. Intel fully adopted the policy of keep calm and raise vCore. So my 7200 CL38 Kingstons, I've actually stress tested them on Ryzen at like 7600 CL30. On Intel, they're a mess, but that's just like that's just Intel for me in general. Like, I don't have a single kit of memory where I can be like, oh yeah, this works really great on Intel, because that would require Intel, you know, working. As we all know, that doesn't happen under this roof. Actually, well, technically there's a roof 3 floors above me, so I am under it. Then again, I don't know if there might not be somebody above me dailying an Intel system with, like, DDR5-7600 or something. I doubt it, but you never know. Any point in disabling the page file? I think if you disable the page file, some software might even break, so I wouldn't really recommend it for a daily system. I do that for, like, bench OSs sometimes, because there's, like, certain benchmarks that, like, run a bit faster without it. But for daily, I would not recommend it. Unless, I guess you don't really want the page file to be on your SSD. I guess that would be one thing that... I'm not sure I'd disable it for that, but I would make sure that it's not on your SSD, because that would be bad. How the heck do you cool a 14900K? Well, actually, if you set the power limit to 253, it's very, very coolable. It actually runs cooler than, like, AMD CPUs if you set a reasonable power limit. My 13, I don't know what my 13900 KS is on the SP rating. I think it's a 108. What should a good 280X do on air? Do you have voltage control on it? Because with, like, 1.35 volts, I would expect a good one to do at least 1250, if not 1300. 280X toxic. Yeah, I would be aiming for 1300. With maxed fan speed, if you're just like a single passive fire strike, I'd be aiming for 1300. Or, well, okay, no, 1300 is actually quite high, but like 1280 is like, yeah, it should be doable. Yeah, that's a error. It's dual rank. I don't really have... I don't think this is a particularly up-to-date version of Zen timing, so maybe that got fixed, maybe it didn't get fixed. You know what? It might be more stable with this lower FCLK now. Or actually, I don't know. Too early to say. We need to run it longer. SP rating even works. So the SP ratings are CPU dependent. So like 14900K SP ratings are not comparable to 13900KS SP ratings. Like the scale works differently. But other than that, it's literally just like vid rating. Like it's just vid translated into a number, and Asus like decides an arbitrary scale based on a bunch of CPUs that they tested. And that's kind of that. Have you ever tried the RID Nimes drivers? No. Yeah, being able to tweak the memory timings in Windows would be really cool for Ryzen. Also, if we had a working safe boot, that would be also really cool. In fact, I would rather have a working safe boot than the ability to tweak timings on the fly. A company that solders bigger memory chips onto GPUs could do good. Yeah, right up until NVIDIA, like, figures out some way to sew them into the ground. Nobody gets to put more memory on an NVIDIA GPU without NVIDIA approving it. Actually, there was a really great, like, clip of, well, so, like, Linus on one of the recent WAN shows talked about, like, how much, like, control NVIDIA has over board partner designs, and it's like, they control everything. You need to get your PCB approved, you need to get your heatsink approved, you need to, like, if your heatsink, like, you want to know why 4090s don't come with 2-slot heatsinks? Because NVIDIA won't approve them. That's it. You're not allowed to make 2-slot 4090s. Oh, you want to use a better power connector? Yeah, that's not allowed. Oh, you want to use 2 of our stupid power connectors? Yeah, you're not allowed to do that either. Which I really don't get. Right? The, like, you can't have, like, because as far as I know, NVIDIA is very against GPU manufacturers putting, like, 2 12-volt high power connectors onto a PCB, and it's like, yeah, but the whole point of the 12-volt high power connector being as, like, small as it is that it's literally the same size as a single 8-pin. And we've had cards with 2 8-pins for years. So why couldn't you have 2 of these things? Like, why not? Like, seriously, why the hell not? There's the Galax Hall of Fame 4090 with 2. Yeah, I know about that one, but that's the only one. Everybody else has 1. Or more like everything else has 1. Isn't there already a perfectly... I mean, the 8-pin is perfectly good. They could have just used 3 of them. With a 480 and 360 rad? Are you running your fans at like 800 RPM? How are you struggling to cool that? How well does SP correlate with OC results? Check the Igor's lab article about that. I think they tested it a bit. But I think for core frequencies, it's actually quite accurate, especially at ambient. The 3090 Ti Kingpin had dual 12-volt high-power connectors. Yeah, but that one never saw a retail release, did it? I'm relatively certain that NVIDIA has nothing to do with the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is, like, very AMD. I want to buy something with Buildzoid's name on it. That isn't a shirt, I'm guessing. Like a GPU or a motherboard, right? Man, if it weren't... Like, if it were... Like, I don't know. Like, if it... If it were, like, not... Like, I don't know how difficult it would be to do, like, a... Like... do something like that. And I'm like, I don't like, you know, random chance-based stuff. So I don't really want to, like, try my luck with that. So... 1.428 for 5.8 gigahertz? That sounds a lot like my 14900K. Like, I guess technically I could, like, hand bin memory sticks and sell those. But, like, anything where it's like, oh, I need to go to some manufacturer, and then it's like, oh, we need to do this collab, and it's like... Because the thing is, from the manufacturer perspective, yeah, but, like, what do they get out of it? Like, I wouldn't be against it. I think it would be really cool. Like, honestly, it's always been kind of a dream of mine that, like, you know, having something that actually has my name on it. But then it's like, it would actually have to be good. Like, I really, really don't want to end up in that scenario where there's a product that's sold on reputation more so than actual, like on actual merit. What about an overclocking diagnostic device of some sort? I don't know what would even go into that, though. Right, because it's like... I'm trying to think of, like, a good example of something being, like... I guess some of the EVGA dark boards would fall into this category of, like, sold on like, boards that were actually kind of but, you know, sold more on reputation than actually being perfect. Yeah, like, I guess, like, you could point out, like, with, say, the X299 Dark, like, it doesn't natively have VTT DDR control. Like, it just doesn't have it. You'd think it would, but it doesn't. Yeah, the 3090 Ti KP having two 12-volt high-power connectors, that already came up. It also never saw a retail release. Like, with NVIDIA, you can make your own internal prototypes as long as you don't try to sell them. 30 minutes into the test and no crash? That's not that weird. We had an earlier run where it somehow got to like an hour before I decided to try lower the TRCD and then it immediately broke again. Honestly, you know what? I am kind of lazy. I wouldn't mind just calling it a day with 2066 FCLK at this point. Oh man, I didn't do the test. Ugh. .12 volt, my power to 4x pin directly. What? No, please don't solder anything to your 4090. If the power connector melts, at least you still have your warranty. If you do weird soldering shit to it, your warranty is going to be, like, kind of gone. Like, also, what would the benefit of, like, me like, helping on the development of a motherboard be? I guess it could come with, like, some memory timing presets or something. But those wouldn't even be that, like... But, like, you don't even need, like, what's the point? Like, you could put those... The thing is, if I helped a manufacturer create some, like, timing presets, like, I would think it would be better if they just had those timing presets on every motherboard instead of, like, one special one. Right? So it would have to be, like, to me, for it to make sense, it would have to be an actual, like, hardware feature, like, something that you can't, like, it's not just a software update. It would have to be some kind of physical design difference. And that would be really, really hard. You get that bug with power down disabled on Ryzen 2? I have not bothered testing if power down, like disabling power down mode works, which is why I just leave it enabled. It makes, like, it does make a difference to perform, like, actually, I am not sure if it makes much of a difference to loaded performance. I know it affects IDA, but IDA's memory latency test is basically idle. And at idle, the memory controller is supposed to put the memory sticks to sleep to, like, save a little bit of power. And so, you know, if you're not loading the memory a lot, yeah, the memory controller is going to put the memory sticks to sleep, and then it's going to have to wake them up before you get your memory return, like, your data back from the memory. So I'm not sure if, like, say, Pi Prime would be affected. I've not tested that. It might be. And I've not tested if Y-Cruncher would be affected. If Pi Prime is affected, then you would probably want to generally turn it off. But yeah, like, the thing is, if the memory is, like, running, if the memory is under load, it can't go to sleep. So disabling power down mode doesn't affect that scenario. Right? Whereas if you're doing a whole lot of nothing in between memory requests, then yeah, it's going to put the memory to sleep, and then it's going to take extra time to wake the memory up, because you need to wake the memory up, right? But yeah, I haven't checked how much of a real-world issue that is, because, like, I know it affects IDA, but IDA is a bit special. How good is the 5950X for memory overclocking? In 1-to-1 mode, I would expect most of them to max, like, do at least 3733. If you get very, like, well, depends how much stability you want. You can run benchmarks on 5950Xs all the way up to, say, 4200 with 1-to-1 mode. Like, I've done that. But you need to get really lucky for anything above 3800 to be, like, fully stable. And if you're in 2-to-1 mode, you can bench, like, 4800 with B-die as long as your motherboard is good enough. And with, like, Micron, you should be able to do even over 5000. Again, if your motherboard is good enough. And by good enough, you basically need, like, a 6-layer Gigabyte board, or at least a B550 ASRock, or like a MSI Unify-X, or a ITX Asus. ATX Asus boards, in my experience, are very meh. They're not completely terrible. Like, they're better than, like, a 4-layer Gigabyte, and they're better than, like... I think they're worse than 6-layer MSI. Yeah. But they're, like, better than, like, a 4-layer MSI. So, like, you know, they're... Because, like, the ones... Like, I tested a Asus B550 Strix XE, and it didn't do 4800 with B-die at all. Like, it just wasn't happening. With dual rank, it brick-walled at, like, 3866 or 3900. Whereas, like, ASRock, Gigabyte, MSI, they can all go over 4000 for 1-to-1 mode. And, yeah, so it was really not great. And ASRock, Gigabyte, and MSI in 2-to-1 mode can do, like... Well, Gigabyte can do, like, 4800 plus. ASRock can do, like, 4666 plus. I think I did 4733 even. MSI can also do something similar to ASRock. And then there's Asus, where it was, like... Even with Micron, it was, like, difficult to get 4666 to, like, work at all. And, like, the other boards I was testing with B-die, so... And B-die is harder to run than Micron. With Micron, you can do 5000 on basically everything, except for DIMM Asus. Asus X570E, I never tested one of those, but I would assume that it's about the same as the B550 Strix XE. Is there a noticeable difference between 1900 and 1866 FCLK? In terms of performance, not really. In terms of stability, on some boards, in some scenarios, 1900 doesn't work, like, at all. Like, there's some CPUs and motherboards that, like, you try to run 1900 and it just won't even post. So there's, like, a pretty drastic stability difference, though I personally never had one of those CPUs. In fact, I only ever had one 5000 series CPU. I have a 5950X. And I have a 5500 APU. Or, well, it's not an APU, but the 5500 is monolithic, so that's not comparable. I'd like to have, like, a 5600 or something, but, like, they're kind of expensive, right? And at the time they were, like, yeah, like, IVR voltage is the same as VDD-QT. Yeah, IVR voltage is what Asus calls the VDD-QTX, or I think Gigabyte calls it CPU VDD-Q. MSI might call it also CPU VDD-Q, or maybe VDD-QTX? I don't remember. Wait, what is this about an 8600K that should get thrown out because of the 12400, which I do actually off any point in getting dual rank B-die for 8600K? Yeah, absolutely do not. Like, no. No, do not do that. Unless you're benching it. Like, if you're specifically benching it, sure, but if you're not benching it, and actually, if you're benching it, single rank is generally quite competitive. But if you're doing this because it's like a daily system, then no, you're better off saving your money for an actual CPU upgrade. Like, as much memory overclocking content as I make, generally speaking, CPU, or at least recently, in the past this wasn't really that true. Like, I think an 8700K with tuned memory is probably just better than a 9700K? Oh, yeah, no. If you had a 9700K with JDEC memory, I'm pretty sure it would just get rolled by an 8700K. or even XMP memory. If it was like a 3200 CL16 XMP, I'm pretty sure that 9700K is getting crushed by a 8700K running like 4133, whatever. But the 12400 is so freaking fast. Like, Intel 12th gen is like actually, like, it's a new architecture. For the first time in like forever, Intel actually has a new CPU architecture. These chips are so damn fast. So yeah, no, if you're like 8600K, I would actually just save your money and like 12400F with a cheap even with a cheap motherboard, and then just use your current memory kit, and that's going to give you way more performance than any amount of memory tuning on an 8600K. This is not even going to be close. Actually, wait, what does the 12400F run at? Like, Alder Lake was, like, when I tested Alder Lake, I was blown away. Yeah, it runs at, max turbo is 4.4. Yeah, like, 8600K, if you have a good one, you might be able to get it to 5 gigahertz, but that is actually not gonna, yeah, it's not gonna make up the IPC gap off the top of my head. Is Memtest 86 a reasonable tool to find out whether RAM is stable? It's good. If your RAM is really, 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 really unstable, it'll tell you. I would not use it as the like if you wanna do it as like a quick check to make sure that things aren't completely broken, sure. But for full stability, I would really recommend like Test Mem 5. Maybe HCI Memtest Deluxe. I don't actually think that one's that good these days. I think Karhu might be better. Especially if you're on a modern Intel CPU, I think Karhu or Test Mem 5 are going to be at least more convenient to run. And then also I highly recommend Ycruncher. Ycruncher is really, really good for stress testing the memory controller. B450 Gaming F is doing 4066 1-to-1 just fine. Are you on single rank or dual rank? Are you on 2x8 or 2x16 or like 4x8? Because like Asus for single rank was like mostly okay. It was dual rank where it was like, oh, this sucks. Oh, also, I didn't check how it works with Micron. I was only checking dual rank BDI because, like, I wanted a new benching board. Like, I wanted a new benching board, and I was very disappointed. 2x8. Yeah, that makes a big difference. Wait. No, I'm talking to SLDKH Amsterdam. About the B450 Gaming F. Two x32 Micron BDI? Because that should, like... I mean... Yeah, that should work at, like, 3800 no problem. So right now the main issue with dual rank is that the tertiary timings are worse than single rank. And I think that might just be inherent to either the memory or the memory controllers. Unless you mean, like, dual rank hitting similar speeds, which never happened with DDR4. Like, DDR4 single rank clocks stupid high. Oh, you're single rank. Yeah, okay. Okay, in single rank, that makes perfect sense. If you were in dual rank, then I would feel very concerned about my skills. I have a 7800X3D that does 6400 1-to-1 and 8000 2-to-1 with FCLK 2133 on a B650A Horus Elite. Any point to test with my other 7800X3D? Huh. Well, at 8000, you'd want to run the FCLK at 2000, so that's just a tip. But at least if you care about latency. I mean, that like seems to me like a already very solid CPU, so like I don't really see the point. Let's say the other one was better. How much better? It would do like 2200 FCLK, maybe 6600 1-to-1. Would that be drastically faster? No. It's not going to do 8200 because above 8000 the like memory ratios are kind of broken. So you'd need to like use BCLK, and like that actually causes all kinds of problems. Because that's not ECLK. If you want to go above 8000 on AM5, you need to start BCLK overclocking, and that makes a mess. The gains, well, they're not completely minuscule. You're on a 7800X3D, so the CPU's not exactly memory sensitive to begin with. But yeah, like going from 6400 to 6600 just isn't that much of a difference. Like, let's say your timings didn't change, which they would, but let's say they didn't change. Well, you would get 3% more memory performance. What does that actually mean in practice? Probably nothing, because you're on a 7800X3D. Also, your timings would get looser, like, proportionally. So your latency wouldn't really... Actually, your latency would very slightly improve, because the memory controller would be clocked higher, but... I don't know, like, it depends. Like, I think, personally, if I had two CPUs, I'd test them both. I don't know how it is for you, like... I don't know how it is for you in terms of the resale value. Like, if the resale value of the CPU drastically drops after you've tested it, then maybe I wouldn't test it. But, well, the thing is, I don't go on eBay shopping for things that, like, I assume are unopened. Right? Like, everything I buy, I assume has been opened. Like, I just assume, like, if you, like, nobody's, like, if you say you're selling something that's been sitting in its box and you haven't opened it, I simply don't trust you. It's that simple. Especially if you don't have one of the, like, OEM boxes where you have, like, the factory seal sticker, and even that factory seal sticker, like, you can circumvent it. I'm not sure how, like, I've never tried doing it myself, but it can be done. So, like, I'm sure it can be done. So I still wouldn't trust you to be selling me a brand new CPU. So I wouldn't want to be paying brand new prices anyway. Now, if you don't lose money on testing it, then, like, I'd test it. Any benefit to manually trying to set RTL timings? So my experience trying to mess with RTL timings on anything after, like, 10th gen has been that you touch them and it doesn't post. So I just do not touch them. That might be a skill issue on my part, but, like, I don't know what to do about it. Have you seen 8700G reviews? All the G series APUs can do 6400 1-to-1 and reach high FCLK out of the box. Why is that? Well, they're monolithic, so that helps with the FCLK speed, doesn't it? If I'm selling a 7800X3D in a trait OEM plastic box, you'd be wary. Yeah. I'd be wary even if it was retail. Like, I wouldn't expect it to be super cheap, but I would basically treat it the same as any other secondhand CPU. So, like, if I went on eBay and I check prices for secondhand 7800X3Ds, and I see, like, a clearly open box CPU that's, like, sitting on a desk or something, and it's listed for like, I don't know, 300, like, let's say 250, which I think might be a bit low, but let's say it's at 250, and then you come along and it's like, oh, here's my plastic clamshell 7800X3. I don't know if you even have a clamshell for it. I would treat those the same, because the CPU just kind of sitting out in the open, and the CPU in its plastic container that doesn't have any factory seal or anything is like, that's the same thing, right? And even if there was a seal on it, like, it would only very slightly increase my expectations that, like, it hasn't been... Like, I wouldn't assign it any value, because I would assume most people don't bin CPUs on eBay. That's the other thing. Like, I wouldn't expect people... Like, I won't assume most people selling CPUs on eBay are selling their binning rejects, because most people don't bin CPUs. That is freaking weird. It's just in a clamshell. Yeah, I can open it easily if I wanted to. Yeah, exactly. So I would just treat that as like any other open box CPU. Like, I don't... Why is Y-Cruncher VST removed in the latest version? Because it got replaced by VT3. VT3 is like, according to the developer, it's like a rewrite of VST to just be, like, better. And it is heavier. In my experience, like, I've had things that would pass, like, a whole bunch of VST, and then they just crash in VT3. When are the 8700Gs actually hitting retail? Because I haven't seen the prices for them here in the UK. They're going to be like 300 quid, aren't they? Which is way too much. No, they're still not retail. Yeah, 330 US, so it's going to be 300 quid at the minimum. You got your 7800... How are 7800 X3Ds so expensive where you're at? Like, here in the UK, and we pay a lot... Like, the UK be expensive. But, like, I can get a 7800 X3... This isn't... Okay, that's 374... Okay, actually, that's probably pretty close to USD. That's probably pretty close to... No, that's like $474. Also, I don't think this retailer is actually the best place for a 7800 X3D in the UK. Give me a second. Oh no! PC part picker when you don't have a giant window is actually really hard to navigate. Oh yeah, so it's about like 460 USD here. Wonder how much second-hand ones cost. Second-hand 14700Ks are weirdly cheap. It's a shame that Intel CPUs are so bad at memory overclocking. Okay, second-hand it would be 320. The 5800 X3Ds are 250 quid. Wait, isn't that pretty close to retail? I'm just checking CEX, not eBay. The Amazon website never fails to disappoint in how absolutely horrible it is to use. Seriously, how do people shop on Amazon? It's like freaking AliExpress. Except AliExpress is actually cheap. Okay, so 289 retail. Yeah, so that's not much cheaper than retail, is it, for the 5800 X3D? When's the 5700 X3D dropping? CX? Yeah, CEX for CPUs is, like, pretty cool. I also like the fact that they have warranties. And, like, there's, like, 2 CXs in the city that I live in, so if, like, anything goes wrong, like... Even for GPUs, like, it's, like, super convenient that, like, I can just hop on the bus, go to the city center, like, yeah, go to the like, city center, and just walk into the store and go, like, yo, no worky. Here's, like, my CX account tag thing. Refund, please. Because, like, if I'm returning a CPU, I just want another one anyway, so I'm fine if they just give me, like, the store credit, and I can just go buy another one. I guess if you actually wanted your money back, they might be more of a pain. But I've never been in that scenario. Like, I've always been perfectly happy to just get the store credit, because it's just like, I'm just gonna buy more CPUs. Man, 5900Xs are like 220 quid. 56G is 100 quid. The 5600G. 5800X is 155. Damn. 3600 is 75. But do they have a 10980XE? Because that's actually like, that is like the CPU that I am on the hunt for. A cheap 10980XE. Oh, no 10980XE. They do have a 10940X, though, for, like, 280. I don't need more random junk. But I want more random junk. Oh, man, the 10920X is 220 quid. Wait, what about the 7000 version? 10900X is, like... 200, 10850K is 200. The 10900F is under 200 quid. I don't see any 7000 series HEDTs. They can't be less than like 140 quid, right? Like, it's not possible. I guess they sold out of the 7000 HEDTs for now. Right? Wait, 9800X is 120 quid. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing any 7000 series HEDT. They had some really good deals on those in the past. Like 7940X, 7920X. Which is probably why they don't have any. Oh yeah, the 7820X is like 50 quid. But I think it's been at that price for a while. I should not go to CEX. They have 7740Xs for 40 quid. And I'd be lying if I said I'd kind of want one. Or, like, kind of want another one. Because the one I have is really good. Like, it does, like, 5.45 or almost 5.5 on water cooling. And then it did, like, 6.8 almost on liquid nitrogen. Yeah, no, I need to buy an 8700G, because AMD didn't send one, so no buying random junk on CEX. Isn't the 5700X3D same power draw as 5800X3D? If it's the same TDP, I'd be very surprised if it actually pulls the same power. And for me, the main thing is, like, I'd like to try, bypass the overclocking restrictions on one of the X3D CPUs. And so I want the cheapest X3D to do that with. right? Because, like, I don't want to, like, if I'm going to be bypassing the overclocking restrictions, very high chance of something going wrong. And so if I'm going to break something, I want it to not be expensive when it breaks. Man, 5950Xs are still kind of expensive. What was the 2970WX? Oh, that was the 24 core. Yeah, but I don't have any motherboards for that, so... They would unlock TREFI on AM4 somehow. Is it an architecture limitation? Probably. Because they unlocked it on AM5, so I don't know why they have, like... I get, like, it might not be supported on, like, the architecture might not allow it. 1.25, it doesn't. The VDD is 1.65 volts. That's why we're getting CL26 to work. Also, I finally recently delidded a DDR5 memory stick so that I can hook up the oscilloscope to it and show how these, like, voltage... Like, even the little voltage fluctuations that you see that don't look like bugged-out sensors are actually, like, not real. It's going to be a very boring video. It's going to be looking at the oscilloscope and seeing a straight line. Though I do wonder how the voltage measurement, like, how the sensors are so inaccurate that they go up and down by 15 millivolts. Because you'd think they would just be the same voltage reading constantly. Because, like, I've never, like, when I tried measuring a DDR5 stick pretty, like, when DDR5 was still, like, new, and it was the most boring thing I've ever seen. There was actually nothing. Like, I've seen some DDR4 memory sticks where you could see, like, the refresh cycle. When I tried measuring a DDR5 stick, it was, like, there was nothing. It's just... Though, admittedly, I don't think I hooked up the oscilloscope directly next to a memory chip, so I'm going to try that this time. Also, this time I'm using a memory stick that's not Micron, so that might make it a little bit more interesting. Man, 5600s are, like, weirdly, like, not cheap. Like, they're not as cheap as I wish they were. Like, a 5600 is still 115 quid. It's more expensive than well, I guess the 5600G is slower, so fair enough. The FX 9590 on at CEX is more expensive than a 2700. Now, that's dumb. If you buy an FX 9590 instead of a Ryzen 2700, you're there's an 11... So the Phenom X2 is 60 quid. The X2... I mean, not X2, X6. The Phenom 2 X6 1100T is 60 quid. That is a completely insane price for that CPU. It's literally more expensive than a Ryzen 1700X. Wait, what's an 1800X? An 1800X is also cheaper. Would you rather have a Phenom 2 or an 1800X? I decided to test the second 17800X3D besides the 1-to-1. Should I test the actual cores? There's not really any good way of checking the cores, though. Though, you might actually be able to tell if one is better than the other by just running Cinebench on auto. Like, the Silicon Lauder, because AMD's boost algorithm is so aggressive, it'll actually boost slightly more or less depending on the silicon quality. So if one of them is like you could run Cinebench and run it a few times, right? But if you're on the same cooling and like you're on a water cooler, you can just glue a temperature probe to it to check that the water temperature is roughly the same, and then just run Cinebench at like real-time priority or high priority, and whichever one of them scores higher is better. That actually works. So there's like some chips that score like, I think there's some that do like 1900 on auto, and some that are like a little like closer to like 18,500, or not 1900, like 19,000, and then there's like 18,500 chips, and that's like, I think that's the range. Might be a bit more than that. So yeah, you could literally just run Cinebench to try figure out if one is better than the other. I wonder what their GPU prices are like. Actually, do not buy another GTX 590, but you know what? They're not in stock anyway. But who knows? If they were, maybe I'd be very tempted. Actually, I wouldn't. Like, I have way too much stuff. And not enough space, and I'm way behind on getting stuff done. Yeah, LLC3 is like insane. Why wouldn't you use like LLC4? Because LLC4 actually works really well, from at least in my oscilloscope measurements. Okay, the 4790K is actually just ridiculously overpriced everywhere. Like, you want to know what a 4790 costs here? Or on CEX at least? I think on eBay it might be a bit lower, but... like, a 4790K, if it's not like 70 quid, I'll be very surprised. Dude, I nailed it. It is literally 70 quid. Because the problem, the 4790K... is literally the fast, like there is a ton of LGA 1150 motherboards, and the 4790K is way faster than any other CPU that you can put in that socket. Right? Because this thing comes stock at 4 gigahertz. So, 70 quid, right? And if I wanted, like, say a 4690K, that costs nothing. Literally nothing. It doesn't cost anything. You have 4770K. Almost half the price. Like, the 4790K is just a very expensive CPU is what it is. How much is an 8086K? Actually cheap, I think. Yeah, that one should be pretty cheap. Because it's like 9900K, that'll be expensive, but 86K I think will be pretty cheap. Because like it wasn't actually limited production, it was just like limited run. Yeah, so, I mean, that's quite high, but for comparison, right, best CPU on the socket, literally double. And I think 8700K is probably about the same. Yeah, like 8700K, 8086K, roughly the same. 9900K, and you're paying through the nose. Around 50 quid for 4790K on eBay usually. I'll check. Well, it looks like it is actually stable now. I wonder if the lower FCLK fixed the stability. I might be happy to actually just roll with that. Nah, so buy now there's a 69.99, so literally the same as CEX, and you don't even get a warranty. There's one that's currently 1 bid, 2 days left, and it's like 50. And there's one that's 1 day, 8 hours, 38, and that's, oh, well, that one's like 40 right now, and there's 5 bids on it. Also, it looks fake. I don't remember 4700Ks coming with this. Oh, and there's like a motherboard 4790K memory combo for 200, which is way too much. There's also a motherboard memory combo for 50, but that's 3 days left. So that's gonna go up, I think. Yeah, the cheap one, the printing looks very sus. Are 4790Ks supposed to look like, this? Oh, and my block didn't work. Oops. The Vietnam ones look like that. Oh, I've never seen one from Vietnam then. As far as I know, which batch is best tends to sort of drift over time. Because it's not like all the good CPUs get shipped to one location and packaged there. It's just like there was a good batch and it happened to end up in a specific in one packaging location. Now, what was the SP rating on my potato again? It was like 91? Yes, it was 91. Why Intel? Why don't you love me? Or 5th gen i5 soldered? No. I don't think they soldered anything until, like... 900... Yeah, until 9000. One 1.437 for 6 gigahertz. That's literally 20 millivolts lower than mine. Actually, it's more than 20 millivolts lower than mine. My CPU is like 1.499, though somehow the screenshot I posted on Twitter is like 1.494. So it seems, the vid seems to like fluctuate a bit. Because the last time I checked it was 1.499. Like during the previous live stream with that CPU it was 1.499. My Godbin is 1.386. Nice. Low-end 9000? Yeah, low-end 9000 series was paste. It was only the K chips that were soldered. Do you have different vids? I didn't... Is there a way to check the 6 gigahertz per core? Any point in minimizing the SoC voltage on AM5? The less SoC voltage you're running, the higher Infinity Fabric clock you can stabilize. Fancy entering the Sempron 145 comp on hardware bot? No, I have enough stuff to do as is, and don't really feel like running a Sempron. What VDD would you consider safe for daily use? Quite frankly, if you have enough cooling, I don't really see a reason you couldn't run 1.65. But if you want to, like, err on the side of caution, then just stick to, like, 1.4. Like, you can literally get XMP memory kits at 1.45. So, 1.45 should be absolutely no problem. And I would assume even 1.5 would be no problem. Yeah, well, mine sucks even more on the 5.8 vid. My 5.8 vid is like frickin' 1.43 something. Give me a second while I check my Twitter. It is, yeah, for 5.8, mine has a 1. Actually, it was 1.423. Wait, no, it was 1.498 and 1.423. I feel like the vid fluctuates a bit. Because I'm pretty sure during the stream my 5.8 vid was higher than that. Or I'm just misremembering things. Lexar has a 1.55 XMP, but you can't really buy it. Neat. Wait, what are the timings on that they have a 1.55 XMP? Like, this needs to be like 7600 CL32 or something to justify that voltage. Or like 7200 CL30. RTP at 8 was unstable. I was having weird instability issues and I never quite figured out where they were coming from. So I raised it up to 12 because that definitely works. You were streaming when I went to bed last night. Well, I'm still streaming right now. Apparently you slept for like 8-ish hours. Wait, what is it? Okay, I'm actually gonna look up that Lexar 1.5 volt XMP. Because, like, I want to know what timings they're running to justify that voltage. I can't find it. Do you have a link? I want to know what timings that they have it for. It's 1.5. 8036. That's not even... Okay, that kind of makes sense, but that's... not really as tight as I was, like, hoping for. My 8i7600 doesn't like above 1.5 even at 28C. Well, that is odd. Well, actually, so I'm guessing you're on Intel, because on AMD, I've had no issues at 7600 with, like, stupid timings and stupid voltage. Then again, I've been using a Gigabyte motherboard. I don't know if that would also be true for other boards. Are you going to get an 8600G or 8700G to test? Well, earlier during this stream, somebody super chatted, I think, $50 to fund the purchase of an 8700G. So I kind of feel obligated to buy one now. So yeah, probably sometime, what month is it? Next month, I'll buy one. Like when it releases. How the hell do people get their RAM to 28C with water cooling? How does yours idle at 40? Like what's your ambient temperature? That is really high for idle on RAM. Like idle should be basically room temp. Okay, so gaming stable is just like cope speak for not stable. Wait, you have a Peltier on them? How is it still at 28? Thoughts on the skin temp thing? What's the skin temp thing? You got your Peltier. If you got a Peltier on the DIMMs, I would expect them to run at like -10. Or lower even, potentially. Dude, I am literally running a stress test on these, and they're at 40C. Right now. These are dual rank DIMMs. We're at 1.65 VDD, and they're at 40C. They're RGB too, like... That fan isn't even going, is it? Okay, it's going pretty fast. Skin temperature aware power management. Oh, that. Does that still kick in if you're manually overclocking? Because if it doesn't, then I don't care. If manual overclocks disable it, which they probably do, because the way Ryzen CPUs work is that manual overclocks disable absolutely all of the power management, then yeah, I fail to see the issue. Oh, mini ITX, wait. Give that Peltier barely any current. 1.2 amps at 5 volts. Man. Oh man, now I wish I had found that meme. It was the Invincible meme about, like, look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power, except it's like a 7800X3D. About Intel, about how you need an Apex. How you need custom water cooling, and D-lids, and liquid metal, and Peltiers on your memory sticks. Just so you can go and be like, look, I'm faster than the 1700X3D. Please don't run a stress test, I'll degrade. That good old Omni-Man meme, yeah. What VDDIO? 1.25, I think. I'm pretty sure it's 1.25. Really wish this motherboard had a labeled VDDIO sensor. It doesn't, which is dumb. See, I guess this is the kind of thing that, like, oh man, if I designed a motherboard, I would totally want a just built-in multimeter. Just directly built into the motherboard. No voltage read points, just like multimeter, and then with like some switch, like, and then with some way to like switch what it's connected to. Would push the board cost up, though. Yeah, like, that's a problem when the motherboards cost $700 anyway. Can you edit DDR3 SPDs to set TFAW 16? I think there's a TFAW register in this, but there's a TFAW value in the SPD, so probably yes. I've never tried that. What LLC do you run your Potato 14900K at? No LLC, because I just don't run it. Or at least I avoid running it. Is 1.3 too high for VDDQ? No. The optimal VDDQ for your system is whatever VDDQ works. As long as it's lower than, like, Well, on Intel, I wouldn't really care if you were running it at like 1.5. On AMD, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't really worry about it unless it's above 1.45. Or, actually, I'm not sure I'd even worry about it if it was above 1.45. It's not like VDDQ gets applied directly to the CPU. Oh, you sent the meme. Yay, we got memes. Wait, where is the meme? Why am I so at fucking Discord? Wait, did you just post it into the meme channel? No. Well, whatever. Why does MSI set VDDG IO die and VDDG CD to 1100 millivolts? Because they're insane. I have no idea why you'd ever do that. Yeah, no, the issue is I can't figure out where the meme is. Well, it doesn't matter. Discord, your DM messages. Yeah, and like, I'm clicking on my messages and there's no notification for... Like, I'm not seeing it. Also, this is the second time you've managed to do this, that, like, you sent me a message and I couldn't find it. Because I remember this being a problem with, Wasn't this also a problem when you were sending me the screenshots of your, overpriced memory tune that you got? Inbox. Wait. Oh. No. What the God damn it, why? The fuck is this? What? Ah! I give up. Yeah, I actually just give up. Just post it in the Discord channel. Like, that's what the channel is for. Nobody... who's gonna ban you? I'm not gonna ban you for posting a meme twice. So, like... It's a good meme. It should get spammed. I'm assuming you have access, right? Nope. In general. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, well, I guess I asked for this for not being able to figure out how to use Discord messages. Dude, did they run out of pixels at the meme store? Anyway, but we've got this glorious meme in, like, phone resolution. I mean, do we have anything better to do on this chat? We're we're watching freaking White Cruncher run. If you thought coming here was gonna give you productive, like, gonna be some... If you thought one of my live streams would be more information dense than my hour-long videos, well, I'm sorry to disappoint. But I think you had unrealistic expectations. It's like, yes, the person who has a tendency to go off topic in an attempt at a structured video is gonna have a significantly more structured live stream. This makes sense. No, we do not need to get Evo in here. See random comments about how AMD stutters. It's not entertaining. Who is Evo? Evo 007 or Evolution 007. Frequents both this... Like, he shows up both on YouTube live streams and on Twitch streams. And basically, the entire time he just posts random shit about AMD stuttering. And, like, how he needs an Intel CPU because he plays games that run on Intel better. And it's like, that's cool, dude. Literally nobody here cares. No, the stuff he says isn't random. It's always the same. That's what's so annoying about it. It's always like how AMD, like, dips in performance. And that's, like, it. I'm not sure he's ever said anything else. Is he the COD dude? No, I don't think he plays COD. I don't know what he plays. How would I know what he plays? All he does is complain about AMD stuttering. Has anybody ever heard him talk about a video game? Because I haven't. And I watch chat quite closely. Wait, is that the Lexar 1.5 volt XMP? Wait, no, that's Clev. I'm surprised I've not gotten an email from Clev. Oh man, that is 1.55. And it's a mediocre-ass memory timing. So, what are they doing? These guys are literally a sub-brand of Hynix. How do they not have the best binned memory chips Hynix has ever created? Like, at 1.55 volts, shouldn't it be like CL34 almost? Especially if they were able to actually bin the chips, like, I think they could bin it to do CL34, right? My Asus X670 stuck on DRAM LED after BIOS update. Any suggestions? Clear CMOS and pull all but one memory stick, maybe? Just because something is live doesn't mean you can't fake it. Though I've never tried testing PUBG, so like, I don't know. Maybe that does prefer Intel. Wait, who wanted... Wait, who's Fuzzface? Oh, hell. Well, Googling that did not work. Oh, esports PUBG gamer on Twitch. Cool. Okay, so that I wouldn't consider a biased source. I'm not sure I would necessarily consider it a competent source, but at least not biased. When do you even sleep? From 2 p.m. to 12 p.m. At least that's when I went to sleep yesterday. No, it was like 4 p.m. or something. I don't know. I sleep when I'm tired, and I don't sleep when I'm not tired. There. So I guess this is actually stable, which would be quite nice. And convenient. Man, should I actually... Because I'm wondering, like, I kind of want to try that, like, Pi Prime at 2166 FCLK, but then it's like, man, I'm going to have to restart my memory stress test. Then again, if I can restart my memory stress test after changing the FCLK and it's still stable, then, like, that counts as extra stability. Right? That's like extra stability points. And technically, what day is it today? It's like Wednesday, isn't it? It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. So technically, that wouldn't even, like, prevent me from probably getting this video done by Friday. Yeah. Because, like, even if it runs all, like, even if it spends all of tomorrow running Carhu, unless it crashes, I should be fine. Are motherboards supposed to be completely silent? They usually are, but sometimes they have a bit of coil whine. What are the rules to set VDDQ and VDDIO? Depends on your motherboard. Asus and ASRock generally like them kind of high, so like approaching 1.4-ish. Gigabyte prefers them kind of low, so like 1.3-ish, maybe 1.2 sometimes. It depends. So basically there aren't rules. Is the computer doing stuff now? What computer? The test bench? Yeah, it's running Y-Cruncher. Yeah, I haven't accidentally paused it. It is still running Y-Cruncher. It's at 90 degrees. RAM's at 40. Still got the Gene board. I never had, like, I had a Gene. We've been over this. I gave the Gene back to Asus, like, back in 2022, or maybe very early 2023. I don't actually know when it is that I sent it back. I wish I had a Gene. That board does, like, DDR5-8000 on auto. With, like, most CPUs. Modded BIOS for a GTX 960? Unfortunately, no. Because, I don't know anything about modding BIOSes on NVIDIA cards. All of the modding I've ever done on NVIDIA cards was with a soldering iron. Wait, how do you not know that? I swear I've said that I've, like, returned that Gene, like, on so many occasions that I'm getting, like, tired of saying it. What latency did you get on the Gene? I don't remember. I'm not even sure I ran IDA on it, maxed out. Video encoding generally benefits from RAM overclocking. Actually, that probably benefits from RAM overclocking way more than most games do, because video encoding is, at least if you have a high core count, like if your CPU has enough cores, it's probably memory bandwidth bottlenecked for video encodes. Oh, and file compression, and I think either decompression or compression scales with memory speed, one of the two. It's not both. One of them is like only CPU, and one of them is like pretty heavy on memory. But I can't remember which one. Alright, how's the Gene a meme? It's compression, okay. No, the soft limit for Maxwell is like 1.26-ish. And it also doesn't scale past that. Oh, it kind of depends on the card. Can the Gene do 8200, 8400? No, well, so the CPUs can't. Is it easy to change a BIOS chip? Well, like, desolder it and put a new one on? Yes, very easy. Have you ever maxed out TREFI on any DDR3 system? It's been a really long time since I've messed with DDR3, so I don't know. Probably. No, 980 Ti's are like 1.28 or something. But anyway, I tried volt modding my GTX 960, and at 1.26 volts, it was actually clocking worse than when it was stock. Because Maxwell doesn't scale unless it's at -20. I hate that architecture. That was like the end of fun overclocking NVIDIA cards. Like, Kepler, really cool. You can shove, like, most Kepler cards, you can just shove more voltage into them and they'll clock higher. And then there's Maxwell, where whatever it does at stock is whatever it does at 1 point... Actually, at 1.3 volts, there's a decent chance it clocks worse than it does at stock. And decreasing render times pretty significantly for music production. That's interesting. Yeah, music production is like a weirdly, like, nobody tests that kind of workload. Unfortunately, all of the music production I do is far too basic to justify benchmarking. So, chat, do I actually go and test if 2166 FCLK is faster in Pi Prime, or do I just call it a day and go with 2666? Great. Okay, well, I guess we'll just skip to that, because this is almost 2 hours of Y-Cruncher at this point. Right, so I'm actually, I want to literally, like, the only variable I want is the FCLK. So we're going to rerun Pi Prime right now. Though I guess the cooling system is up to temp. So we'll have to, you know what, I'll wait for it to cool down a bit. Though that is actually a very fast run. You know, I sometimes suspect that with some memory benchmarks, running something that, like, swallows all of the available memory and then releases it makes certain memory benchmarks run faster. I would not be surprised if that was a thing. And I think that right there, like, this reduction, I think, is the cooldown. Yeah. Oh, man, that's a 9... Dude, that is so much faster. Man, why are memory benchmarks so inconsistent? Thanks, Eskimonster, for the 20 Danish kroner? Crowns? 933. Lovely. I love how consistent memory benchmarks are. At least this isn't IDA. IDA is actually terrible. This is a good benchmark, just kind of inconsistent. Aren't AGSA frequencies just... Yeah, they are basically capped by a bug in the memory controller right now. The APUs can do over 8,000, but the APUs aren't very good, so... Why IDA? Because IDA spits out a number in nanoseconds, and a lot of people, like... have this, like, because it's like, oh, memory latency is measured in nanoseconds, so a memory latency benchmark should spit out nanoseconds, and it's like, yes, but actually, no. I really need to make more music if I'm going to be streaming for 9 hours at a time. Oh, no. Shit, I forgot that track exists. That track is like a very unfinished idea that's like for some reason in playlist. 9.2 and then like technically like Super Pi would have been the older superior memory benchmark, but Super Pi is an absolute nightmare to run efficiently. Like I moan about Pi Prime not being consistent. Super Pi can swing, like on a 6-minute run, it can swing by like 30 seconds if you screw up the OS badly enough. Which means it is absolutely useless if you're a normie. Because, like, how are you going to compare your benchmark results against other people? And honestly, even I hate using it. Because I'm too much of a normie to use Super Pi. Super Pi is for people with no life. As somebody with no life, I declare Super Pi a benchmark worthy of people with no life. Oh no, my mouse freaking out. I forgot to run Y-Cruncher, but also I want to just quickly check that, like, rebooting the system didn't change something about Pi Prime. Okay, it's basically the same. Okay, 927, cool. Man, if Y-Cruncher crashes right now, that would be so annoying. Please don't. I don't want to relive the Intel trauma, but on AMD. Okay, 13791. That was actually pretty quick. Like, that's not much slower than, like, the best settings I was able to run when I was going, like, full out. I don't think... The thing is, like, I generally don't make tracks with, like, massive complexity, and I don't think that's gonna change. Because, like, I am not much of a musician. Like, I'm very happy with relatively simple composition. It's just like, is it just dumb heavy? Yes. Or more like, is it just a lot of distorted noise? I like it. Man, so Y-Cruncher is like crazy consistent right now. I'm still gonna do 4 runs just in case. What was the best time in the end? It was a 13.4 something. What is this? Extra tone? Dude, I have no idea what it is. Oh, and that sucks. It's not really extra tone, because the like, weird jittery thing you're hearing is a synth that's getting, like, chopped up. It's not, yeah, it's not a sample that's getting played super, like, replayed super fast. It's, like, a long thing that's getting stuttered. Whereas extra tone, as far as I know, is when you have, like, crazy high BPM, which I don't. I use Mixcraft. Wait, apparently it was 13.374? Oh, lovely. Yeah, 13.374. Anyway, now let's try bump the FCLK to 2166. It should... Y-Cruncher should definitely speed up. PyPrime, I think, will speed up. Because technically there is like a 3:2 ratio, but you can just brute force your way past the 3:2 benefit. I think at 6400 you probably can't. No, so Super Pi 1M is not a good benchmark. It's 32M, that's like the good memory benchmark, and that takes forever. My PC needs like how many seconds? Give me a second. Oh, come on, YouTube! Somebody post something. There. 80 seconds. What is your PC? Yeah, that's why I said 32M is for people who have no life. Karu Software RAM Test is a very good memory stress test. You should use it. There's a rumor of another LGA 1700 generation? They're gonna refresh Raptor Lake again? No. They can't just, like, what are they gonna do? I think that's fake. Just run 8.4 gigahertz. Dude, with my efficiency, I could get an 8.4 gigahertz CPU to take 4 minutes. Where did you put the 2 memory sticks? Because it should boot. Oh, you can just use stock... Wait, why do you need 32-bit Windows 10? Does that help? A2B2. Did you try running it in, like, just B2? Like, have you tried one memory stick? Does one memory stick work? Wait, is 2166 Infinity Fabric not working? Why is it taking so long to post? Nah, HT just gives you more multi-threaded performance. It doesn't really... Actually, I think the extra thermal density probably makes the efficiency slightly worse than if you just had more cores. So, this is annoyingly enough about the same. When disabling AVX512 in BIOS do anything? No, why would you do that? If you have it in, like, you have it, that's a good thing. Unless you can't cool it or something. Man. I guess I didn't raise the FCLK high enough, or it's error correcting. Oh, there we go. But yeah, that actually isn't great. Okay, well, let's try... Okay, one more, because I did 4 runs for the 2066. Real limit of ADI is? I don't know, like... If we get a really strong memory controller, we might... I don't know. So, basically this is roughly the same. Is what this is right now, in terms of performance. Right? Like, so, this is the 2666, and this is the 2166. So I'd say that's basically the same. Now then. Pi Prime. That's gonna be worse, looks like. No, actually that's about the same. Might be worth also testing 2200. Oh, this one's gonna be fast, I think. 9247. Yeah, that's a pretty quick run. Like, I think 2100 would definitely be slower than 2066. Oh, this is really quick. Yeah, still not as fast as the best results of 2066. I think at 2200 it would actually be consistently faster, though. $9267. Yeah, so honestly, in this case, I'd say you would actually be better off just running 2066, because the performance difference is, like, non-existent. And it might actually be slightly lower latency at 2066 instead of 2166. The wonders of the Infinity Fabric on Ryzen 7000. I guess technically I could also mix in some other benchmarks, but I think like Y-Cruncher really is like the extreme bandwidth test, and PyPrime is like the memory latency, test. I don't really see a point in like testing a bunch of other stuff. I'm not going to count this result. I'm just wondering if it'll change at all. Yeah, so that's still like a 9.2. Latency or bandwidth depends entirely on the workload. Also, your latency generally goes down as you, because the thing is, bandwidth and latency are not separate. Okay, this is the thing that like a lot of people probably don't manage to get through their heads. If you need to read a whole bunch of data from random places in the memory, then being able to read the data faster reduces the amount of time between, you know, the first thing you're trying to read and the last thing you're trying to read. So, like, how much latency you have when you're doing nothing, like, your latency when doing nothing is very different from your latency when you're actually doing stuff. And that's what makes IDA such a terrible benchmark, is that IDA will very easily show, like, because IDA shows two extremes of, like, ideal bandwidth and, like, idle latency, which idle latency is actually useless. Like, if you've ever seen well, so I've, like, watched IDA, like, how the CPU reacts to IDA in terms of power states with the oscilloscope. It basically, like, the CPU just kind of sits there, then it does, like, one memory access, and then nothing. And then it does a memory access, and nothing. And it's, like, multiple milliseconds in between actual, like, you know, memory accesses. And it's, like, so you get this, like, latency number that, like, I don't, like, what does it even mean? Like, what software barely ever actually accesses the memory? Right? So, like, Y-Cruncher is really extreme in that you can sacrifice latency quite heavily for Y-Cruncher, and it'll just, like, as long as, like, it just loves bandwidth. PyPrime, on the other hand, like, basically, if your PyPrime performance is improving, your memory is actually just faster. PyPrime will benefit from basically any timing adjustment you can think of, and it's latency biased, as in, you can trade memory clock for timings and get a benefit in PyPrime. Like, the most easy demonstration of that is like 1T command rate versus 2T. 1T in PyPrime has a huge advantage over 2T. You can still outclock it, though. You can clock 2T high, like, depends on the motherboard, CPU, and memory controller, but you can, like, clock 2T high enough that it'll still beat 1T in PyPrime. But, like, and honestly, but yeah, so, like, PyPrime is a really good latency benchmark, Y-Cruncher is a really good bandwidth benchmark, because, like, Y-Cruncher doesn't do that. Like, Y-Cruncher 2T is, like, if 2T does 200 megabits per second more, Y-Cruncher will rather have the 200 megabits per second than 1T command rate. So, though it also scales with almost every single timing. At least on Intel systems. AMD hits the Infinity Fabric limit pretty hard, so... Oh, I guess we could have tried 3D Mark 11. The CPU test in that is pretty memory sensitive. Like, more memory sensitive than, say, TimeSpy, I think. It's in fact so memory sensitive that a 7800X3D is better at 3D Mark 11 than a 7950X. By, like, quite a bit. Now, the IDA showing read writes above 128 gigs on what? On Intel? Or... Yeah, so IDA's so sensitive to background stuff because it's like, especially the latency test is basically idle. So if anything else is running, it'll get in the way. Anyway, let's try 2200. I mean, 128 gigs is not that high. Right? Because for like, wait, what DDR5 speed are you at? Let's say you're at DDR5, like, say, 7200. The memory controller is 128 bits wide. You divide that by 8, and you're supposed to get 115 gigabytes per second. So I'm guessing you're at 8,000. Yeah, you have to be at 8,000 to get 128. Oh, right, yeah, so IDA also dips into the cache of the CPU. That's why it spits out, like, impossibly high bandwidth numbers. Because it's actually really, really hard to, like, if you're trying to measure memory bandwidth, you basically have to somehow circumvent the CPU's own memory management, right? Because the CPU doesn't want to read the RAM. It really doesn't want to read the RAM. Like, there are many things the CPU wants to do, and at the very bottom, and nowhere in that list, is reading the RAM. It does not want to do that. That's why there's an L3 cache, and an L2 cache, and an L1 cache, right? Like, that's why we have so many caches, because the CPU doesn't want to read the RAM. So it is actually quite hard to get the CPU to not just go to the cache whenever it can. So... yeah, that makes it quite difficult to make a memory benchmark that, like, doesn't hit the L3 caches. Unless, of course, your memory benchmark is, like, literally, like, random like, you're just reading random addresses. Like, you know, you just generate a random memory address and then it's like, go read that. You can't cache that kind of behavior unless your random address generation has a tendency to hit the same address multiple times in a short period of time. You can't cache that. But if you ran that, well, that's a latency test, not a bandwidth test, because that is going to be an absolute nightmare for the memory to deal with, because you are randomly accessing random parts of the memory. So every time you ping off a memory access to some random location in the RAM, the memory is like the row is probably not open. So you're going to have to go open that row, which takes forever. That's an entire TRCD right there. And then after your TRCD is finished, then you get an entire TCL worth of latency, and then you finally get your damn data, right? And this isn't necessarily that different from what a lot of games might do. Except you're probably firing off these, like, random, you know, memory address reads a lot. So it also is like, yeah, if you have extra bandwidth to just actually, like, churn through those reads faster, that helps. And if you get lucky, sometimes you might be reading an address that's already ready to read. But that's pretty unlikely if you have a lot of RAM. On Gigabyte motherboards, if you go into the AMD CBS, UMC, DDR training options, there's a, like, training runtime reduction. You can try turning that on. That'll make the boot time a lot shorter. Pointer chasing is pretty good for measuring latency, but for bandwidth benchmarking, it's a bit more involved. Okay, wait, we've got... Are you the Karhu software? Cool. Man, it is cool, like, like... So, I've had the developer of Y-Cruncher on my streams, and now I even have the developer of my new favorite memory stress test. It's very convenient. So... Yeah, that's like, yeah, I don't know. Surprising to, like, because the thing is, like, I've never really considered that, like, you know, the developer of the like, software I use might actually show up in my streams. I hope the IDA developer never shows up in my streams. Oh, so yeah, 2200 FCLK. Wait, so this is actually just faster. Nice. Yeah, so you, like, if you just raise the FCLK enough, it'll just kind of brute force the memory performance at some point. He's come for the license fee. Well, I don't use IDA right now, so, you know. Do you see IDA anywhere on this system? No, because I literally don't even have it installed. Also, actually, so this was a debate earlier in the stream. How is Karhu pronounced? Is the H silent or not? $2066 is the highest Infinity Fabric you can get with 1.2. That's weirdly low. What if the R is silent? How would you even say that? Kahoo? I guess Kahoo. Karhu is fine. You're not the developer of Karhu software. Bear in Finnish. Google Translator or some other text-to-speech can probably give you an idea of how it's pronounced. Okay, I guess I'll go with I guess I'll go with that method then. But not right now. Anyway, now let's see if Pipe Prime... I think at this point Pipe Prime is gonna... Yeah, it's just faster. So yeah, so that's the thing with the FCLK is, like, if you can put a big enough gap between... Oh, actually it isn't. It's still about the same. Damn it, Pipe Prime! Why are you like this? Like, that first loop looks really good, and then it's like, nope, 922, and it's like, that's the same as the 2066 result. Again, dude. What did I just say about giving 922? Yeah, but I don't know how to pronounce bear in Finnish. That doesn't help me. I'll have to, like, get a text-to-speech to say it. From, like, Google Translate. So now it's spitting out worse results than, like, the 2166 setup. And I don't think it's error correcting, because Y-Cruncher was running fine. And usually, like, the error correction gets heavier, the heavier the workload is. Are you kidding me? I hate memory latency benchmarks. Like... Google Translate pronounces it as Karahu? Okay, I'm not... I'm gonna have to check. Wait, isn't Lumi Finnish? Couldn't I just ask him? Oh, 9.188. Finally, faster! Dumb memory latency benchmarks. Oh, rolling R. Okay. So car who. Oh, and now we're back to 923. Lovely. I love memory latency benchmarks. Truly a and back to 9.188. Okay, well. So, admittedly, I didn't record all of the numbers that this just spat out because I am very biased. But here are the results. So basically, 2200 is definitely just, like, for Y Cruncher, it is just faster. There is no doubts about that whatsoever. It is just faster. And then for Pi Prime, it's like, well, technically there was a few 9188s, but there was also a whole bunch of 92s. Then again, there was like this 93. And like, and you can, and yeah, memory latency is, and the worst part is like Pi Prime actually is just like, it's so light that like, I think like things that would make it more consistent, turning off hyperthreading, turning off boost. And at that point it's like, yeah, but you know, like most people who are going to be overclocking their memory don't want to go and like turn off boost, set the CPU to 5 gigahertz, you know, because that's the kind of thing you need to do to actually use Pi Prime, like, for direct, like, to be a reliable comparison tool, because it's like, you need the CPU frequency to be fixed, because the thing is, Pi Prime doesn't always spool up the CPU cores completely, because it's so light. And so, like, sometimes it'll, like, the CPU won't wake up instantly every time, and that'll, like, affect the runtime a bit if you're on boost. Or it might boost slightly less or slightly more. The IDA latency benchmark also has that issue, to some extent. Maybe not as much, but, that's still a concern. Like, honestly, even for IDA, you would, like, want to run it at fixed frequencies, maybe without hyperthreading. Definitely without... Oh, that's a fun one. If you turn off the second... dual CCD CPUs get worse IDA latency. That's like a consistent thing, is like always. If you have a dual CCD CPU, it always gets worse latency than a single CCD chip, just because dual CCD scheduling weirdness. And that's like the thing that annoys me so much about like the... like, people discussing, like, memory latency is, like, it is so dependent on things that aren't your memory settings. It's like, running it in, like, running the OS in safe mode. Like, oh, you got RGB software in the background? Your memory latency test is just trashed if you have RGB software running in the background. Or, oh, you ran hardware info in the background? Depending on, like, what your polling interval is, you might have just completely destroyed your benchmark. And it's just, like... And so, you know, so you'll see somebody where it's like, oh my god, your memory settings are so good, and it's like, it's because they're running like a single CCD CPU on a, like, safe-moded Windows with absolutely nothing running in the background. It's like, yeah, it's... But they're, like, and then you look at their memory settings, and they're running, like, settings that on a slightly less clean setup would be getting, like, 5 nanoseconds more IDA latency, and it's like, yeah, because that number is actually meaningless. Are you getting the MSI Z790M power? No. Or, well, MSI haven't contacted me about it yet. I am not gonna send an email asking about it. If they do contact me about it, I'll probably actually say no. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'll actually just say no. You know what? If 2200 FCLK was stable, that would be really cool. At the same time, we're at 1.25 SoC voltage, which is a lot. I wonder if I can turn the SoC voltage down a notch. What? M5 won't boot into safe mode? What? Like Windows safe mode? No, you can boot anything into safe mode. The actually good motherboard. Ha ha ha. Oh, the number of times I've heard that one. Oh, Buildzoid, you're just not using the right motherboard. Oh, you have the wrong version of the Apex. It's like... no. I'm done. Screw this. AMD or Intel are better for large capacity. So 96 gigs actually works quite well everywhere. 128 gigs sucks everywhere. And 192 gigs... I don't know. And G-Skill 7800 CL32. What motherboard are you on? Does it still do the... Yeah, that's the issue, it does. Which is why we still want to kind of like, we want to check with Y-Cruncher. The thing is, the new AGSAs have like made the stability of the FCLK way higher than it used to be. Man, maybe I should... No, I don't want to do the sound test. Because that's such a weird... Like, technically it is a good test that works. The thing is, like, I don't have an easy way to just hook up the oscilloscope to the board. That's the main issue. That kind of looked like the performance regressed. Oh no, it's back to normal now. So, scientific research, do you perhaps, if you're doing scientific, do you perhaps use AVX 512? Because if you do, then AMD probably has an advantage. I'm assuming they don't have unlimited budget if they're asking about a 7900X. I think you'd probably have, like, an easier time with a 7900X. Might be slightly slower than a 14700K. Man, I am not confident about running this as 2200, not without the oscilloscope. Yeah. Like, this... Yeah, no. I am really not... You ever tried stress testing in Linux? No, because I don't want to have to go through a bunch of extra work. Oh, X670 EA Aorus Master, on the 8000. Nice. You're only getting 5150. Oh, all core. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I would think your single core peak boost should be just about 5200, because the stock peak boost is 5050. Isn't the 8950X coming out in a couple of months? Probably. Honestly, I'm kind of like, I'm excited to see what they bring. Or excited? No, I am interested. Unlike the 14900K, I am actually interested. With the 14900K, the only reason I agreed to test one was because I was really hoping to get a better memory controller. Apparently I didn't. But whereas the 8950X, like, if they bump just like the CPU performance by 10%, that would honestly be quite nice. 160K Vantage on water cooling. Wait, isn't it going to be 4 nanometer now? I don't think... Well, I'm not expecting 4 nanometer to clock higher, but I'm thinking like IPC is gonna go up. Because, like, as far as I know, AMD, like, when they designed Zen initially, they already had, like, a whole, like, great big list of, like, improvements for future iterations. Like, the architecture was designed with, like, a multi-year plan of, like, we're gonna improve X, and then Y, and then Z, and I should have started at a different letter. What MOBO is that in the desktop background? You're free to try guess. I will give you a hint. Well, actually, I'm not sure that I don't think you'd really need that many hints. And I don't think my 7950X is particularly special silicon. Though, actually, it does seem to be better than my 7900X on the newest BIOSes. It should be, like, like... this is the back of the motherboard. There's no heatsink in the photo. It is Asus, yeah. It's an Apex? No. I mean, it says what motherboard... Like, the system specs literally say what motherboard is in the background, right? Like... But the desktop background, that's not the same board. Like, the backplate is rectangular. That should give it away. Intel CPUs don't come with backplates. And the ones that do definitely don't come with rectangular ones. At least not full backplates. But you can tell, because there's this screw hole, and then there's this screw hole, and... I think it might even say that... It does say what socket it is, but it's covered up by the NVIDIA tuning utility over here. Oh, and you can't read it, because there's too much distortion anyway. still streaming? No, this is a VOD. It's an AM5 backplate. Yes, it is an AM5 backplate, but it is not a Gene. It is a motherboard that has definitely showed up in a video, and it was relatively recently. Has to be an X670E Strix. Yeah, it could be that if I had one, but I don't, so it's not. Honestly, if you go to my YouTube channel, I think there's like only one motherboard that's that could have this backplate that was recently in a video. And when I say recently, I mean in like the last month-ish. Where's my channel? No, don't. Wait, did they stop doing it? Oh, because I'm streaming, it doesn't autoplay an intro video. Oh, that's nice. It is definitely, it's not a B650. It literally... Yeah, like that... Like, I do still have that B650 board, but that hasn't been in a video for, like, months and months and months. ProArt, yes. Man, but even the VT3 performance is, like, higher than it was at... Oh, man! I don't know what to do. I hate this so much when it's like, man, why couldn't it just error out? But it doesn't spit out hardware errors. So like, it's not gonna, like, we're not gonna see any errors. And I don't have the, like, and the thing is, like, hooking the oscilloscope up to the motherboard is, like, a relatively involved process. And that is one thing I wish, like, that would actually probably not cost really anything to do, is just, like, leaving, like, 2 through holes for, like, a capacitor, but just unpopulated near the CPU. So you could hook up the oscilloscope to that, like, super easily. And just do that for, like, all of the main voltages, and then it's, like, it wouldn't be, like, the most accurate voltage measurement ever, but it would, like, if you just want to see what, roughly, like, what kind of load cycling is happening, it would be very helpful. I think dropping the FCLK to 2066 would just be safer than, like, praying that this is actually stable. And I think I'd rather encourage people to run stable settings than, like, I'd like to still check if, you know, like, running this maxed out would work. Because it would be cool if it did. But, like, from, like, a utility perspective, honestly, running this at 2066 would probably be better. Like, far less likely to cause any stability issues. Still decent performance. And I don't have to have any doubts about it, like, glitching out or anything, because at 1.22 SoC, like, 2066 Infinity Fabric, in my experience, works all the way up to, like, 1.3 volts. Like, it's so low that it actually just doesn't matter at that point. At least with, like, all the CPUs that I have. So, chipset temperature? Sure, but the chipset's not really doing anything. I use SATA drives. Where is the chipset temperature? PCH, 34 degrees. Though, I guess, it's worth noting that there is a fan sitting on top of the memory, and that fan is blowing air directly at the chipset, so... yeah. Kinda not that you know, useful. Does the CPU load line calibration V-Core LLC? No, but the SoC LLC like obviously affects the SoC voltage. $80 degrees on the chipset? That sounds like they didn't install the thermal pad properly. Honestly, that would, and if they like, oh wait, does the, I don't think your chipset heatsink has a warranty sticker on it, so you could actually just check. Because there's no reason that the chipset, like, if the chipset was defective and running at 80 degrees, it would be dead. Which I'm assuming it isn't. So the next best option is, like, Asus either didn't install the thermal pad, or they forgot to take off the protective film or something like that. And I have seen Asus do that. Like, I have seen photos of Asus motherboards where, like, they didn't install the chipset heatsink properly. Why T5 can be mismatched? What, you mean... Oh, you mean if you go... I'm assuming if you go between the DIMMs, right? Well, they're not mismatched right now. But as far as I know, that's actually like the round-trip latency to the, like, from the memory controller to the memory stick and back. And so it should actually kind of vary depending on how far the memory stick is, like how far away the memory stick is. So if you've ever seen like the round-trip latencies on Intel motherboards, they'll be like 4 different numbers very regularly. You'll get like 4 different RTLs, 1 for each channel. What haven't you seen with Asus products? Well, I haven't seen any Asus motherboards where they forgot to wash the flux off. That's like an MSI special. It's getting very sticky motherboards. Seriously though, like I've like my Z690 Unify X, they had to have like run out of flux detergent or something because that thing is like, or was. Like, I dabbed at it with isopropyl alcohol for quite a while. But yeah, when I first got that thing, very, very sticky motherboard. Because they just didn't clean the flux off. I've never seen that on anybody else's boards. Yeah. Though, oh, I've seen dodgy solder joints on Gigabyte boards. Like, yeah, I think, especially, like, through-hole capacitors on some Gigabyte motherboards, like, I've seen the occasional through-hole capacitor that, like, you can see that the solder didn't wick into the through-hole properly, so there's just, like, this blob of solder on the capacitor leg when it's like, that's not supposed to be there. I don't think I've seen that on an Asus board. On the Gene Perfect 3535 and on Taichi 3537. I mean, if you think about it, the Taichi has one memory channel significantly further away than the other one, right? Compared to a Gene. So, I think that makes sense. I don't know, like, I'm not the person to ask about that. That would be like a question you'd want to ask somebody from AMD who works with the memory controller. Because, like, I don't even know exactly how the round-trip latency timings work. Actually, I think for AMD it's like delay, round... Phi return delay, probably? Something like that, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what that, like, name stands for. Not the right person to ask about that. Blobs near VRM? No, that would probably just be silicone oil. Now, when they fail to wash off the flux off of the board, the whole board ends up being sticky. And you can get, like, varying degrees of stickiness, but, like, the whole board is going to be sticky if they don't wash the flux. Whereas if you just have, like, certain, like, if you have, like, stains on the motherboard, that's probably just silicone oil leaking out of the thermal pad. Especially if it's out around the VRM, it's silicone oil leaking out of the thermal pad. And that's completely harmless. And the flux is also completely harmless, or at least it should be, because I would assume that, like, if they're failing to clean it off, they're at least using no clean flux, I would hope. Because if they were... Because there are some fluxes that stay corrosive even after, like just forever, they just stay corrosive. So you have to wash them off. And then there's other fluxes where it's like, yeah, after you like use them up, they're still disgusting to touch, but they're inert. They're not gonna like they're no longer acidic. You know what, I think I am just going to drop this to 2066 and call it a day. Like, it's not... The speed difference isn't that big. And... Like... Admittedly, like, these newest AGSAs, like 2200 has been, like, really... Like, it's just been kind of working a lot of the time. But I still have trust issues. So I'd rather go with something where it's like, yeah, this is unnecessary, like maybe a little bit unnecessarily slow, but at least I don't have to have any doubts. And it's not much slower. Does your B650 HDV max out on 1.35 VDDIO? I haven't used that board in a while, so I don't know. And I think I just used 1.35 the last time I used it, so... Yeah, I'd have to check. And we're definitely not doing that today. I've been streaming for like 10 hours. Checked 4080 super benchmark numbers? No. But thanks for notifying me of... Whoa, Tech Power Up has a bunch of... you know what? Like, okay, while this runs, let's just take a look at some GPU PCBs. Because I like looking at GPU PCBs. Every time a new GPU launches, I just go look at PCBs. I don't even, like, bother checking the benchmarks. No, I do check the benchmarks, but mostly I just want to look at the PCBs. Now, where BY Cruncher? There, BY Cruncher. Okay, so while that runs, let's go have a look at the PCB pictures that Tech Power Up has posted. There's actually a pretty cool 4070 Ti Super PCB. Actually, I briefly considered doing, like, a PCB, just, like, rambling video for like 4070 Supers and stuff, but decided against it because like a lot of the cards are just 4070 PCBs anyway. But anyway, let's go steal other people's content, shall we? If you want, actually, I'm just not going to check the benchmarks on stream. If you want benchmark numbers, you should go read the reviews from the people who actually made the reviews. We're reacting to circuit board pictures. Wait a minute. This is a 4090 PCB. Isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, this is a 4090 PCB. Or at least, like, it's not actually a 4090 PCB. You can see that, like, you know, if this was a 4090, these memory chips would be over here because the core would, like, take up all of the space. But they basically took a 4090 PCB and they just sort of, like, slapped the pin out of a 4080 Super on it. Hey, did they do the same thing for the 4080 regular? Was there a regular oh, I guess Tech Power Up didn't get a tough 4080, but they did get a Strix, so I guess we can check that. I like the 4080 Strix. Oh, wait. Is that the same? Oh, wait, no it isn't. Like, we have more... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait. Oh, they had the 4080 PCB set up for the... Wait. Oh, I guess they just shuffled things around then. A bit. Because there's like an extra capacitor over here. Well, there's like extra padding for a capacitor. It's not actually there. And the voltage, volt mod point's gone. BIOS switch moved to the back. Yeah, there's still a BIOS switch. It's just on the back. Oh, I guess they went from a monolithic power systems to a UP... Was this even on a monolithic power systems? UP9512, UP9... Yeah, and then this is on... This has to be on MPS. Yeah, this is on a monolithic power systems 2888. Well, this is a Strix 4080, whereas this is a TUF 4080. Right? The TUF is like the cost-optimized option from Asus. Funnily enough, you get the fancy black capacitors. There's just less of them. I imagine the Super Strix is... Yeah, this is actually the same PCB as the 4080 Super. I mean, 4080 Strix. Oh, that's exactly the same. This thing's gone. But, like, this is actually the same PCB. So this is a different PCB. It's, like, very slightly different. Yeah, it's, like, very, very similar, but just... interesting. Like, I wonder why they changed it, because it's, like, minimalist changes. It's, like, just different enough that it's, like, yep, that's different, but not enough that it's, like, but... Like, I can't even tell you why they changed it. I guess it's probably for the voltage controller changes. Anyway, let's take a look at what NVIDIA came up with. I'm assuming they just used the same PCB again. And indeed they did. Oh my god. That's so sad. That just looks so sad. It's just like... It's like, yeah, we could have put a good VRM on there, but that costs money! What did they put on the regular? And we don't have any money. We're NVIDIA. Wait, it's the same. Wait, no, it's. Wait, it got worse? It got worse. They ditched this, like, this is a memory phase, and there's these two, I'm assuming those are V-core phases. Those are gone. It got worse. 200, thanks, Matthew, for the $10. And yeah, I'm having a pretty good afternoon. Is there anything else that they removed? Oh, they removed one of the input filtering inductors. So that doesn't actually really affect anything. This looks like they lowered the power limit, but as far as I know, they didn't do that, did they? Oh no, I'm gonna check that myself. Well, you know what? No, I do actually want to know. I want to know, and I want to know now. Power consumption. We're gonna go ray tracing, no, maximum 306, whereas the regular 4080 was, oh, they did lower the power consumption by 10 watts. Okay, that doesn't explain why 2 of the power stages went missing at all. Yeah, it's very slightly lower power consumption. That really doesn't explain why some of the power stages went missing. Wait, did anything on the back change? No, the back is actually still the same. Oh wait, there's more capacitors now. On the memory. Oh right, because they're running the memory at a higher speed, so probably like more strict power delivery requirements for the memory to work. Wait, these are 24 gigabit memory chips, and aren't they not running them at that? They're running them at less than that, right? Man, this album sucks. Or memory speed. 1438. Yeah, that's not 24 gigabits per second, is it? Actually, 24 divided by... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not. I don't know what the ratio is for GDDR6X. It's 6X, yeah. I don't know what the ratio is. Is it 16? Yeah, it's 16 times. Yeah, so they're not running it at 24 gigabits per second, so I guess the memory controller can't deal with it. Using daisy chain 2x8 pin bad for a 300 watt graphics card? It's not ideal. You should ideally use 2 separate 8 pins in that case. Okay, well, let's go take a look at what other 4080 Super ideas we have. Ooh, we have this MSI one that looks like a complete ripoff. It's like if you fed AI, if you asked AI to design a 4080 heatsink. Wait, is this actually 2 slots? Oh no, it's 3. But it is actually, like, it does look like it's properly 3 slots, not one of those, like, 3-point-something cards, which is actually just 4 slots. Interesting heatsink design. So... Wait, I'm guessing... Oh, I'm guessing they just... Yeah, so I'm gonna guess that they just expect all of that hot air from over here to just, like, squeeze out somewhere in the middle of the card where the PCB ends. What does the PCB look like? Oh. Better than NVIDIA's reference card. No, I think these are actually cheaper power stages. Yeah, because NVIDIA's on the, like, fancy monolithic power systems ones. These are 70 amp smart power yep, 70s. And these are 50s, I bet. Yep, 50s. Yeah, 3021 50s. Super common on semiconductor power stage. Also, this is on a UP9512, whereas this is on the MPS 2891. Honestly, I kind of like how this PCB looks. Yeah, don't hate it. Lots of input filtering capacitors. Oh, we've got fuses. I like that, yeah. So we've got a fuse on the memory power delivery and a fuse on the PCIe slot. No fuse on the, like, no main, like, there's no fuse for the main 12-volt high power connector, because putting a fuse on that thing is a lost cause. You're gonna need, like, a 50-amp fuse. Which actually might still be better than nothing, but, like, yeah. So I kind of like what MSI did over there. Let's see what Palette did. Nope, that's the wrong page. Circuit board. Oh. This is a 4070 PCB. I don't like it. I mean, it's fully populated, but yeah, and it's 50 amp parts again. Wait, what? 11? Oh, this probably isn't actually that. This is actually 12. Yeah, so it's actually bigger. Oh, this might run cooler with how the... Well, actually, I'm not sure about that. I do prefer the... yeah, I do kind of prefer the capacitor configuration that MSI went with compared to what Palette went with. Probably runs roughly the same. Okay, let's see. Okay, I bet you Zotac just took their ridiculous 24 power stage 4090 PCB and just used it here, and it has all 24 power stages. Oh, it doesn't. Well, that's disappointing. Wait, did they just downgrade the amp extreme? Oh, they did. I mean, I guess, you know, the 4080 Super is like $200 cheaper, so, like, you know, they had to cut the corners somewhere, but, like, that's a lot of corners, right? Each of these inductors has, like, 8 corners, because, like, you've got the 4 corners up top and then 4 corners at the PCB. They cut a lot of corners. So many corners. Capacitors don't really have corners because they're cylindrical. So... Also, let's check if my Y-Cruncher... Yep, Y-Cruncher's still happily trundling along. This doesn't have any fuses, which is interesting, because actually the 4070 Ti Super from Zotac does have fuses. Man, I'm kind of disappointed by this, because I kind of liked how, like, ridiculous the Amp Extreme Aero was, with just, like, all of the power stages. Not, like, these aren't particularly high-end power stages or anything, but there's all of them. And then all of the capacitors. And really, like, these are 1200 microfarads each. This is so much capacitance. And then the input filter is also, like, 330 microfarads, which, again, so much capacitance. For comparison, MSI's input filtering caps are 180, right? So they're like almost half. And their output filtering capacitors are 220s. I think they're like, if you add all of them up, it works out kind of similar. So like in terms of like total bulk capacitance, this is actually ridiculous. And then you get to this thing and it's like, man, they cut off a bunch of them. Like, I don't think it actually makes much of a difference, but it's just like, oh, you can't buy a silly PCB anymore from Zotac, because they've made it sensible. And I don't like that. Anyway, let's see what Galax came up with. I imagine something extremely boring. Yep, this is like a reference 4090 PCB with a bunch of parts removed. Could be worse, I guess. Actually, I think this might be better than what Zotac did. As in, there's less parts missing. Yup, there... Is there? 422, 422... Yeah, there's less parts missing. Because this is missing 2 over here. Actually, this is... Oh my... Ugh. Most of this is missing. Yeah, there's actually more missing components than populated components on this side of the board. Oh wait, no, this is 2, 4, 2, and then... So this side has 5, whereas this is 8 and 8. So, yeah, okay, so this does still have more components, but it's not that much more. I think capacitance-wise, this one's, like, more sensible, isn't it? Like, yeah, this is 820s and 270s input, so, like, the typical values that you'd expect. Not really seeing anything special about this. Yeah, nah. Pretty normal PCB. Okay, so that's Galax. We already did take kind of a look at the Asus card. But let's take an... Wait. Actually, I don't think I did take a look at this one. Oh, wait, no, we did. We definitely did. Yeah, so this is actually just very good. I like it. Oh, and they have the labeled, like, voltage read points and everything. Also, these are 470 microfarad SP caps. I really like it. It's the most caps and the best caps. And then, of course, they also have the regular CAN capacitors on the front. And then, also, there's a ton of memory capacitance on this. Yep, there's... Yeah, like, Asus just actually, like, to be fair, this is also, I think, the most expensive 4080 Super, isn't it? So... Yep, this is literally $1,250. So, there's, like... That explains how there's, like... This for the power delivery. Because I'm assuming this is also on the 70 amp. Yep, it's on 86992s. Oh, these are 50s. But they're still smart power stages instead of just generic DRMOS. Wait, I think these have a public data sheet, so we might be able to just look them up. Oh yeah. Kind of wondering how efficient they are. Oh, these are really... yeah, I think this is actually pretty typical 50 amp port stuff. These guys... Oh, look, it remembers my data sheets. I have a problem. Oh no, these guys all spec in different... No, this is 1 volt, this is 1.2. Why? Nobody... There's no standards. These... You can't get easy direct comparisons. Okay, but 1 volt at 12 volts output is probably the closest we're gonna get. And at 40 amps, this thing spits out, for 500 kilohertz, it spits out like 6.5 watts of heat. And this, for 40 amps, at, what is it, 500 kilohertz, 1.2 volts, this produces significantly less heat. Now, it could be down to, like, measurement methodology differences. These could also just be, like, better. That's like the one issue with this like 50 amp rating, or like nominal 50 amp spec, is like you can have 2 parts from like different manufacturers where it's like, yeah, this is technically 50 amps and this is also 50 amps, and then you test them and one of them actually runs like somewhat more efficient than the other, because it's like everybody's definition of what a 50 amp power stage is like kind of the same, but at this not really. And you're generally not going to run them at actually 50 amps. Like, you're probably going to run them at, like, 15 or 20 amps. And in that scenario, they're going to be a lot more similar, right? Because like at 20 amps, this is like 2 watts. 15, it's like 1. It's not actually 1, it's quite a bit more than 1, but you get the idea. And this is like, yep, this is like 1, and at 20 it's like slightly less than 2. Whereas this at 20 is slightly closer to 2. And admittedly, that's at lower voltage, so that's actually, that would be even higher at 1.2 volts, but close enough, right? So it's like, yeah, you know, if you're running them at something that, like, you know, somewhere near the peak of the efficiency curve, the differences aren't going to be that big. Though this peaks at 94% and this peaks at 92%, which kind of sucks. But also, like, the efficiency curve is actually a lot more negatively affected by low output voltage than the, like, heat output is, so, yeah. Also, again, it could just be down to test methodology differences, which is really annoying. But anyway, so that's like the one thing that's kind of annoying is like, oh, 50 amps, and it's like, oh, so this is like the same as the on semiconductor parts, and it's like, well, no, not really. Also, actually, I wanted to check. Average currents up to 50 amps, yeah, that's, but we won't tell you how much heat to expect at that point, but I was wondering more... thermal warning, thermal shutdown, under voltage lockout. Okay, and this has current limit protection, over temperature protection, fault reporting. Yeah, so this has a bunch of like extra safety stuff. Because I don't think, does this have over... Yeah, there's no... Yep, there's no current limit on these. Or, like, there's no built-in current limiting. Which, actually, I wonder if these also have the... IOUT can be used for phase current balancing, over current protection, and active... Yeah. High side FET current limit protection, over temperature protection, switch to power ground short protection. Yeah, so it has like a bunch of extra safety features built in. So these are the fancy option, and they're probably actually quite a bit more expensive than the NCP 302150s. Oh well. So, yeah, but that's how Asus is chart, like, that's... Would I... You know what? Honestly, I would probably rather have MSI's fuse on the memory power delivery than the extra fancy Asus power stages. Though I think they both would... I feel like I've not seen tests if the fuse is better than the power stages, but... Anyway, okay, so PNY is over here with, I think, the most cut-down PCB we've seen so far? Or not? Oh, no, it's 11. Oh, I guess maybe NVIDIA set a minimum of 11. And then we have a Gigabyte. Let's see what Gigabyte came up with. Am I going to have a giggle about it? No. I like it. I kind of like it. I don't see any fuses, which I wish I did. But yeah, I do actually kind of like this. This looks nice. Not very special, just like very clean. This is the least weird looking of the 4080 PCBs. Oh, and it's just their basic gaming OC model as well. We've got some BLN3s. Alright, they're mixing. Interesting. FP5Ks. Yeah, there's a ton of input filtering capacitance. The output filter isn't anything that special. There's a dual BIOS switch. Well, that is... Wait a minute. Dude. Well, okay, that's not too much of a mystery as what's going on over there, but like... Yeah, because what they're doing is they have to move, like, they have to take the power from the 12-volt high power all the way over, like, here-ish, and then put it back towards the viewer. Because of the optional connector over here that they didn't populate. Oh, well. Yeah, but what I like about this PCB is there's just so much room for activities. Like, you can, like, yeah, also you just have all this empty space along the top edge, so it's like, oh, you want to mount potentiometers for volt mods or whatever? Like, there's so much space. It's great. And they're using 330s on the memory, and yeah, in typical Gigabyte fashion, 560s behind the core. I don't know why they do that. The minimum spec from NVIDIA is like 220 or 330 or something, and Gigabyte always goes like even Asus will usually stop at like 470, and then there's Gigabyte where it's like, yeah, behind the core, 560. I don't think it actually makes much of a difference, but they just do that. Which is kind of neat, I guess. Anyway, so that's the 4080 Supers, I guess. Oh, this is actually a pretty cool PCB. Yep. I'm not really a fan of the tantalum polymer input filtering caps, because that's just, like, unnecessary cost as far as I'm concerned, but... overall, pretty nice. Yeah, though I think it's still in just like, yeah. Oh, no, it's actually on a Monolithic Power Systems MP2898, so that's pretty cool. And then you have a UP9512 for memory. So yeah, this is actually like... I wouldn't... Man, they also have these options for these multi-layer ceramics that they didn't bother to populate. If they populated that, I would have liked it a lot more. And then the back is like, yeah. What I find interesting... or, like, I wonder about is, like, why is this capacitor here? Like, look at all the other ones that they didn't bother with. But this guy. This guy is there. Oh, and they've also labeled the voltages. Wait, did they do that for all of them? Oh, yeah, we have memory, 1.8 volts, 1.2 volts, 3.3 volts, 1.8, some other 1.8 volts, another 1.8 volts, packs. I like it. I actually like it quite a bit. Yeah, it's a pretty cool PCB. And then you have like all the other 4070 Ti's, which are just like 4070, well, actually, I think the Strix is still on a... Oh. Wait. Is this better than the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 18. And then there's this monstrosity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, wait, no, they mixed the memory into the... Wait. Yeah, they mashed the memory phases into the V-Core VRM. So, like, it's... They're not all the... Also, this is on semiconductor. Actually, these might be smart power stages. NCP 3031. Because I don't know what the 3031 is. Are these dumb? Oh no, they have overcurrent protection. Yeah, so these are actually smart power stages, but from on semiconductor. How's their efficiency curves? Looking kind of miserable. What output voltage is this at? This is 1 volt, 19. Oh, come on, guys. Why is it spec'd for laptops? Yeah, this is like a laptop typical characteristics. And there's no typical characteristics for a desktop application. Lovely. Absolutely wonderful. But they do have all the extra, like, safety features, so that's cool. Or, well, I'm not sure of all of them, but they have, like, more safety features than your generic DRMOS components, where it's like, you better hope... like, if you ain't got fuses, you better pray your overcurrent protection on the power supply is quick, because if it isn't, like, a dead DRMOS will quite happily burn a hole straight through the board. So these shouldn't do that. Or at least they should. They're like less. It's less likely that these would do that. Yeah, but I like the 4070 Ti Super PCB from Asus. Pretty cool. At least the Strix one. The regular one is the same PCB I have in my current daily system. This is literally the same PCB as the 4070 Ti. I think it might have one more power stage on it than what my card has, but yeah, otherwise the same. Actually, I didn't check if Gigabyte came up with anything creative. They have a very interesting 4080, and oh nope, this is generic AF. This is just a regular old 4070 PCB. And then we've got another regular 4070 PCB. A bit simplified, because they ditched, like, a lot of the time you'll have, like, the padding for, like, 2 more phases over here, and they got rid of that, because apparently it's just too complicated or something. I guess maybe it gave them a slightly better V-Core power plane or something. Wait, didn't we just see this? Did I click on the same thing twice? Am I stupid? Probably. I've been streaming for 12 hours. Nope, 11. But that still does things to the head. Yeah, like you can see the 2 extra phases over here that they ditched on that other design. So basically, like, there's like a cool Asus 4070 Ti, and there's the colorful one. Did Zotac do anything cool? Oh, this is a Trinity card, so I'm gonna... Oh no, this is actually pretty... Like, this has a bunch of fuses, which I appreciate. Like, you have a fuse over here, a fuse over here, a fuse over there. But the thing is, I would have really preferred it if... Because I can't tell for sure if... No. I am relatively certain that the way these fuses are set up, they're literally just fusing the 12-volt high-power connector instead of, like, specifically fusing the memory phases. Which I would have preferred if they did what MSI does, where MSI puts a fuse in front of the memory power delivery. Because, like, the core can probably survive a short circuit, because, like, when the core like, if the VRM fails, it doesn't... Like, the core getting killed by that is really rare. But what isn't really rare is the memory getting absolutely destroyed by short circuits. Yeah, like memory power stage fails and all of your memory chips die is a pretty as well as the memory controller. Everything dies. I'm not and my theory for why that is that like memory chips have like more like the memory controller and the memory chips have more resistance. Kinda. So when you put 12 volts into them, you can apply like, or when the power stage shorts out, like the voltage can get significantly higher on the output, like going to the memory chips, before the power supply goes like, hey, I should turn off now. So yeah, fuse directly before the memory phases would be better, I think. But hey, at least there are some fuses instead of no fuses. Did MSI do anything cool with a 4070 Ti? No. No, they didn't. Oh, wait, no, they do have that memory fuse over there again. Yeah, you can count on... Is it actually on the memory? Is it? Oh, yeah. Wait. What? Why is it? Dude, that is the weirdest arrangement of shunts. That is actually bizarre. Like, what? What? Oh, and we also have a fuse on the PCIe slot, but like... so we have a shunt over here, right? 12 volts comes in, goes through this shunt, goes through this input filtering inductor, goes through another shunt. Why? Then it goes through the fuse, and then another shunt. Why? Like, that makes zero sense. That makes absolutely zero sense. Why would you... Like... How is the 40... Is that just standard? Or the shunts on 4070 Ti's just like mega cursed? And that's just like how NVIDIA intended it to be. Wait, we have a fuse over here. On like... And there's another fuse over here. Oh, I like those. But they're not on the memory. They're on, like, minor rails that really shouldn't be dying ever. Then again, I guess the main power delivery is handled by, like, smart power stages, so you don't need the fuses there that much, but... Okay, back. We have a shunt here. There's 3 shunts on this card. That doesn't seem right. There should be 4. Like, that's the norm for modern NVIDIA cards, is always to have 4 shunts. I'm not entirely sure why. I think it's something to do with the, like, shunt monitoring chips that they use. But yeah, where is the 4th shunt? Because it looks like there isn't one, which is super weird. Yeah, there just isn't a 4th shunt. So why does MSI have 4 shunts? Does Colorful have 4 shunts? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, this has 4, so I'm blind. There has to be a 4th one. Where is it? I'd say the 9900 series probably has the worst. Nah, GTX 590. The GTX 590 stock PC, like PCB is a special kind of terrible. I guess 980 Ti's are also up there in terms of terribleness. How does this not have 4 shunts? Everything else has 4 shunts. You can't make an NVIDIA card without 4 shunts. At least, like, I thought you can't. Like, everybody else has 4 shunts. Like, this is so weird. How is there not 4 shunts? Well, whatever. Like, this has 4 shunts, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. This has 4 shunts. The colorful has 4 shunts. Did Asus, like, wire 2 of the shunt inputs to 1 shunt? I guess you could do that. That would probably work around it. This has 4 shunts. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a 4080. Anyway. Is my white cruncher still chugging along? Yes, it is. No, I am very confused. How do these not have more shunts? Or did Galax come up with anything special for their 70 Ti Super? I doubt it. Galax makes a lot of very generic PCBs. Yep, pretty generic. And also with 1, 2, 3, 4 shunts. Where did Asus... Like, how is Asus not having 4 shunts? I am very... This is really bugging me. How does this not... Am I blind? There has to be a 4th shunt. Or, like... And then palette. Yep, another very generic 4070 Ti PCB. With pads for proper power connectors. Oh, and also looks like some voltage read points, which aren't labeled. Which is rather unhelpful. And yeah, again, we have 4 shunts. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, where did Asus put the 4th shunt? Also, this is so weird how they have, like, shunt, power, like, shunt, like, you've got, like, 2 shunts and a fuse in a series, as far as I can tell, which is just like, man. They really care about measuring the memory power supply accurately or something, because I'm pretty sure that's the memory power supply. Apparently very important to measure the memory power supply with, like, crazy precision. Anyway, I get to watch Y Cruncher now because I'm gonna go check the performance numbers. Relative performance. Man, it like didn't change. Like actually basically didn't change. That's hilarious. Like, look, the 4080 Super. It's the 4080, but like cheaper. I wonder what the overclocking is like. Not great, but you know, it's a modern NVIDIA GPU, so that's to be expected. We tried any from Asgard. What, memory kits? For DDR5? I haven't. GTX 570 is the reference? I don't think the reference GTX 570 is that bad, is it? I don't remember what it looks like. Isn't it like a 4080 PCB with some of the power stages cut off? I mean, with some of the phases dropped? Oh, I guess that is pretty bad. It could be worse, in my opinion. Could be a GTX 590. Do reference GTX 570s blow up at 1.2 volts? Because reference GTX 590s do. Be really... Oh no, wait, it would be really what? Damn it. Why is super chat so, like, there's like this stupid emoji icon. Wait, could I just use ad block? Like, I mean, can I get rid of it? I can get rid of it. Haha. There, now I can see. I can't react to any messages anymore, but I can see. I mean, I use micro block, not ad block, but anyway. It would run really hot. Yeah, I mean, sure it would run really hot, but I don't think it would blow up. How much voltage are you using for CL26? 1.65 volts of VDD. And then everything else is actually really sensible. Where is the VDD? There we go, 1.65. Oh, no. Telling me about Turbo Overkill? It's really good, isn't it? I really wish the final boss had less red. Because, like, the mini-maws are really difficult to see in the, like, well, through all the red, but really good game. Well, you'll know what I'm talking about there being too much red in the final boss fight. Probably. You're supposed to use turbo time. Sure, but I think slow-mo in video games is stupid. Like, I think there's a lot, like, there's technically a lot of things in that game that you're supposed to use turbo time for, but, like, I just don't. Kinda like how when I play Severed Steel, I just don't use the, like, whatever it is, slow motion ability. Have you ever checked how an ARC PCB looks? No, I definitely didn't. Yeah, I didn't make a video about it. Like, I've looked at a lot of PCBs without making videos about them. It's one of my big issues here at AHOC is my ability to like the number of like PCB breakdown scripts that I've written is significantly larger than the number of PCB breakdown videos I've recorded. Actually, I don't think it's significantly larger, but it is larger, and that is a problem. That should not happen. Though I don't think I ever wrote one for ARC. Mostly because I wasn't sure, like basically, if it's not super overclockable, I don't really care. Oh, so wait, second half. So Zen 5 is coming out in like second half of 2024, so that's gonna be September at the earliest. Man, that's like a long time between releases, isn't it? That's gonna be 2 years since Zen 4. AMD has always been 2 years? Have they? Am I testing for 24/7 use? Yes. Are we actually going to sit here for 24 hours? No. Because at some point I'm going to get tired enough to go to sleep. Oh man, it just occurred to me that I'm going to have to be awake for at least like another hour and a half because like I want to start Karhu before I go to sleep. Unless someone starts paying him, what, like to do a 24-hour stream? I mean, you can try. I'm not sure how much you'd have to pay to guilt me into not sleeping for several hours. Can you refund super chats? Why is VDDQ jumping so much? Because voltage sensors in software are terrible. Like this is, I'm going to make a video with the oscilloscope hooked up to a DDR5 memory stick, so that you can see how, like, the voltage actually doesn't change, the software just sucks at measuring it. Enough energy drinks would solve this? No, I'm not really concerned about the whole being tired, it's just, like, I am lazy. And, like, I'd rather go to sleep than just, like, be sleep-deprived on stream. Unless being sleep deprived on stream pays really well. Actually, so it wouldn't even be guilting me into it. It would be more like you'd have to, like, promise, I will pay X if you stay here for, like, an hour. And then every hour you'd have to actually, like, you know, pay. That would work. I'm not sure how much you'd have to pay, but that would work. And then get him to go back. If you pay for the purchase of multiple 14900Ks, sure. Or 14700Ks. I'm not too picky. I don't really care what CPU it is, but sure, if you're willing to pay enough for me to get to bin, like, some amount of 14th gen CPUs, then sure, I can go back to memory tuning on Intel. But for anything less than that, it ain't happening. No, I have enough 7970s. I guess maybe if you offered me, like, a Asus Mars 2. Like, there's some rare cards out there that I think you could get me to go back to Intel tuning with, but... your best bet would probably to just offer to fund, like, the purchase of, like, I don't know, 3 14700Ks or something. Don't you also have a Z790i Edge? I do. Why are you asking? Man, these are running, like, surprisingly cool for, like, dual rank at, like, 1.65 volts. Actually, one thing I've been wondering about is, like, maybe VDDQ actually affects memory temperatures more than VDD. What's wrong? Your memory running at 4000 C? Yeah, no, that's bugged out. And the 17 watt power consumption, I'd say, is also bugged out. Yeah, like, software, like, sensors can often be very glitchy. RAM sensors are especially glitchy. Like, a lot of sensors that you have access to in monitoring software aren't particularly accurate, and some of them are also very buggy. Are you gonna use these in your daily rig instead of single rank? No. I need them for testing. I don't have multiple, like, I don't have any other dual rank A-die kits. Also, why would I want a daily dual rank A-die? It's not faster than single rank. It's more of a pain to tune. Why would I do that? That just seems like a dumb idea. Like, I'd probably sooner consider, like, 2x24 than 2x32. Yeah. Man, I wonder if we could make a script that automatically runs Carhoot. Well, I mean, yeah, you could with enough effort, but like, within the limitations of my of my stupidity, would I be able to cobble together something that automatically runs Carhoot after Y-Cruncher finishes? No, because I literally don't know even where I would start with that. Why it says dual rank 16 gigabit? Because the memory chips are freaking 16 gigabit. Like... At least with the Edge on 14900K or same one, you'll see 8000 far easier than previous attempt. I literally used an Apex the last time I failed, and that ITX motherboard from MSI never worked properly above 7600. Like, I've never gotten it even remotely stable above 7600. As in, I never got Y-Cruncher to run for more than like 20 minutes. With the Apex, I've occasionally gotten Y-Cruncher to run for an hour. Same with the Tachyon, for that matter. Never with the Dark. The Dark and the MSI ITX are both, like, very... Actually, yeah, like, very stable at 7600, and then, like, you go above that and it just goes straight to hell. Yeah, but 32 gig DIMMs that are dual rank 32 gig DIMMs use 16 gigabit memory chips. Because each rank is 8 memory chips. So, to have 2 ranks, you have 16 memory chips. And 16 times 16 divided by 8 is 32. Yeah. Oh my god, it's gonna take another hour. Y-Cruncher is definitely faster for catching memory controller errors than Linpack. Apex has known issues. Edge is better. Okay, so here's one issue with this. How is it possible that, like, supposedly Intel CPUs can do DDR5-8000, yet somehow the BIOSes and the motherboards keep getting better? Did the old motherboards simply not do 8000? Was everybody lying back then? I'm not doing it. At this point, I just don't care. Like, I'm not necessarily against, say, trying to set up 7600 on the ITX board, but I'm not doing 8000. Which profile do you run on TestMem 5? I usually just use Anta Extreme 1. I've not really noticed any significant differences in, like with TestMem 5, it's really about just making sure that it runs for long enough rather than, like, a specific preset. People moved from 8000 to 8200 daily on new Edge BIOS. So I would be going from 7600 to 7800. Maybe. 6000 CL30 optimal? Yep, that's... I don't really know. It's convenient there. I'm not sure that I would call it optimal, but convenient, definitely. Should basically always work, and it's pretty quick. 12 hours of stream, I'd die? Well, you're weak. Can't die because I got no life. Will you get a Ryzen 8000G APU? Yes. Once they're available. Can RAM power down mode cause WHEA errors? I don't think so, but it can cause, like, outright... Like, I've seen it cause straight-up blue screens. So, I don't know, maybe it could cause errors? Get it? Why would I want to make my life worse? Or my unlife worse? Like, since I was a very young child, the biggest problem in my life was the fact that I needed other people. I had siblings. And that sucked. And then I went to school. And there was other kids there. And they sucked. Or more like, I just mostly just ignored everybody. Earlier, a guy who follows you decided to give me a free 2x3200 CL14 kit. Nice. Also very cool of the guy. Man, why can't I have it just go faster? Time for an AMD rant. What? We're not talking about AMD being unable to make a freaking heatsink. Find out how to screw up Windows drivers. Just make the OS think it's running faster. Why no N63? What? No. Oh, why N63? Because earlier during the stream I tested code 17 and that errored out. And, like, N63 is apparently a code 17 replacement. I'm not actually sure that it is, but somebody in chat said it is. I've not actually seen N63 error out since then, so I don't know. I wanna sleep. Why does RAM testing have to take forever? I envy the people who are happy to run a 1-hour memory stress test. Right, C17 was unused and so it got deleted. Oh, god damn it. So C17 is actually viable. You know what, screw it. I can also run the other one as well later. Yeah, like I'll run like 16 hours of Karhu and then throw C17 on top of it. I don't really care. Like at this point, I think this is pretty unlikely to be unstable at this point. Like, this isn't like Intel where every stress test you start is just like a whole new opportunity for failure. That's like the thing I've been really pleased. Like, it's not entirely true. Like at 8,000, I have seen like, you know, error after 16 hours, that kind of thing. But at lower speeds on Ryzen, and to be fair, at lower speeds on Intel, it's also pretty well behaved. But the thing is, like, running low memory speeds on Intel is just like it feels bad to be at DDR5-6200 on Intel. Whereas on AMD, it's like, well, at least you're in 1-to-1 mode. Which, like, I'm not sure that I would say compensates for that, really. It's something, I guess. That's a, like... But, like, well, I'll just pull up the chart. Wait, did I... Oh, no, I stole it, and I have it saved on my computer at this point. So, yeah, we are going to steal other people's work today. Actually, I've done a lot of that already. I stole all those photos that Tech Power Up took. I'm a terrible person. I'm like worse than AI. I don't try to reproduce other people's work. I just literally just take their photos and use them. Anyway, where the hell did I save that chart? Not here. Nope. Probably in benching, right? Ah, yes. I found the chart. Observe the chart. Wait. How am I gonna do this? I'm gonna put it in... Oh, I guess I could just stick... No, we're not gonna put it there, because it's not gonna worky-worky. I'm gonna put it here. Bam. Chart. Is this gonna be on the right edge window? It is. Ah, there. Chart. Oh, the person, like, watermarked it. Man, I'm not good at stealing work. I should have, like, covered that up. No, actually, huge credit to the guy who did this testing. It's very good testing. Oh yeah, like, the thing with Ryzen is, like, here you have, like, 60... Like, this best performance is over here, worst performance is over here, right? This is, like, JDEC. And then up here, you have 6200 1-to-1 with 2166 Infinity Fabric. And then 7800 2-to-1 with 1950 Infinity Fabric. Right? And this is, like, gaming performance as well. Also, here you can see the weird, like, yeah, 3000, 3000, 2000 thing. But you can see how, like, at, like, 21, like, you can just kind of brute force past that anyway. It's also not much of a improvement. And then at, like, 2-to-1 mode, you have this huge latency jump for synchronizing the FCLK to the UCLK. But anyway, so, like, 1-to-1 mode is very competitive with 2-to-1 mode. Whereas Intel doesn't have a 1-to-1 mode. They just have a 2-to-1 mode. And so it's like... And you don't have that, like with AMD in 1-to-1 mode, at some point, it just breaks. Right? Like, you just can't. Whereas with Intel, it's like... Maybe, and it's like... And so... You don't get that, like, no, this actually just doesn't post any longer. Because on Intel, everything posts. Like, I had dual rank booting DDR5-8000 on the Potato. Intel has 4-to-1 mode, which, as far as I know, that mode is, like, even more cursed than the regular 2-to-1 mode. And also the performance is trash. Are you on the 25th of October? Because in the land of no life, time is just an illusion. Nah, it's because, like, this OS has never been connected... Actually, has this OS never been connected to the internet? Probably. And yeah, and that's what happens. It just picks, like, a random date for some reason. I'm really not sure why that happened, but it was, like, never synchronized, so... Yeah. Yeah, you got pinged because of the, because I used your, oh, it's still open. Yeah, because of this. It's very good. I like using this as a reference for just like, hey, look, 1-to-1 mode, 2-to-1 mode. You can, like, 1-to-1 mode can be very competitive with, like, even well-tuned 2-to-1. So, yeah. I wish I had my own version of that so I wouldn't have to reference that, or at least to, like, also, like, or even to just have, like, another set of data proving the same thing, because that's always a good thing from, like, the scientific method perspective. Even if it's a bit boring to just prove somebody else's work. But that makes it truer. Also, if you're actually a girl, congratulations, you're part of the 1%. I would recommend against advertising your Discord on my channel, maybe? I'm not sure. It depends on what you want. If you want a bunch of degenerates ruining your Discord, congratulations. 1.2% is close enough to 1% that we're going to round it down to 1%. BZ's audience is not the worst. Yeah, no, you're not that bad. You could be worse. You could be like... 0 people added using... Well, that is... I would consider that a good thing. I don't think the BZ's audience says part of BZ's audience. Wait, I don't think BZ's audience is that bad, says part of BZ's audience. BZ's Discord is really pretty tame. Yeah, because I don't have an off-topic channel. And people keep asking for an off-topic channel. And they're not going to get one. Because the moment you put an off-topic channel on a Discord, it turns into absolute degenerate chaos. And then that degeneracy starts spilling out from the origin point of degeneracy. And it just, like, it just gets everywhere. And then you need to, like, start purging it. And like and technically you could probably keep the off-topic pollution under control with just like some strict moderation and like rules, but I don't like making rules, and I really don't like banning people. So it's just easier to not give people the opportunity to screw themselves. Or more like to, I guess screw themselves, because it would be like, yeah, they do something dumb and off topic, then they decide to do something even dumb, well, equally dumb, but somewhere where it isn't appropriate, and then it's like, well, now I should ban you, because, like, you're being an idiot. It's like, yeah, but if they don't, there isn't that opportunity to, like, even begin considering that, then better. I do not like where chat is going right now. I'll just say. Like, I made, like, I wanted the 1% thing to be just a brief joke. Man, there's, like, still 5,000 more seconds to go. I don't even want to play any video games. I've been, like, super bored recently. Definitely side effects of, like, the depression caused by Intel RAM OC. 6200? No, it was 7800 with, like, synchronized Infinity Fabric. Yeah. It's really not by much. Like, getting 7800 to work is actually potentially quite difficult, depending on your CPU, motherboard, and memory. 6200 is really easy. I don't think, especially on the newest AGSAs, I don't think you can find a CPU that won't do 6200. So, this right here, and if you're lucky, you might even get 6200 to work with, like, 2200 FCLK, in which case this might be a little bit faster. And, yeah, that'll be, like, super simple. Oh, and we even have all of the timings over here. Damn, that is a really low WTRS. Man, I evidently really don't minimize that one. Even the WTRL is really... Wait, 6,000, 6,200, 14.2, damn. 16.84, cool. 32.62, well, I can't do that. These memory sticks hate low TRP. RTP at 12, okay, that's the same as what I'm running right now. URWR at 1. Right, because that works for some reason. You know... Does that actually, like, I've been wondering for a while, does that actually affect performance? Probably not. Wait, why is RDSCL at 6 for 6200? That's, like, kind of high. I think mine is at 5 right now? No, mine's at 4. Wait. Yeah, mine's at 4. So that's a bit high. Oh, well. Oh, you also have the nitro tuning done. Oh, that actually probably helps a lot. Yeah. Oh, no, there. Yeah, the nitro settings. Those help reduce the memory latency a bit. I don't, like, mine are not turned on right now, so... Oh, well. 4 works at 6,000, they're just... Wait, my sticks need RDS... You're suck. Okay. Interesting that there's, like, a very... I would have thought that RDSCL would be, like, very consistent across memory sticks. Can you sum up today's session? I benched some Y-Cruncher. I got a 13374 with the CPU running, like, barely above stock because it ran out of thermal headroom, like, instantly. And that 13374 was at like CL28 at 6400, which really surprised me. This memory kit does 6400 on the CPU, like relatively stable. That might need more testing. Like, I want to kind of see if it might not be possible to fully stabilize, but it still needs like 1.3 SoC, so not really. Like, you can daily that. Like, the reason the voltage limit is 1.3 is because 1.3 is considered, like, officially it's considered safe, I guess. Like, again, I don't know what the, like, as far as I know, AMD never said what exactly is the failure mechanism, so it really could be, like, there's just, like, a hard breaking point where if you go above X voltage, then it just breaks something. And as long as you stay below that, everything is fine. So if they came to the conclusion that 1.3 is fine, it might actually be completely fine. But I don't know. It's not like, you know, they told me, so I can only speculate on that. But yeah, so like 6400 1-to-1 Y-Cruncher got a like pretty solid score. Found out that in 2-to-1 mode, this stuff doesn't go above 6800, which means 2-to-1 mode with this stuff is basically pointless. And right now we're trying to stabilize a nice dailyable setup at like 1.65 volts because I am just not sensible. Like, a lot of the other timings are very casual, and then it's like, yeah, but I want CL26. But why? Because it also, like, works all of the time. Like, 6200 CL26 at 1.65 volts is, like, very consistently that works. And it's just kind of more impressive than 6200 CL28. Not that it's much faster, it's just, like, it sounds cooler. That's literally it. This shit was... you mean, like, make the timings bigger? Or you mean, like, reading the registers from the CPU? In GPU limited scenario? Well, you're GPU limited, so why would you expect a difference? Honestly, I think when they're fully tuned, Hynix and Samsung probably perform very similarly. Like, yeah. It's just that, like, Samsung has a reputation for being easier to stabilize and also, like, scales with voltage. And does higher clocks. But I don't think, because, like, off the top of my head, I want to say, like, you have weaker... I think your right-to-right might be weaker. And, so this timing, but at least on Intel that's weaker. I'm not sure if on AMD. TRFC is weaker,